Chapter 12. The Amphibious Operation. Suicide speedboats. Target. Transports. Large landing craft. It shall be the general rule to use concentrated great numbers in the initial movements. In a delaying action, they will be used in-depth raids by small forces. Suicide torpedo boats. Target. Transports. At first, they will attack the enemy convoy in the vicinity of the anchorage, and later, when it becomes difficult to attack the anchorage, they will attack in the outer areas. After all the torpedoes have been fired, they will crash into the enemy ships with explosives attached to the bow. Human torpedoes. Target. Battleships, aircraft carriers, transports. When the enemy approaches within their sphere of action, about 25 miles, they will sally forth and attack. Essentials for the directing of surface and submarine special attack operations, 1945. The midgets, suicide speedboats, approached from astern, and when nearly alongside, heaved a depth charge with a shallow setting over the stern and attempted a quick getaway. These simple tactics were effective, because if a boat succeeded in approaching undetected, it was so close to its intended victim that no guns could be brought to bear. Samuel Eliot Morison, The Liberation of the Philippines. Operation Olympic in 1945 would have been the largest amphibious assault in history. 12 days into the June 1944 invasion at Normandy, some 314,514 American combat and support troops had come ashore in the U.S. sector, and a nearly identical number of personnel, 314,547, had flowed across the British beaches. Although these totals add up to 200,000 more troops than the 432,198 men projected to have landed on Kyushu by 2 weeks after X-Day, the initial surge of 6th Army forces during the critical first 3 days of the campaign might have exceeded 250,000 men if Admiral Richmond Kelly Turner's Pacific Fleet Amphibious Force, Task Force 51, could get them ashore intact and on schedule in the face of ferocious opposition. And while D-Day at Normandy was a shore-to-shore operation mounted by 2,727 ships and craft, from Jutland-era battleships to diminutive LBVMs crossing the English Channel on their own bottoms, it was an ocean-going force of more than 4,000 ships and craft that would appear off the home islands in the fall of 1945 for X-Day at Kyushu. Leaving aside for a moment the Pacific Fleet's nearly 24 battleships, 100-plus carriers of all types, 70-plus cruisers, more than 670 destroyers and destroyer escorts, nearly 200 submarines, 160 minesweepers, and hundreds of support and replenishment ships, the assault shipping alone for Olympic, projected at 2,700 ships and craft, was to be as large as the entire Normandy force and far heavier in tonnage. A snapshot of the forces under Turner's command circa July 1945 is instructive. 3 amphibious forces, 3rd, 5th, 7th, each structured to protect and land a corps-sized ground force. 14 amphibious groups structured to land a division-sized ground force, each incorporating an amphibious force command ship, AGC, and transport squadron of approximately 14 attack transports, APAs, and 6 attack cargo ships, AKAs, approximately 294 ships in total. 1 air support control unit. 27 landing ship tank LST flotillas of 36 LSTs each, total 972. 16 landing craft mechanized LCM flotillas of 12 LCMs each, 192. 18 landing craft, infantry LCI flotillas of 36 LCIs each, 648. 3 landing craft support LCS flotillas of 36 LCSs each, 108. 30 landing craft tank LCT flotillas of 36 LCTs each, 1,080. 12 high-speed transports APT divisions of 9 APDs each, 108. 140 attack transports APAs unassigned to squadrons. 20 attack cargo ships AKAs unassigned to squadrons. 11 landing ships docks LSDs. 6 landing ships vehicles LSVs. 1 administrative command with 5 subordinate bases and units. 1 training command with 12 subordinate bases or schools. 1 underwater demolition team UDT with 2 squadrons. This force, more than 3,570 vessels larger than individual landing boats, such as the LCVP, Landing Craft Vehicle Personnel, and the legendary DUKW, pronounced Duck, amphibious truck and Amtrak types, had been growing exponentially ever since the landings at Guadalcanal and Tulagi, where a paltry 51 ships and craft were all that could be scraped together. The number had surged to 435 during the Marianas fighting, and to 1,213 at Okinawa, even as nearly 2,000 more were engaged in refits, shakedowns, training, and innumerable other duties stretching all the way back across the Central Pacific to Hawaii and north to the Aleutians. In addition, a nearly mirror image of this assault shipping at Okinawa, albeit organized somewhat differently and supplemented by a wide and truly strange assortment of coastal craft, was serving within MacArthur's Southwest Pacific Theater under either direct Army control or the U.S. 7th Fleet of Admiral Thomas C. Kinkaid. And for Olympic, a 4th assault group, Reserve Amphibious Force, often referred to as the Reserve Afloat, would join the 3rd, 5th, and 7th, with the number eventually growing to an astounding 7 such organizations to handle the 2 field armies storming ashore in Coronet. As noted in Chapter 8, IGHQ staff officers in Tokyo, elated over the losses believed to have been inflicted by kamikazes off Okinawa, maintained that naval and air special attack forces might succeed in sinking as much as 50% of this assault shipping. And the Japanese were not far off when they determined that this portion of the vessels would carry the equivalent of approximately 5 combat divisions. Even the comparatively conservative estimates from Japanese commanders on Kyushu appeared to demonstrate that they expected to inflict approximately 20% losses on U.S. amphibious ships, their human cargoes either drowned or turned into stunned and largely weaponless refugees on the fire-swept invasion beaches. The JCS guess of 10% shipping losses presented to Truman before the Potsdam Conference was actually much lower than it initially appears when matched up against the Japanese figures, because while Imperial Army planners characterized the expected American losses as ships actually sunk, the JCS figure represented those forced out of the fight because of severe damage, as well as those that went down. And as outlined earlier, a far higher amount of this pummeling was going to be experienced by the relatively stationary targets at Ariake Bay, the Satsuma Peninsula, and Miyazaki Beach, than on the task forces at sea. No matter whose estimate would have turned out to be closest to the painful reality off Kyushu, the U.S. Navy, which had experienced a costly campaign in the Philippines, followed by the bloodiest battle in its history at Okinawa, was now gearing up for an even more savage confrontation, all within the space of essentially just 1 year. Several troubling aspects of this amphibious operation deserve a close examination. Naval gunfire support, Shinyo suicide speedboats, obsolete but radar-resistant wood and fabric training aircraft used as kamikazes, and the critical vulnerability of the blood supply for wounded soldiers and Marines ashore during the opening phase of Olympic. Fully 25 American battleships and big gun cruisers would be arrayed against Japan when the Pacific Fleet bellied up against the Home Islands in November 1945. The power of this force was unquestionably immense and prompted one author to state that the coast defense units could have survived the greatest pre-invasion bombardment in history. To fight a tenacious, organized beach defense was highly doubtful. As with so many aspects of the planned invasion, however, perceived force ratios were not always what they seemed. Similar confident assertions have been made before many battles throughout history, including before the Somme in 1916, and it is worthwhile noting that every square inch of Iwo Jima and Okinawa was well within range of the Navy's 8, 14, and 16-inch guns during those campaigns in which 67,928 soldiers and Marines were killed or wounded by outnumbered Japanese garrisons. Moreover, the 12 new fast battleships and battle cruisers were never going to come within sight of Kyushu, although some had earlier been siphoned away from their normal duty screening the carrier task forces during failed efforts to lure out Japanese aircraft by bombarding steel mills along the Honshu coast. Likewise, the 4 modern King George, the 5th-class battleships of the British Pacific Fleet, would be largely confined to providing anti-aircraft support for Britain's 2, by that time, carrier task groups. Running clockwise from the northernmost invasion beach, a trio of pre-Pearl Harbor battleships were the centerpiece of the 7th Fire Support Group, 7th Amphibious Force, supporting the Miyazaki landings. 6 more belonging to the 3rd Fire Support Group, 3rd Amphibious Force, were to take on the formidable Japanese defenses at Ariake Bay, and 4 of the old battle wagons were assigned to the 5th Fire Support Group, 5th Amphibious Force, assaulting the Satsuma Peninsula and Koshiki-Reto. Added to this lineup, but as yet unassigned, would be a pair of similar pre-war vintage battleships, one of them French, sent from the British East Indies Fleet after the conclusion of Operation Zipper, the planned August 1945 invasion of Malaya. The diverse and widely spread assault zones on Kyushu ensured that virtually none of the targeted beaches would receive the going over that Iwo Jima and Okinawa had. For example, while the 5th Fire Support Group was slated to be made up of 4 battleships, 3 heavy cruisers, and 4 light cruisers during Olympic, at Iwo Jima it employed 6 of the old battleships and 5 heavy cruisers during a very gratifying 2-day preliminary bombardment that was principally conducted as direct fire from only 2,500 to 3,000 yards offshore. 2 fast battleships, bringing the total to 8, a heavy and 2 light cruisers joined for the 3rd day shooting, and all were supplemented by an array of destroyers, plus gun and rocket boats. The statement by Samuel Eliot Morrison, the U.S. Navy's World War II historian, that in no previous operation in the Pacific had naval gunfire support been so effective as at Iwo Jima's, is not diminished by the fact that the Marines suffered 25,851 casualties, including 5,931 dead, in taking the sulphurous island. The 3 days of concentrated bombardment and continuing gunfire support undoubtedly saved hundreds, perhaps thousands of American lives, but the human cost, in spite of the pounding, demonstrates the inexorable grind of daily close-in battle conducted at the distance that a man can throw a grenade. On Kyushu, with the principal exception of night movements by reserve divisions streaming to the front and the nocturnal reinforcement resupply of tactical positions. It was the intent of Imperial forces to not have troops in the open, where they could be readily seen and targeted by air and ground observers. The weakened gunfire support available to cover likely Japanese approach routes would only make these movements easier to achieve and allow reserve elements to arrive at the U.S. beachheads in greater strength. One bright spot did exist in this grim scenario, however. By June 1945, B-29 incendiary raids had burnt out all the major Japanese cities, and the superfortresses had begun to inexorably work their way through every medium-sized urban area except Kyoto and the city slated for atomic attack. Even those with populations as small as 38,000 and 40,000 were struck in the closing weeks of the war, and it was becoming plain to Army Air Force planners that as far as strategic bombardment was concerned, they were running out of profitable targets. This process would only accelerate in the months leading up to X-Day, but the big bombers would hardly be underemployed, since the dwindling number of strategic targets only meant that more resources could be directed to softening up Kyushu and adjacent areas. During the invasion itself, it is not unreasonable to assume that carpet bombing missions along the lines of those during Operations Cobra in Normandy, Avenger at Monte Cassino in Italy, and Arclight in Vietnam would be commonplace during Olympic, and perhaps go some way toward making up for the pronounced deficiencies in naval gunfire support. The many bases for Japanese Navy Shinyo Seaquake and Army Renraku Tai liaison boat special attack craft dotting the southern coast and offshore islands were high-priority targets for the U.S. Navy's surface and air elements. By August 1945, hundreds of these deadly craft were known to be hidden within easy reach of the assault ships' crowded assembly areas. And unlike the Imperial Navy's midget submarines and Kai-10, those who shake the heavens, manned torpedoes, which by their nature were more difficult to produce and required a fairly high degree of proficiency to operate effectively, the much smaller explosive-packed motorboats were manufactured in great quantity. Japan's surrender froze the production of these suicide craft at 2,412 for Operation Ketsugo, but measuring an average of only 18 feet long and powered by inefficient but readily available automobile engines, the Japanese were on their way to easily tripling this number by the time Olympic was launched. Approximately half of the suicide craft would be based on Kyushu, or have accessibility to the invasion sites from nearby Shikoku, and fully 1,074 were located in these areas at the time of the Japanese surrender. Navy Shinyo boats contained 551 pounds, 250 kilograms of explosives packed into their bows, while the Army's Renraku Tai, which was originally not thought of as a suicide craft, usually carried a stern-mounted depth charge to rupture a ship's hull by exploding 4 seconds after release. Experience in the Philippines and Okinawa had taught the Japanese to keep the boats well hidden during the day, and there are very few recorded instances of U.S. fighter aircraft locating and destroying any of the burgeoning force, which, because of the extremely small size of the craft, half the length and less than 1/5 the weight of an LCVP landing craft, were easily concealed in natural or man-made caves near the water's edge, within the countless coves, inlets, and streams along the coast and offshore islands. Areas known to contain the boats were to be the subject of area bombardments by gunfire support ships leading up to X-Day, but the best shield against the suicide craft was thought to be a tightly woven defense of the invasion areas by PT boats and large landing craft converted to gunboats, backed up by destroyer escorts or sub-chasers, and all employing a shoot-on-sight policy for anything beyond their defensive perimeter. High hopes were also pinned on flycatcher operations, involving similarly organized flotillas operating astride areas where U.S. intelligence suspected that suiciders were hidden. Since the Japanese craft's low freeboard and wooden construction rendered them extremely difficult to detect by radar, both the close-in defenders and flycatchers would depend on lookouts, searchlights, and star shells to detect their presence. Unfortunately, with ocean swells commonly running far higher than the boat's 2 or less feet of freeboard and little wake left by a slow-speed initial approach, suicide craft operating at night in the Philippines had frequently gotten right on top of American amphibious forces before being seen. All too often, an overly generous use of star shells, in the absence of surface radar's dependability against such craft, resulted in degraded night vision among lookouts. Captain Lefteris Lavrakas, who served as the illumination officer aboard the USS Eberly when an ensign, also notes that star shell use was by guess and by God. You were expected to use one of the 5-inch guns as a star shell gun, placing the stars behind the target so that it could be seen optically from the gun director. A most difficult, impossible task, especially when the target was a fast mover. We also had a 36-inch searchlight which threw out a powerful beam seldom towards a target. Japan's ability to conduct surface suicide strikes during the Okinawa invasion was effectively gutted by the capture of more than 250 Renraku Tai when the outlying Kiramaretto Island group was seized immediately before icebergs' main landings, and only a few gunboats and destroyers were sunk or irreparably damaged. Suicide strikes at Kyushu, however, were more likely to resemble the wild melees that developed throughout the months of January and February in Philippine waters. The official tally of U.S. losses to suicide boats during operations along the Luzon coast include the sinking of LST-1028, PC-1129, LCI-M-974, LCI-G-365, LCS-L-7, LCS-L-26, and LCS-L-49, while LSTs 610 and 925 were seriously damaged, and the LaSalle-class transport AP-168 Warhawk was holed below the waterline, killing 61 men. Less well known is the collateral damage of the attacks. PT-77 and PT-79 sunk by friendly fire from destroyers. 2 transports and an LST badly damaged from collisions while performing evasive maneuvers in a crowded anchorage under attack. A captured suicide craft sunk and PT boats strafed by trigger-happy U.S. fighter aircraft, and later at Okinawa, DD-682, the USS Porterfield, shot up by fire intended for the suiciders. Suspected bases would be attacked, and attacked again, with the destruction of decoy craft duly reported as genuine kills by aircrew, but very few suicide boats would be caught in these raids. Interception by the flycatchers as the Shinyo and Renraku Tai emerged at night for their attempts at the assembly areas was recognized as the most sure way to locate and engage the threat, and most suiciders would certainly be destroyed by PT boats and the queer assortment of gunboats assigned to the task. However, through a combination of feints and ruses, ambiguity in the dark of night, and sheer quantity of suicide craft, some number of the diminutive attackers would get among the transports. For example, at the same time that some suiciders at Luzon became the focus of attention when making high-speed runs at the nearest targets, others maneuvered casually through the relative cover of American LCVPs and other craft to approach bigger game from the stern or bow and then drop a depth charge along the hull. Once a suicide craft started to get close aboard an American ship or large landing craft, the target's guns became essentially useless, since they could not be depressed enough to hit the boat. The crew's personal weapons became a rather weak last line of defense. Ultimately, though, the principal benefit for the Japanese from motorboat attacks during Ketsu-go Olympic might be less the damage they directly inflicted on U.S. shipping than the general disruption of assembly areas that required assault shipping to be very carefully stationed if finely choreographed landing and resupply operations were to be carried out effectively. And even more ominously, that the suiciders would divide the attention of fatigued sailors aboard the ships, get them looking down when perhaps they should be looking up for hostile aircraft, just as surely as the futile attacks by low-level American torpedo bombers at Midway had opened up the Japanese carrier fleet to strikes from above. Complicating matters further was that the invasion shipping locked into landing and resupply operations would purposely reduce the effectiveness of their own lookouts because of the discharge of smoke screens whenever Japanese aircraft approached, a practice which would further mask the movements of small craft that had managed to penetrate the outer defenses. As noted in Chapter 8, the Imperial Navy, principally through the planned use of instructors as combat pilots, now had 2,450 flyers who were rated to be highly enough skilled for night missions and another 1,750 for dawn and dusk operations. Throughout the war, aerial attacks at night had been extremely infrequent, and sailors looked forward to the hours of darkness, even more so after the advent of the kamikaze, as a time of relative freedom from the fear of death from above as they repaired damage, took on supplies, and grabbed some sleep. This would change at Kyushu, as the threat from both surface and air night attacks springing upon bone-tired sailors with little or no warning would now close off even temporary respites from the oppressive fear of violent death. That these attacks were not likely to be coordinated in any meaningful way was largely irrelevant to the synergistic effect that they were going to have on degrading the fleet's anti-aircraft performance, resupply, and reinforcement of the beachhead, and thus the very ground forces the Navy was to support. And if all of this was not bad enough, the Japanese had stumbled upon the perfect weapon to deliver these nighttime attacks. The Pacific Fleet was beginning to develop a degree of confidence that it could handle the developing threat from suicide pilots, when, on 2 nights in a row, the Japanese succeeded in trading a single antiquated twin-float biplane for a U.S. Navy destroyer. First, the USS Callahan was sunk, with the loss of 47 dead and 73 wounded on the night of July 28th and 29th. The Cason Young was struck the following night and knocked out of the war as 22 sailors were killed and another 45 wounded. With little radar warning and no visual fix on the solitary attackers until they were practically upon the ships, even with a bright third-quarter moon, the slow-moving biplanes were the functional equivalents of today's stealth aircraft. A third destroyer, the USS Pritchett, was similarly struck while assisting the Callahan, but although a sailor was killed and the ship suffered extensive hull and superstructure damage, the Pritchett continued its radar picket mission until relieved. Ironically, although the Japanese were well aware that wood absorbed radar waves instead of bouncing them back to a receiver, this aspect of the material was purely a secondary factor, and a distant one at that, to why they had for years been keen to lessen the amount of radar-reflective metals in their aircraft. The Japanese recognized the acute vulnerability of their supply lines to the resource-rich southern conquests, and even with the region solidly in their possession, shortages of various strategic minerals were a disturbingly common occurrence. Bauxite scoured from the open-pit mine on Bintan Island across the Singapore Strait from the former British bastion was the critical component in the construction of lightweight aluminum used in their aircraft's frames and skins, and a preliminary examination of wood as a possible replacement for some components in their most modern models was begun as early as 1943. That year, Germany provided plans and drawings of high-performance British and Soviet aircraft that utilized wood, but a subsequent shipment of British Mosquito bomber components was lost when the submarine I-29 was sunk in July 1944 as it neared the home islands. As bauxite stockpiles began to shrink dangerously in the last months of 1944, the search for aluminum substitutes became desperate. A final surge of imports from the southern resource area in February and March would allow the use of aluminum in the most vital parts during fiscal year 1945 production, extending through March 1946. But the end was clearly in sight. Wood was the most obvious replacement material, but although Japan had built literally thousands of trainers as well as obsolete and obsolescent combat aircraft that utilized wooden frames, the level of craftsmanship in their construction was far below that needed for high-performance aircraft. Even with detailed information supplied by the Germans on adhesives, plywood skins, and special processes for joining highly stressed parts, so little progress was made that the Japanese experimented with tin and even steel as possible replacements for aluminum. The mass conversion of training units into combat units in July 1945 added not only thousands of experienced pilots, but also 5,400 wood and fabric trainers, as well as a dizzying variety of other elderly aircraft types containing varying amounts of wooden construction. Refer to Chapter 8. American intelligence analysts monitoring the upheaval within the Imperial Air Forces speculated on what the Japanese were up to, and perhaps because they had seen the Japanese interest in wood as something related to their perpetual aluminum crisis, made absolutely no connection to the fact that the sputtering antiques were almost impervious to some of America's most advanced technologies, radar and the VT proximity or influence fuse. At first, the Japanese, who frankly had always been slow to realize both the potentials and weaknesses of radar, did not understand just how dynamic was the wooden windfall that they now had at their disposal. But someone in the Imperial Navy's Air Command structure on Formosa apparently had by the end of July, as evidenced by the brilliant successes scored against the Callahan and Case-and-Young. Interestingly, even if the intent to use the biplanes at night had been based solely on the expectation that darkness would help mask their lumbering approach, with only passing appreciation of the benefits of their wooden construction, the fact that these aircraft had a low radar cross-section would have prompted few, if any, practical differences in how the Japanese actually employed them tactically. For the American soldiers, sailors, and Marines at sea, just the appearance of these antique new weapons made a world of difference. Even though the mass conversion of training units into combat units wasn't well understood at the time by American commanders and intelligence analysts, the successful night attacks by largely wooden trainers immediately brought the threat into focus. First of all, it was observed that even though the aircraft's construction lessened warning times considerably, standard shipborne radars could still manage to see the approaching planes at a far enough distance for the long-range 5-inch anti-aircraft guns utilizing VT fuses to come into play, even if only briefly, due to the radar returns from their engines and other peripherals such as the bombs they carried. And this same general situation would have also carried over to the radar-equipped or directed night fighters coming into increasing use by both the Pacific Fleet and 5th Air Force. Yet it was also brutally clear that, as historian Samuel Eliot Morison plainly stated, proximity fuses were not effective against biplanes of fabric and wood. The development of the proximity fuse had been a long and tedious affair, marked by many frustrations. The segment of its development relevant to this discussion centers around the discovery through a combination of detailed calculation plus trial and error that, in essence, if the amount of ripple from a projectile's transmitter was too strong, the shell would detonate early, leaving its target undamaged. The U.S. Navy's Bureau of Ordnance ultimately decided that a blast approximately 60 to 70 feet from a target achieved the best compromise of a variety of combat factors. However, Japan's sudden use of aircraft with less material to reflect radio waves would have required transmitters with a boosted ripple, otherwise a projectile could pass fairly close without detonating at all. Originally, concern had been so great that the Germans might be able to develop a jamming system to counter the proximity fuse that the first 2 years of its use were confined to U.S. and Royal Navy ships, so that the extremely high percentage of duds, approximately 30% of the rounds fired, would fall harmlessly into the sea, thus rendering their recovery extremely difficult, if not impossible. After the war, the Bureau of Ordnance proudly maintained in its official history that the Axis was never able to countermeasure the weapon. Certainly not in terms of active countermeasures, but as the earlier statement by Morison demonstrates, the views on the subject within the Pacific Fleet were somewhat at odds regarding the passive countermeasures that the Japanese had stumbled upon. The war ended before the Navy was forced to come to grips with this threat, but the prominent coverage within the magic Far East Summary demonstrates that the appearance of what might be referred to as Japan's stealth biplanes was already on the front burner as a topic whose urgency would demand action. Said Morison, writing of the kamikaze menace as a whole and not just the biplanes, the prospect of thousands of them being used against our invasion forces in the autumn was disquieting. The Navy, far from satisfied with the situation, detached from Task Force 58 Vice Admiral Willis A. Lee, one of the best brains in the service, to set up a research and experiment unit to devise a remedy for the kamikaze disease. In addition to whatever recommendations emerged from this group, the increasing and decreasing of the amount of signal transmitted from a proximity fuse to affect the range in which it detonated from a target was a well-trod path which the Bureau of Ordnance would be able to take advantage of to order subtle changes in a portion of the fuses which, by this stage of the war, were being manufactured at some 23 plants by Sylvania Electric Products and its subcontractors. There is every likelihood that a modified fuse would have been produced both in quantity and with enough lead time that the initial production could be distributed to key fleet elements by the November landings. And although this daunting challenge could reasonably be expected to be met, it was actually the easiest part of the equation, as the ability to use them effectively in combat was going to prove to be extraordinarily difficult. Some number of the 5-inch shells with the special fuses would be kept among the ready ammunition within gun turrets, perhaps only a few rounds during the day and a much larger quantity at night, when wooden biplanes could take advantage of a combination of their relative stealthiness and flying low to get close before being detected. During daylight hours, such an aircraft stood even less chance of getting near a ship than the American TBD Devastator torpedo bombers, which were massacred wholesale during the Battle of Midway. Attacks at night were another matter entirely, especially if, whether by design or accident, they included a mix of both slowpoke trainers and modern aircraft. The complexities that this adds to both radar detection and fire control would have been enormous, as harried CIC personnel, though aided tremendously by recent system advances that precisely determined airspeeds, would have to make instant decisions as to whether or not the approaching aircraft was likely to be of wooden construction, and orally transfer that information to gunnery officers in the 5-inch gun turrets. Thus, the standard operating procedure when there was no ability to get eyes on a target would ultimately be to use rounds with the modified proximity fuse against bogies that were unambiguously moving at very low speeds of little better than 100 miles per hour. Yet even in these cases there were no guarantees, since the Japanese had other ultra-slow trainers with similar maximum speeds that contained significant amounts of metal in their constructions, such as the Takagawa Ki-17 biplane and Kyushu K-11W monoplane, against which the modified proximity fuses theoretically would be less effective, because of the increased likelihood of premature bursts. While smaller in number, their radar signatures, including most important, their airspeeds, essentially would be indistinguishable from the wooden aircraft if the radar personnel were in the midst of a fast-moving combat situation. Moreover, at least 7 other abundantly produced obsolescent or obsolete metal frame aircraft flew moderately faster than the wood and fabric antiques. But while able to achieve speeds ranging to about 145 miles per hour, well beyond that of the all-wood models, they were themselves far slower than even the mothballed combat models of the late 1930s and early 1940s, also turned over for use as suiciders. Under the right circumstances, at least several rounds with the new fuse could be accurately fired at the fleeting ghosts that appeared on ships' radars as they closed on their targets, and combat experience showed that this was often all that was needed to destroy incoming attackers. In the case of the marginally faster aircraft containing the metal framing, which might cause the early activation of a special round, their final dive on a ship would frequently find them flying directly into 5-inch round detonations, which, even if too distant to cause an immediate kill, might damage the kamikaze, making it difficult to steer, disturb the pilot's aim, or, with a lot of luck, actually send it plunging into the Black Sea. The bottom line was that CICs were already being overwhelmed during periods of intense combat, and these air-sea battles could now be expected to occur not only during the day, but at irregular intervals at night as well, while simultaneously presenting radar operators with a vastly more complicated environment to deal with. Attacks on Japanese air bases by the Pacific Fleet's Night Air Group 90, flying from CVN-6, the USS Enterprise, had proved their worth, but the mass employment of kamikazes in conventional aircraft during Ketsugo No. 6 would have far outstripped the ability of even 2 such air groups, the maximum that could be available by Olympic, to suppress the hordes. Any efforts by U.S. air elements that dampened down or completely removed hostile aircraft from the equation could save lives, but every sailor understood that it would eventually come down to ship against plane, and that the odds that he and his buddies would survive to reach the Golden Gate in '48 were not looking good. Despite the limitations of a proximity fuse geared to counter the new threat posed by wooden kamikazes, its appearance would have been an important morale booster for these men, and the specially fused shells would have indeed knocked down a number of the stealthy Japanese biplanes that otherwise would have killed even more Americans. Stretching across the Pacific, from Hawaii to the Philippines, a massive medical establishment was being constructed for the invasion of Japan, with hospital facilities totaling more than 150,000 fixed beds on Oahu, Guam, Luzon, Okinawa, and other islands. This would include 33,250 fixed beds on Kyushu itself, with the arrival of 16 general hospital organizations direct from the United States. The largest conglomerate of military medical complexes outside of wartime Great Britain centered around Base X at Manila, which contained its own port facilities, was under construction at no less than 5 separate sites in the Philippines, and was to be staffed by a mix of Pacific and European theater units. Base M at San Fernando and Base R at Batangas were respectively north and south of Base X in Manila, while Base K was located on Leyte and Base X on the island of Cebu. More than 7,000 standard medical items, from individual medical kits and tongue depressors to X-ray machines and several billion Adabrin tablets to combat malaria, moved in a continuous flow from U.S. ports. Yet the highly perishable nature of one commodity, combined with a predicted steep upsurge in need, defied stockpiling. The chief medical officer in MacArthur's headquarters, Brigadier General Guy B. Dennett, did not believe that all of the whole blood regarded as necessary for the invasion of Japan could possibly be obtained. Dennett requested that the Army Medical Corps' leading authority in blood supply matters, Colonel Douglas B. Kendrick, be sent to Manila to work out the best possible program for the operation, and an outline plan was duly completed by the end of July 1945. By this point in the war, the Medical Corps had built up an extensive body of knowledge on how many and what kinds of casualties were likely to be generated during a wide spectrum of combat settings. Kendrick estimated that if the American ground forces were confronted by the projected and, as it turned out, underestimated maximum of 10 Japanese divisions on Kyushu, field hospitals would need 11,670 pints of blood within the first 15 days of combat, after excluding 1. The estimated number of wounded for whom blood plasma was an adequate substitute or who required no transfusions at all, 2. Those whose transfusion started off with plasma then switched to whole blood to prevent shock, and 3. The soldiers and Marines who died before receiving blood. Deducting the above categories from General Dennett's estimate of approximately 394,859 all-causes casualties by X plus 120, gave Kendrick a figure of 99,948 men needing whole blood transfusions. From this, he projected that requisitions would grow to 149,922 pints 4 months into the operation, or about the time that the front stabilized across the island's mountainous core, and his figures did not include Navy needs, which ran through a completely different supply and acquisition chain. He later stated, once the program to supply blood to the Pacific from the mainland had been instituted, there was never a shortage of blood in these areas. Kendrick was confident that, had Operation Olympic been carried out and the estimated 500,000 to 600,000 casualties come to pass, there is little doubt that sufficient blood would have been provided for all their needs. The blood supply architecture for Operation Olympic was a marvel to behold. Massive in scale, it was built on a structure that had been fine-tuned and enlarged since its establishment in 1944, and followed strict delivery and transportation timetables all the way back to 11 metropolitan hospitals in the United States. Earlier in the mid-phase of the Pacific War, a blood bank at Hollandia, New Guinea, and depot at Biak Island were supplied by military donors, but these were phased out at the end of 1944 in anticipation of a more dependable whole-blood pipeline to the zone of the interior, capable of handling far greater quantities. In both systems, the key factors dominating all aspects of the intricately planned transit were first, that the whole blood had to be refrigerated or packed in dry ice, and second, that even with the most stringent care, whole blood's shelf life of only 21 days made it not just useless after that point, but also potentially dangerous to those receiving transfusions. The ball would start rolling for the Olympic blood supply just 12 days before the precious fluid was needed at loading points at Guam. Red Cross workers at the designated stateside hospitals, who had been attempting with some difficulty to regulate the perishable commodities inflow with the military's fluctuating needs, would send out the word for donors to local civic organizations, labor unions, church congregations, and government organizations, but not to newspapers, for open requests until after the invasion was launched. Whole blood harvested from as far away as New York, Philadelphia, Brooklyn, Boston, and Washington would be ice-packed in Army expendable insulated boxes and flown to Oakland, where it was inspected at a Navy laboratory, then loaded up for the nearly 7,000-mile flight to the Navy's huge refrigerated repository on Guam, where it arrived 32 to 42 hours later after 4 refueling stops. Specially configured LST-H hospital ships containing ice-making machines and insulated storerooms called reefers were designated as blood distribution centers, with each handling 2,000 pints of whole blood. Because the ship's cruising speeds were so slow, it was decided not to load them at Guam, but to fly the quickly inspected and resorted blood to Manila for initial loading, then Okinawa for immediate resupply of the combat zone. Experience from the Okinawa campaign demonstrated that the initial shipments of blood drawn from American donors could be expected to reach Okinawa in 6 days, and that the full allotment of blood for the opening assault could have arrived within 4 to 6 more days. 3 of these blood distribution centers afloat were assigned, one each to the 3rd, 5th, and 7th Amphibious Forces, would take station off its beachhead, and would be drawn upon as the sole source of whole blood by the corps ashore that it supported. Theoretically, the ice-packed blood being ferried ashore by duck amphibious trucks on X-Day would still have a minimum of 5 days' life in them, and it would be coursing through the veins of wounded soldiers and Marines long before that. In hindsight, one might suggest that the extreme vulnerability of this system would have been obvious, especially in light of delays experienced at Okinawa. One of the ships supporting LST-H-929, the sole blood distribution center available for the iceberg landings, was the USS Achenar, aka 53, carrying a highly specialized blood distribution team tasked with maintaining and dispensing stocks at the beachhead. Struck by both a kamikaze and bomb from a conventional aircraft, the Achenar was heavily damaged, and the team was unable to reach shore until the 3rd day, D+2. Since the Japanese did not oppose the landing on Okinawa's Hagushi beaches, this event was of no particular consequence, and captured airfields allowed direct shipments of whole blood from Guam before the fighting's rapid escalation. A similar delay at any one of the sorely congested lodgements on Kyushu, however, would have led to untold numbers of seriously wounded troops, for whom use of blood plasma was only a stopgap measure, to drift into shock and die. And while even a seemingly minor delay would have a profound effect on the men's ability to survive long enough to be successfully evacuated to one of the 15 hospital ships, AHs, rotating between the combat area and the rear area hospitals, the situation could become much worse in a flash. The stationing of a central repository for blood supplies at each of the 3 Kyushu beachheads was certainly the most efficient way to distribute whole blood to troops ashore, and made perfect organizational sense from the standpoint of how to handle this highly perishable commodity. But as noted earlier, Japanese plans called for the employment of kamikaze aircraft against assault force vessels that were functionally locked into place while supporting the landings. Refer to Chapter 8. These densely packed masses of shipping were the main focus of the special attack aircraft, and unlike in Okinawa, the shipping's close proximity to an extremely large number of Japanese air bases, many completely unknown to U.S. intelligence, and its operation immediately adjacent to a wide mountainous landmass was going to make it extremely vulnerable. The sinking of even one LSTH blood distribution center would have had a catastrophic effect on the wounded ashore, since additional blood shipments by sea could only be phased in at specific intervals as it arrived at Okinawa from Manila, and a fourth LSTH attached to the reserve amphibious force would have been days away from even reaching Kyushu. Emergency responses to the crisis might have included rushing up whatever whole blood was available on Okinawa in the refrigeration compartment of a fast destroyer, or flying in ice-packed crates of the precious fluid from Guam or Manila on PBY Catalina flying boats. Once in the combat zone, transfer to an AKA or APA, now used as a makeshift distribution center, would commence. Some small amount of whole blood may already have been shared by a surviving LSTH or hospital ship, but this is problematical since their own supplies would have been desperately needed by the men they were supporting both ashore or in their sick bays. All the while, these ships would be fully engaged in trying to ensure that they did not fall victim as well, and what of the specialized blood distribution team on the stricken LSTH? The team's loss would have rendered any rush shipments practically useless if unaccompanied by knowledgeable personnel. No matter how the situation is examined, it appears highly unlikely that a disrupted distribution of whole blood to the affected beachhead would have achieved some degree of stabilization until D+2 at the very earliest, and could not operate efficiently for some time after that, thus making the early securing of Japanese airfields even more urgent. Tragically, such a loss would have had an impact far beyond the sinking of just another LST, and the odds were in Japan's favor that at least one of the 3 floating distribution centers would be sunk or put out of commission in the tightly packed assembly areas. Although there is no inkling in the literature that this vulnerability was perceived by the time of the war's early termination, the need to decentralize the distribution might perhaps have been realized early enough to implement a system that, though less efficient, was also less vulnerable to enemy action. Chapter 13. On the Ground. The principal coastal lowland areas, namely the Miyazaki, Ariake, and Kushikino plains, are not, as a designation would suggest, flat areas, but consist of badly dissected alluvial terraces and river flats. These terraces and their steep faces, many of which are very near critical landing beaches, are among the most important terrain features of military significance. Their serrated edges are almost cliff-like in most places, varying from 25 to 250 feet above the flat valley floors. Where the terrace surface is broken down and there are no large rivers, the country is a mass of narrow, deep gullies and ravines. The defensive potentialities of these terrace formations are obvious at a glance. Almost unlimited opportunities are presented for the construction of cave and underground formations and the emplacement of artillery, and in some cases even automatic weapons, within easy range of the landing beaches themselves. Many of these positions will probably be immune to neutralization by air and naval bombardment. U.S. 6th Army, G2 estimate of the enemy situation, 1945. Positions along the coast are mainly used in beach fighting and for firing against landing craft. It is very important to place installations so that they will not be affected by naval gunfire, and to scatter, conceal, and cover them. Positions both along the coast and inland will take full advantage of the terrain and will be placed so that fighting can be conducted flexibly. For this purpose, a force with a nucleus larger than an ordinary infantry battalion will occupy key positions which are independent of each other. The positions will be organized mainly for anti-tank warfare, and the field of fire will be short. Installations will be underground fortresses capable of coping with close-range actions in which flamethrowers, gas, etc. are used. Dummy positions and dummy construction works must be set up for purposes of deception and attracting enemy fire. Organization of Fortified Zones, Imperial Japanese Army, 1945. The United States and Japan did not carry out their mutual suicide pact. On August 14, 1945, a stunned Japanese nation heard their emperor's voice for the first time as Hirohito declared, "The enemy has begun to employ a new and cruel bomb, the power of which to do damage is indeed incalculable," and warned that continuing the war would result in an ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation. For a time, the dying continued almost unabated from the lingering effects of war and Japanese occupation in places far from American eyes, such as China, the Dutch East Indies, and French Indochina. A final flurry of beheadings of captured B-29 crews occurred at the hand of vengeful Japanese guards. One airman was used as a target for archery practice, and Soviet tanks continued to roll across Manchuria. But Japan itself had managed by a hair's breadth to avoid the conflagration on its doorstep. Although the opposing forces in 1945 obviously harbored different expectations of who would emerge victorious, there was a shared consensus that the road to victory was going to be paved with Japanese corpses, at least 5 to 10 million of them according to the U.S. War Department estimate, to perhaps as many as 20 million if a figure being used within imperial circles became a reality. Meanwhile, much effort and political capital had also been expended by the Roosevelt and then Truman administrations to establish a maintainable 100,000 men per month replacement stream for the invasion of Japan, even in the midst of a partial demobilization. How America's now one-front war would have played out is a subject that purrs a seductive call for counterfactual analysis. And although I, as author, am as vulnerable as any to this enticement, a more worthwhile understanding comes not from speculating on which alternatives are more or less probable or even plausible, but instead from focusing principally on what the antagonists themselves actually planned to do, or were in the process of implementing when Hirohito read the imperial rescript of the termination of the war. American planners understood that in spite of Japan's eroded industrial base, imperial forces had the time, manpower, and adequate resources to succeed in their objective of creating a defensive structure that would combine the most deadly aspects of the beachhead killing zones experienced at Tarawa with the in-depth layered underground fortifications so tenaciously held on Okinawa. The result was that each of the invasion sites presented its own Iwo Jima, its own Peleliu, with the additional deadly wrinkle that the island's terrain would allow significant counterattack forces to move in stages to positions relatively close to the beachheads before striking. The Ketsugo No. 6 build-up on Kyushu had begun in earnest in the spring of that year, intensified significantly during the summer, and would have continued with little real interference from U.S. air power for months beyond the point when Japan announced its capitulation in mid-August. But in all fairness to Admiral King, who told President Truman that Kyushu's great size would provide ground forces with much more room to maneuver. The scale of the Japanese buildup was not yet clear when he said this on June 18, 1945, and it would remain obscure well into the following month when incontrovertible intelligence finally demonstrated that the three-pronged Olympic assault was effectively going to become 3 frontal attacks. Long before King's statement, however, it was clear to planners that the mountainous terrain, locations of objectives, and sparse road net on southern Kyushu limited the Sixth Army to no more than 4 widely dispersed invasion sites capable of handling the required minimum of 2 divisions coming ashore abreast. And even these locations were far from ideal, as they were dominated by various combinations of multiple high ridge lines and rugged hills, with each of them under the direct observation of even more imposing heights further inland. An astonished Engineering Intelligence Division geologist, William Putnam, working under MacArthur's chief engineer, Major General Hugh J. Casey, blurted out the obvious to a planning staff colonel who had asked his opinion of Miyazaki Beach targeted by First Corps. Pointing to the close-set contour lines on a terrain map, he incredulously replied, "That's a cliff, C-L-I-F-F," and stated flatly that anyone sending landing craft ashore there was a murderer. Likewise, the commander of the 931st Engineer Construction Group, Aviation, Colonel John H. Dudley, was initially chagrined to find that his engineers were landing with the second invasion echelon, a delay that could have serious repercussions for troops in desperate need of close air support. A close examination of the operational plans, however, quickly revealed that the second landing force was assigned the exact same objectives as the first. "It was clear to me then," said Dudley. "They expected the first echelon to be wiped out." Long after the war, a comprehensive marine examination of the opposing forces, terrain, and operational plans came to the conclusion that 5th Amphibious Corps would likely have expended itself trying to reach its 2 primary objectives, Sendai to the north and Kagoshima to the east. Use of the words "trying to reach" instead of "reaching" was not likely an accident. The invasion was scheduled to open on Kyushu's outer islands on October 27, 1945. 5 days, X-5, before the main landings, and 3 days after Admiral Turner's bombardment groups had begun their deadly work on X-8. Elements of the 40th Infantry Division were to quickly clear the small islands of Kuchino, Irabushima, Kurushima, Kusagaki-jima, and Uji-gunto, west and southwest of Kyushu, principally to secure them for air warning facilities. The following day, X-4, the bulk of the reinforced division would land on the northernmost islands of Koshiki-reto, almost due west of the 5th Amphibious Corps' targeted beaches, to establish a pair of anchorages where damaged ships could take refuge and serve as a seaplane base. And it would be this large-scale operation at Koshiki-reto that would likely trigger the massive kamikaze and conventional air response by the Japanese, who were wary of launching their attacks against feints designed to draw them out prematurely. During this period, the 158th Regimental Combat Team, RCT, also was to be prepared to land on Tanegashima, south of Kyushu, if its seizure was found necessary to protect minesweepers clearing a passage between the eastern and western invasion beaches. This operation was not to be launched if the Navy found that it could adequately suppress the suicide speedboats known to be based there. 150 were surrendered at war's end, and its garrison, centered around the 109th Independent Mixed Brigade, which received no artillery greater than 4.7-inch, 120 millimeters. Like the 9th Corps, largely held in reserve, the RCT would be kept available for contingencies or for whatever mission best facilitated the 6th Army objective of clearing the southern end of Kyushu of Imperial forces, thus permitting the development of Kagoshima-wan and Ariake-wan areas as major bases to support the invasion of the Tokyo area in 1946. As for the Japanese, all major units assigned to Ketsu-go No. 6 were present on Kyushu at the time of the surrender, and with the exception of a few formations that had yet to move to assigned areas in the south, were all in place. The main assault was scheduled for X-Day, November 1st, with the near-simultaneous storming of the Miyazaki and Ariake Bay beaches on the eastern shore and the Kushikino beaches at the base of the island's Satsuma Peninsula. And while the size and scope of the invasion was unprecedented, another aspect of the operation would have also represented a distinct break from the past. Numerous amphibious assaults during the war had experienced significant landing craft losses to hostile fire, such as at Omaha and Juno beaches at Normandy. In addition, assault shipping had received periodic attack, sometimes with spectacularly catastrophic results, as when ammunition ships blew up off Okinawa and Sicily. But Kyushu would be the first time that the assembly and fire support areas were subject to massive and sustained aerial assault for days leading up to the landings, and during the assault phase itself. The attempts by suicide craft to get among the assault shipping, some of which would be successful, would further disrupt operations. At each of the targeted beaches, the attacking corps would go in with 2 divisions forward and 1 back following bombardments that, while somewhat less robust than is commonly understood, were to be carried out for more than a week in a torrent that, even if it collapsed only a percentage of tunnels and killed few defenders, would hopefully leave the survivors in a stunned stupor with little ability to respond effectively. But as noted in the previous chapter, officers of all ranks, Army, Navy, and Marine, were well aware of the recent historical precedents from World War I to the bloody battles only months before on Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Prolonged slugfests in which the Americans had virtually the same preponderance of firepower, yet suffered nearly 68,000 casualties among their ground troops. Navy radio man Val Adams, Jr., aboard the USS Rutland, an attack transport collecting casualties from Iwo Jima, wrote in his diary about the capture of nearby Mount Suribachi. After watching thousands and thousands of tons of American red-hot steel blasting almost vainly at its steep slopes, he saw that the Japanese, in their bastion of caves and connecting tunnels, still offered just as much opposition as if it had never been touched. Adams noted that possibly no other spot in the world has taken such a pounding, yet the ceasing of enemy fire from Suribachi after 9 days of extraordinarily bloody fighting came only through the direct penetration of U.S. Marines. There was nothing that would lead either the Japanese or Americans to believe that things would be any different on Kyushu, only on a much larger scale. Beach Chrysler, just north the port of Miyazaki and the mouth of the Honjo River, represented the extreme right flank of 6th Army's X-Day objectives, and together with Cord Beach, south of the town, was the target of 1st Corps and the 7th Amphibious Force, which would put it ashore. With the 33rd Infantry Division, ID, on the right, and the 25th ID on its left, 1st Corps would fight its way directly into an extraordinarily dense defensive zone made up of an equivalent number of Imperial divisions, the 156th Division at Chrysler and the 154th protecting Miyazaki Airfield at Cord. The beachhead would be reinforced by the Corps' 3rd Division, the 41st ID at either Ford or Chevrolet on Chrysler's right flank, on D+2, while the first elements of the Imperial Army's 212th Division just to the north at Tsuno were to reach the front on the same day, and the 5th Independent Tank Brigade from the Mobile Reserve was well positioned to support the defense if it was not ordered south. Like the other tank brigades in the Mobile Reserve, the 5th's training and mission put its 112 tanks and self-propelled guns, 26 37mm, 56 high-velocity 47mm, 24 high-velocity 75mm, and 6 105mm, solidly into the role of infantry support as a mobile artillery and anti-tank asset. A Kwantung division from Manchuria, the 25th, was attached to the 57th Army, responsible for the defense of the area. But this association was largely for administrative purposes, and as part of the 16th Area Army's Mobile Reserve, the division was far more likely to be sent deep into the eastern Osumi Peninsula to defend the Kasano Plain, a generally more vulnerable and strategically vital area than that behind the Miyazaki beaches, which stretched all the way across the peninsula to Kagoshima Bay. 35 miles to the south, and a world away, at Kasano, the beefed-up 11th Corps would assault DeSoto, Duesenberg, and Ford beaches at the base of a deep 10-mile-wide bay, Ariake-Wan, that fronted the plain. Unlike Miyazaki, where the 18 coastal defense guns and howitzers were arranged in a string of relatively vulnerable batteries along heights overlooking an open coast, most of the batteries at Ariake were positioned along the mountainous, irregular flanks, which stretched for 10 miles along its southern shore to High Point and then 15 miles across the north to Toei Point. Complicating matters further, the 2 large and 1 small minefields laid across the bay were arranged 1/3 of the way back between the points jutting out into the Pacific and the targeted beaches, thus making the ships engaged in minesweeping subject to all-around fire from 24 coastal cannons, including 7 of 150mm 5.9-inch and 12 of 240mm 9.5-inch. There would be no U.S. Navy version of the Charge of the Light Brigade, but a systematic and phased reduction of the enemy batteries. Fully 6 battleships, nearly half of the old battle wagons allotted to shore bombardment, along with 2 cruiser divisions, and quite likely the 2 battleships freed from operations in Southeast Asia after the British invasion of Malaya, would systematically reduce the Japanese batteries as kamikazes that had broken through the screens of Hellcats and Corsairs tried to crash dive into the ship's bridges. First, the outermost batteries would be pummeled into silence, and efforts made to entice the ones further back along the northern and southern shores to expose themselves. In the final stages of the operation, the battleships would be moving into the ring of fire within the bay itself to blast at their tormentors. The possibility existed, however, that the Japanese batteries would not cooperate by offering themselves up for piecemeal destruction, and instead use only their smaller 105mm 4.1-inch and 120mm 4.7-inch guns, in combination with a few of the larger cannons to slow down the clearing of the minefields. With no possibility of moving back the launching of X-Day, and with large hidden batteries withholding their fire until the packed mass of assault shipping moved into the confined bay, logisticians estimated that the beaches could handle 60 LSTs unloading simultaneously. Most of the battleships and cruisers would physically interpose themselves in line-ahead formations between the batteries hidden along the mountainous shores and the assembling invasion force. It would also be at this stage of the invasion where the position of the batteries flanking the assembly area and generally well away from the targeted beaches would expose them to steady assault by heavy bombers, with little fear that friendly forces might accidentally be struck. Such attacks, targeting likely sites of hidden guns, would destroy very few of the weapons outright, but might well collapse tunnel entrances, and would certainly degrade the effectiveness of the gun crews through the continual concussive effects of the bombing. Extensive use of smoke screens would have also been a particularly important method of protecting the assembly area in Ariake Bay, and would have been employed very carefully. Indiscriminate use of smoke to hide ships from the Japanese batteries could have well turned out to be highly disruptive to landing and bombardment operations, so would be tightly coordinated by the amphibious force according to the prevailing winds at the time. Its judicious use held great promise, particularly along the force's southern flank, of minimizing the effectiveness of the Japanese batteries. From the assembly area, flanked by warships engaging coastal artillery to the north and south, and with still more bombarding the invasion beaches to the west, including batteries known to be located on Bureau Island deep within the bay, all while under persistent air attack, the 3rd Amphibious Force would put ashore, in the best order possible under the circumstances, the 43rd ID at De Soto and Duesenberg, and the 1st Cavalry Division at Ford. Initially opposing them would be the Japanese 86th Division, backed up by the 89th Independent Mixed Brigade. And while 11th Corps would push the Americal Division and 112th RCT ashore as early as X+2, IGHQ was determined to hold the area at all cost. A large portion of the 16th Area Army's mobile reserve of 4 infantry divisions and 3 tank brigades, most likely the 25th and 77th Divisions, and 6th Independent Tank Brigade, minus a regiment at Kagoshima, would be sent south in an effort to contain the beachhead in this critically important area if the Americans couldn't be driven into the sea. Across the island and south of Sendai, the base of the Satsuma Peninsula was so inhospitable to ground movement by an invading army that the 16th Area Army correctly decided that its defenses could wait until the build-ups at Miyazaki and Ariake Bay were well underway. Nevertheless, when 5th Amphibious Corps' 3rd Marine Division stormed ashore south of Kushikino at Winton Beach, with the 2nd on its right at Stutz, there would be 2 Imperial Divisions to deal with, the 303rd astride the beaches, and the 206th located close at hand to the south. The 206th had been positioned closer to Kagoshima on the bay, because the peninsula was theoretically more vulnerable to an invading force at this comparatively narrow area. The 6th Army had in fact originally planned for its landings to be further south, although not quite as far south as the Japanese believed the Americans would most likely attack, and only moved the assault an additional 10 miles north at the suggestion of the 5th Amphibious Corps' commander. The 5th Marine Division would join the fight on D+2, shortly before at least one additional Japanese formation, probably the 216th Division, assigned to the Higo Group in central Kyushu for administrative purposes, arrived as part of the mobile reserve. Meanwhile, the 5th Amphibious Force conducting the assault would not only be targeted by large numbers of kamikazes as it was locked into landing operations, but also have to contend with night attacks by more than 1,000 suicide speedboats, which would emerge from their hideaways along the coast and the gaggle of rocky islands directly to the north. 4 of the pre-Pearl Harbor battleships would support 5th Amphibious Force operations south of Kushikino, one more than at Miyazaki, in spite of the fact that there was very little coastal artillery defending the area. However, the 5th Fire Support Group was not only tasked with supporting the marine landings, but also the 40th ID seizing the Koshiki Reto to the west, and landings of undetermined size by elements of the Ninth Corps on beaches Plymouth and Packard near the southwestern tip of the peninsula, some 10 miles east of Makurazaki. This later operation was to be carried out on D+3 by the Reserve Amphibious Force putting ashore the Corps headquarters and at least one division, the 81st, on Packard. Since the Corps' 98th ID was to function as 6th Army's initial floating reserve, to be possibly committed either in its entirety or in RCT slices, it was envisioned that Plymouth Beach, to the 81st's left, would be stormed by as many of the 98th as were available on D+3. The Corps' 77th ID, taking over as floating reserve after the commitment of the 98th, was to make an administrative landing here any time after D+5, with whatever elements it still possessed after one or more of its regiments had been carved off to support other beachheads. The targeted southwestern beaches west of Miyazaki were situated almost at the very base of a jagged ridgeline only 1 to 2 miles inland that rises an average of 1,300 feet above the surf and ends in a huge extinct volcano containing the waters of Lake Ikeda. Due south of the volcano and reminiscent of Suribachi on Iwajima, only extending well out from the coastline so that it is actually behind the backs of the 81st ID soldiers, is Mount Diamond, a 3,000-foot feature rising in a nearly perfect blue cone out of the ocean. Obviously, this was an extremely risky place for a landing, but an assault here had some priceless advantages. First, neither IGHQ, the Imperial 40th Army, nor the commands in between thought this a likely invasion site, although at least one, the 40th staff officers, considered it a possibility, and they believed that if the area was attacked, it would be at beaches along the very tip of the peninsula, or that the Americans would force their way through the minefield guarding the entrance of Kagoshima Bay to strike at the good beaches facing east at Ibusuki. Consequently, the 125th Independent Mixed Brigade, responsible for its defense, was principally oriented to the south and east, with its 4 150mm 5.9-inch guns situated to cover both of these areas and the minefield stretching across the bay. Next, the Imperial 146th Division had some forces in the area, but they were mostly concentrated well to the west, with the mission of denying the small port of Makurazaki to the Americans, while the bulk of the division was arrayed to the north along its boundary with the 206th Division. And finally, with American troops having landed in force at not 1 or 2, but all 3 of the anticipated invasion sites, every passing day would reinforce the likelihood to the Japanese that any effort against the southern end of the Satsuma Peninsula would be principally a naval affair aimed at the minefields and Ibusuki. In short, the Ninth Corps strike, planned for the 4th day of the invasion, might well occur after the Japanese concluded that the Americans had shot their bolt in terms of assault landings, and perhaps shifted a significant proportion of the 146 north and even farther away from Plymouth and Packard beaches. The catch? There could be no lengthy preparation from 5th Fire Support Group that might draw Japanese elements south, and whatever portion of the Corps landed, it would have to move swiftly to take advantage of the dearth of Imperial troops, or face a Pacific version of the Anzio debacle in 1943. At each invasion site, the immediate expansion of captured airfields and establishment of new ones was the top priority. Planners originally envisioned the operation of 11 major airbases on Kyushu to support the softening up of the Kanto Plain before Coronet. Bomb and fuel storage, roads, wharves, and base facilities would be needed to maintain the massive operation, in addition to the U.S. Sixth Army holding the 90-mile-long stop line 1/3 of the way up the island. All plans centered on construction of the minimum essential operating facilities, but that minimum grew from 18 air groups to 25, and then more than 30 at 23 air bases with some 70 runways. This was all to be based on an island on which there was considerably less terrain information available than what the U.S. planners erroneously believed they knew about Leyte, an island that was originally to be for the Luzon campaign what the Kyushu invasion was to the capture of Honshu's Kanto Plain in Tokyo, a preliminary operation to create a huge staging area. Today, we can recall MacArthur wading ashore triumphantly in the Philippines. But what President Truman and General Marshall knew only too well was that MacArthur was supposed to have retaken Leyte with 4 divisions and have 8 fighter and bomber groups striking from the island within 45 days of the initial landings. However, 9 divisions and twice as many days into the battle, only a fraction of that air power was operational because terrain conditions were not fully appreciated, and this on an island which the United States had occupied for over 40 years. The fighting on the ground had simply not gone as planned. The Japanese even briefly isolated 5th Air Force headquarters and captured much of the Burayan airfield complex before reinforcements pushed them back into the jungle. Numerous austere fighter strips on Kyushu would come online early to support ground operations, but the extensive facilities and thick, extra-long runways for Honshu-bound medium and heavy bombers would only start to become available a month and a half into the operation. Most were not projected to be ready until 3 to 3.5 months after the initial landings, in spite of a massive engineer effort. Consequently, any delays at all in capturing the real estate needed for airbase construction risked a negative and direct effect on Coronet in 1946. Ground operations would have to be pressed to the maximum, with as much reliance on tactical maneuver and deception as possible. But the grim reality, now that American forces were moving solidly into the core of Japanese defenses in the home islands, was that the ability to accomplish meaningful operational maneuver had radically decreased, and this ground could only be bought through a relentless adherence to grinding attritional warfare, dependent on massive firepower and the bravery of Army and Marine infantrymen. Probably the first Japanese airfield to fall into American hands would be Miyazaki, with its 3 runways ranging in length from 3,900 to 5,050 feet and ample room for expansion. Extending right up to the bluffs overlooking Cord Beach, the airfield seizure by 1st Corps' 25th ID could only be a bloody replay of the 4th and 5th Marine Division's fight to wrestle control of Airfield No. 1 on Iwo Jima, and it would remain under indirect fire from artillery and hills ranging far to the rear, and direct fire from 2 nearby all-around battalion positions, long after the Japanese 125th Division's most forward elements had offered themselves up for destruction along the water's edge. This to-the-death struggle would be just one of dozens erupting in a giant arc along the coasts of southern Kyushu. The 6th Army's intelligence staff warned that because of the terrain and ample forces available to the enemy, the Japanese would be less constrained by circumstances and shortages in material than in the past. They would be able to both defend the beaches and erect a defense in depth, instead of having to choose between one or the other, as well as launch coordinated counterattacks. The coastal lowlands are ringed with foothills which provide excellent observation over practically all landing beaches in southern Kyushu. The enemy, accordingly, will have good opportunity to oppose our assault echelons with observed artillery fire from artfully concealed battery positions. The enemy can, in this operation, revert to its favorite doctrine of annihilating the enemy at the water's edge. The adoption of a strong and active beach defense is a capability to be seriously reckoned with in this operation. The corridors which connect the coastal lowlands with one another and with the inland basins are long, narrow, winding valleys, dominated by heights on both sides. These terrain features lend themselves almost ideally to the development of the typical Japanese dug-in defensive systems in depth. Known enemy dispositions and photo interpretation alike suggest that the Japanese are well aware of the potentialities. In the terraced areas and foothills behind the beaches and in the rugged inland areas, like the Shimbu Line and Bullet Pass defense lines on Luzon and the Shuri Line like on Okinawa. The significance of this last paragraph would not have escaped the Sixth Army's intelligence customers. For although the Shuri Line was a well-developed position that had ground the U.S. 10th Army's movement to a virtual halt on Okinawa, the Bullet Pass and Shimbu defenses, and for that matter those at Breakneck, Corkscrew, and Kile Ridges on Leyte, were virtually ad hoc by comparison. Yet 6th Army soldiers were forced to take each one of them the hard way, suffering stiff casualties in the process. So while it was plain to see that Imperial divisions were massing at the invasion sites themselves, with little evidence of work on prepared defenses in depth, the 6th Army had seen this before and had no illusion that the Japanese front would burst open once the thin crust, barely 5 miles wide along the Miyazaki and Kushikino beaches, was penetrated. The tangled terrain behind these beaches, with their rocky defiles and terrace slopes, required little effort from the throngs of People's Volunteer Corps labor units to make dozens of geographic features into functional clones of Sugarloaf Hill, a low Okinawan ridge roughly the size of 2 football fields that the 6th Marine Division was unable to bypass. In spite of lavish tank and artillery support, the Japanese defenders there, and on 2 supporting hills behind it, inflicted more than 3,000 Marine casualties during 5 days of fighting before they were finally defeated in May 1945. And behind the Ariake beaches there was no crust at all, as the entire zone contained one mutually supporting all-around battalion or company position after another, stretching all the way across the Kasano Plain to Kagoshima Bay. Unknown to intelligence officers, there were also a half-dozen staging areas, largely underground, strung across the hills north of the plain, awaiting the mobile formations that would counterattack 11th Corps. Thus, the farther that 11th at Ariake fought its way west toward the main Japanese airbase complex near the inner bay, the more of these sizable staging areas would be on their right flank. This flies in the face of what many historians have come to believe about how the Japanese defense would be conducted. The tactical dispositions and intent of Imperial forces on Kyushu is an area where understandable confusion has developed, owing to the impression garnered from the term Coastal Defense Division and the Japanese determination, clearly expressed in Ketsu-go, to drive the invaders into the sea. When combined, these tend to lead one to the false conclusion that the Imperial troops were going to seemingly offer themselves up in killing fields erected from the full range of American air, ground, and naval weapons. The plentiful and dead earnest exhortations to relentlessly storm the beachheads has tended to obscure the fact that approximately 90% of Japanese defensive construction work was finished by the time of the surrender. This included the staging areas near Ariake, less extensive ones at threatened areas to the north, underground and cave fortifications along the targeted beaches, inland hills and ridges up to roughly 5 miles inland, with most of the uncompleted projects in the 40th Army Zone to the west. Moreover, the coastal defense divisions tasked with delaying the establishment of American lodgments and movement inland only placed 1/5 to 1/3 of their men in the well-sheltered positions along the beaches, depending on the nature of the terrain, with the balance ensconced in all-around battalions and company positions to their rear. In the case of the 40th Army, its commander, Nakazawa Mitsuo, understood quite well that he would likely lose the mobile 77th Division under his care to Major General Nishihara Kanji's 57th Army and the Battle of the Kasano Plain. Post-war interrogations revealed that massive counterattacks were not in the cards in his western zone of operations. The commanding general, 40th Army, considered that he would have insufficient troops with which to defeat the enemy at the water's edge. He therefore intended to fight only a delaying battle in the beachhead area, and then to retire to prepared positions in the hills. There was not even a pretext of using one of his coastal defense divisions, the 146th, to defend against a beach assault. Instead, he ordered it into a series of all-around defensive positions stretching 10 miles across the Satsuma Peninsula to the line of mountains guarding Kagoshima Bay. These dispositions, and the fact that suitable landing beaches stopped short of the division sector, demonstrate that in spite of the Ketsugo's widely publicized intent, Nakazawa was not planning to use this formation to counterattack an enemy lodgment. Instead, the 146th was placed as a barrier to American movement into the southern peninsula, and thus prolonged the denial of the bay's use by the U.S. Navy, in much the same way as MacArthur's forces in the Bataan Peninsula prevented Japanese use of Manila Harbor for 3 full months, exactly the type of situation that the 9th Corps landing near Mount Kaiman was designed to prevent. Despite the Imperial 40th Army's bowing out of the Mutsu No. 1 Sea Defense Plan, certainly with the concurrence of higher headquarters, U.S. 6th Army intelligence analysts were nevertheless 2/3 right when warning that the Olympic beaches would be heavily counterattacked after Japanese mobile reserves completed a series of night movements to avoid U.S. air attacks. They were also correct in their estimation that because of the manner in which the night movements and daytime concealments must be conducted, these assaults could start as early as X+3 to X+5. And while their August 1st analysis G2 estimate of the enemy situation, Operation Olympic, did not reflect the most recent Japanese deployments, both to the beachhead areas and into the mobile reserve, being outdated by from approximately 10 days to a month on numerous particulars because of the vagaries of intelligence collection, analysis, and dissemination. It displayed the presence and insight of an intelligence staff that had been fighting the Japanese with only brief interludes since 1942 on New Guinea. In combination with the intelligence section's Japanese plans for the defense of Kyushu, released after an extensive examination of the island's defenses and interrogations of imperial officers of all ranks, a chillingly clear-eyed picture emerges of what the 6th Army would have confronted as Operation Olympic smashed headlong into the Ketsugo operations Mutsu-go No. 1. Highlights of these before and after documents are reproduced as Appendixes A and B in this volume, and can be compared with the Japanese plans excerpted from the Homeland Operations Record in Chapter 7 and elsewhere in this audiobook. Chapter 14. Unexamined Factors. We did not believe that the entire people would be completely annihilated through fighting to the finish. Even if a crucial battle were fought in the homeland, and the imperial forces were confined to the mountainous regions, the number of Japanese killed by enemy forces would be small. Despite the constant victories of Japanese troops in the China incident, relatively few Chinese were killed. Almost all the strategic points in China were occupied, but the Chongqing government could not be defeated. But even if the whole Japanese race were all but wiped out, its determination to preserve the national polity would be forever recorded in the annals of history. Lieutenant Colonel Masahiko Takashita, brother-in-law of War Minister Anami, and a staff officer in the War Ministry, 1945. Without speculating on the bloody course that battles unfought might have taken, or Marshall's consideration on August 13, 1945, that WMDs be employed on Kyushu to counter the massive Japanese buildup, we will presume that, unlike at Leyte, Luzon, Peleliu, Iwo Jima, and Okinawa, operations on Kyushu would have gone largely as planned. Beachheads would be consolidated, inland objectives seized, airbase construction begun, core link-ups made, and anchorages safely established in Kagoshima and Ariake Bays, all having been accomplished in a timely manner. Upon reaching a defensible line running diagonally from above Sendai on the west to the Tsuno area somewhat farther north on the opposite coast, the Sixth Army would have functionally secured southern Kyushu as a base to launch Coronet the following year. This stop line, however, would leave the Sixth Army with a distinctly shallow defense of the burgeoning infrastructure in the south, and it was originally envisioned that further unspecified operations to enhance and protect the area would be launched. MacArthur's headquarters later showed what it had in mind. Taking the string of mountains occupying most of the central and western part of this line, east to west, Iboshi, the twin giants of Karakuni and Takochihono, then Omori, then Uzusu, would eliminate easy Japanese observation of the American activities throughout much of the region, but would leave Imperial forces dangerously close to vital U.S. facilities. A drive to push north to the next line of heights, roughly 8 miles distant in the west below Akune, to as much as 14 miles in the east below Nobioka, was apparently considered as the optimal stop line for Olympic. Attainment of this objective would mark the Sixth Army's transition from the strategic offensive tactical offensive to the strategic offensive tactical defensive by approximately D+120, if all went well. From the standpoint of casualty generation, it was believed by Sixth Army planners that the highest losses during Olympic would come not during the first 30 or so days of consolidating and linking the beachheads while blocking reinforcements from the north, but would instead be suffered as U.S. forces fought their way into the mountains and faced yet more Imperial divisions during the latter months of offensive operations. After this point in the campaign, whenever that might have been, monthly casualties from all causes for a ground force the size of Olympics in a hostile environment could conceivably drop back to an average of 5,000 to 10,000 among the frontline troops and soldiers involved in intensive logistical and construction activities. The British term for this, adopted at least informally by American planners, is normal wastage. What is normal depends on the amount of such things as enemy activity, both coordinated and in the form of harassment by the very large number of Japanese stragglers that would invariably have been left behind American lines. Loading accidents, drownings, sickness and disease, active patrolling along the stop line, plane crashes, and myriad other causes. For example, a similarly sized organization, the Third Army in Bavaria and Czechoslovakia's Sudetenland, saw approximately 70 soldiers killed and 500 wounded during a single week in July 1945 from the improper handling of German firearms. Offensive operations by either side, even those only limited in nature to straighten out portions of the line or gain dominant heights, can quickly send numbers soaring, as was demonstrated time and time again during the latter 2 years of the Korean War on nearly identical terrain. Two mobile imperial formations, which have not figured into the narrative thus far, are the 57th Division from Manchuria and the 4th Independent Tank Brigade. Attached to the 56th Army in northern Kyushu at the time of the surrender, they were scheduled to have deployed closer to central Kyushu long before Olympic was launched, in order to more easily fulfill their Ketsugo roles as part of the mobile reserve. In spite of Ketsugo's directive to commit all mobile reserve formations to immediate counterattacks, the movement of these units directly against a beachhead could well have been held up when the 16th Area Army governing its commitment saw that literally all three Mutsu No. 1 invasion sites were being assaulted simultaneously. Refer to Chapter 7. Such a development, in combination with the formation's unavoidably slow movement south, would have likely prompted their commitment to Higo Group in central Kyushu to block a feared American lunge toward the more populous, industrialized north. If so, the 57th Division commander would have either assumed control from the 216th commander of the Higo Group responsibility for coordinating the defense of central Kyushu, or more likely, the force's mission would be simply overtaken by events. The events in question would be the 57th Army and a portion of the 40th Army falling back along the very narrow coastal plains astride the Kyushu mountain mass. Although U.S. plans called for a drive north in order to form a defensive line roughly a third of the way up the island, 16th Area Army planned to have its southern forces withdraw even farther, to the region of Mount Aso, if the Americans were not quickly driven into the sea in the opening weeks of the invasion. This withdrawal to the north is yet another aspect of the 16th Area Army's plan for the prolonged defense of Kyushu that is at odds with the common perception of Japanese operations during the invasion. The Area Army had already granted its field army in the west, the 40th, great flexibility in how the Mutsu No. 1 Sea defense plan was to be carried out, and was even willing to let it forego Ketsugo's principal tactic, the immediate and massive counterattack against a Satsuma Peninsula beachhead. Instead, as described earlier, the 40th Army would take advantage of the marvelous terrain in its zone to engage the Yankee Devils in the same type of warfare that had proven so effective on Okinawa and Iwo Jima earlier that year, both opposite the beachhead and in a defensive line barring American movement into the southern peninsula. The withdrawal north would only include surviving elements of the 40th and 57th Armies, as most of their troops would indeed fight it out in the south, and continued operations would entail the absorption of Higo Group formations into these armies to buy time for further development of the northern defenses by the 56th Army. Much to the disgust of some within IGHQ in Tokyo, who thought the 16th Area Army's plans absurd but had been unable to get them countermanded, the 16th Area Army under Lieutenant General Yokoyama Isamu desired to conduct rear guard activities relatively near the Mount Aso redoubt in order to let the Americans, rather than his own men, deal with the long, highly vulnerable supply lines up the coasts. This was not an insignificant matter. The mountains at the center of the island, a 50-mile-wide massif stretching from the East China Sea to the Philippine Sea, are an infiltrator's dream. Whether it was from sudden rushes by spear-wielding ragtag people's volunteers covered by some regular army machine gunners, or the aerial artillery spotted by the Alamo Scouts and depredations of the 9th Ranger Infantry Battalion. Whoever had to depend on land resupply along the narrow coastal roads was going to be in for a good deal of trouble. The problem for Lieutenant General Walter Kruger's 6th Army was what to do if Yokoyama did not cooperate with American plans by sending his forces regiment by regiment, brigade by brigade, division by division, south to batter themselves against defenses amply supported by artillery and tactical air power. Communications and photo intelligence would quickly reveal that a massive redoubt was being formed at faraway Mount Aso, and while it would present a useful place to employ the heavy bomber units which had run out of strategic targets, air operations could only slow, not stop, the redoubt's development. But why should this be a concern of the 6th Army, which already had spent much of the war effectively leapfrogging Japanese concentrations that it would then leave to their own devices? In the Southwest Pacific Theater, Imperial forces were cut off from logistic support and even each other. This would not be the story on Kyushu, a home island with a population of roughly 10 million in 1945, and the 16th Area Army had every intention of using the mountains and resource-rich north as a base for protracted warfare. Excluding the population within the Olympic target area, the sole preoccupations of more than 7 million civilians still under Imperial control would be their own survival and the defeat of the Americans. As for the civilians in the South, the only official evacuees would be those living near the coasts, who would be sent no farther than the Hiroshima area, itself a key target of invasion forces. Would the people of southern Kyushu be as compliant to U.S. Army directives as the Okinawans? The answer is a qualified yes, at least initially, because both the expected food shortages and the shock of invasion would enforce a degree of submissiveness. However, as life began to return to normal behind U.S. lines and the routines of the occupation force became better understood, the developing familiarity with the daily pattern of U.S. operations behind the lines and likelihood that isolated Japanese soldiers and fragments of units would find each other might invite the stirrings of armed resistance 6 months or so later, much as it had among Filipinos about a year after the Japanese takeover of their country. In this context, the unhindered development of a redoubt could well allow it to become a dangerous center and symbol of resistance for Japanese in both occupied and unoccupied Kyushu. That Yokoyama had something like this in mind is clear. And anticipating that the major urban areas such as Sasebo, Fukuoka, Kumamoto, Nagasaki, and Kokura would be heavily bombed, the latter two were indeed slated for nuclear attack, construction was begun on an underground ordnance and ammunition factory complex in the mountains outside Hida, halfway between the large coastal cities and Mount Aso, which was actually located at the proposed northern redoubt's southern extremity. Kruger had no crystal ball to look into the distant future, but he and his field commanders had been on the offensive for literally years and would desire to continue. Moreover, orders to the Army, its corps, and divisions included the conduct of such additional overland and amphibious operations on Kyushu and in the inland sea as may be directed subsequently, and there were sound military reasons for 6th Army to stay in contact with the enemy. After consolidating along the string of heights from Okune to Nobioka, the farthest line north on any document from MacArthur's headquarters, there would be a natural desire to push aside the Japanese rear guards along the coastal roads. But Kruger and his staff were an extremely savvy bunch. The long coastal roads, properly baited, could well be death traps waiting to be sprung by forces of unknown composition and size lurking in the mountains. A handful of miserable single-lane roads winding through the interior could be put to better use by the Japanese than the Americans, and any drive north would almost immediately become two separate and distinct operations, much as would occur with disastrous results a few years hence in 1950 for the road-bound U.S. 2nd and 7th Infantry Divisions on opposite sides of northern Korea. No activity at all might be detected by air reconnaissance, as again would later be the case in Korea, and any that did appear might either be a deception to encourage the Americans to move cautiously or a genuine threat. The situation would require a very soldier-intensive solution, pushing units up into the mountains along the entire line, as General Matthew B. Ridgway would later do in Korea, so that the Sixth Army could see what was real and what was not. And that is exactly what would be done, because unlike the first set of senior American commanders in the Korean War, whose principal combat experience was derived from mechanized warfare in Europe, and were quickly, if delicately, transferred out when Ridgway took command in 1951, the long-serving Sixth Army commanders, who had just battled their way to the stop line, would have, from brutal experience, known better than to initiate daring drives to keep on the heels of a defeated enemy when there was no adequate way to monitor what was on their mountainous flanks. The Sixth Army's preferred method for dealing with problems of terrain and distance, such as that on Kyushu, was to use MacArthur's Navy, the U.S. 7th Fleet, to launch amphibious end-runs. But with the insatiable needs of Coronet sucking up nearly all assault assets before the seasonal spring rains of 1946 forced a slowdown in offensive operations, there would have been insufficient shipping for anything more than resupply efforts along the East Coast. This was particularly true because an amphibious effort along the West Coast would require far too many assets to adequately protect it from seaborne raids and suicide attacks from the many Japanese-controlled islands all along the route, while a full-scale right hook in the east would require not only a robust bombardment group owing to the Japanese batteries on both shores of the Hayasui Channel, the narrows of the Bungo Strait, but also a sustained commitment by swarms of minesweepers. One of the half-dozen potential post-Coronet operations considered for the period after the assault shipping had been freed up and before the summer monsoon set in was a 6th Division operation launched against northwest Kyushu with the intent of cutting the island off from Honshu. And the target area just happened to be where Mongol hordes had twice met disaster in the 13th century, on either side of Fukuoka. But there was no chance of this full-blood two-corps invasion on the opposite side of the redoubt occurring before July 1946, if at all. The badly bloodied Sixth Army would have little recourse but to settle into a defensive posture in which the width of the island, terrain, and number of combat divisions available would limit it to a troop ratio, or density, along its front that was not only less than that achieved at Okinawa, but also less than the painful struggle up Italy's Apennine Mountains, or later during either the mobile or stalemate phases in Korea. Provisions existed within the downfall strategic plan to siphon off elements earmarked for Coronet at the rate of 3 divisions per month, with no stated cap for Olympic. But this was only if the timely establishment of the staging area for offensive operations against the Tokyo area was at risk. There was no thought to make them available to simply expand the Sixth Army's hold beyond the south, no matter what might have been brewing beyond artillery range. Likewise, the original Ketsu-go plan which allowed for 2 divisions on Honshu to be sent to Kyushu if called upon, was eventually expanded to as many as 5 from throughout the 15th Area Army Zone. There was even a move afoot by some unspecified officers within IGHQ to sell the idea that the 36th Army be sent to Kyushu. Unlike the other imperial armies, which were generally equivalent in size to an American corps, the 36th was what one might call a robust organization. Originally activated as a typical 3-division army at the time of the Marianas invasion, for the defense of the Tokyo area, it was beefed up and became the mobile reserve of the 12th Area Army under Ketsugo No. 3. Advocates for its movement south from the Kanto Plain argue that even if it was impractical to send the army immediately to Kyushu, it should be sent below the rail bottlenecks most easily blocked by American air power, so that the 36th 2 armored and 6 infantry divisions could be positioned along the principal road-rail system stretching from Kyoto through Hiroshima, in order to facilitate easy access to the railroad tunnels running under the Kanmon Strait and innumerable small ports, coves, and inlets. From these sites, wooden craft, largely immune to the variety of U.S. mines used in Operation Starvation, could easily ferry men and supplies across the strait in the dead of night if the 36th Army was ordered to Kyushu. This plan does not appear to have been taken seriously, as it receives no mention in either the reports of General MacArthur volume compiled from Japanese Demobilization Bureau records or the Homeland Operations record, in either its early separate volumes produced by the 1st and 2nd General Army Staffs and General Defense Command, or the combined revised edition. The complex and very time-consuming move was never authorized, even though some senior staff officers strongly advocated the change, nor was the shifting of a portion of the 36 divisions. Colonel Hattori Takushiro, who headed the operations section of IGHQ's Army section, later told Alvin Cooks of the U.S. 8th Army's Japanese Research Division that the plan to move divisions out of the Tokyo area had been formulated because IGHQ deemed it imperative to inflict a staggering blow against at least the first wave of elite enemy invaders. Hence, victory on Kyushu must be sought at any cost. Cooks, however, displayed skepticism that agreement within IGHQ attained such unanimity, and Richard B. Frank's examination of officer interviews conducted immediately after the war brings to light that there was, in fact, opposition within Hattori's former staff. Hattori had been given command of a regiment during the Army's massive expansion and reorganization. Moving the 36th Army would not only undercut Tokyo's defenses, but also severely disrupt rail transportation at the precise time that the principal focus of the buildup was scheduled to shift from Ketsugo No. 6 to Ketsugo No. 3 on the Kanto Plain. Imperial Headquarters' ultimate response to the proposal was to delay any decision until it was too late to implement the move, rather than just say no. The crux of the matter was that even though the proponents' arguments made strategic sense, such a massive rail movement forced into a compressed period of time could not be hidden from U.S. aerial reconnaissance, now operating with distressing regularity out of Okinawa. Thus, the large-scale shifting of men and equipment hundreds of miles away from the Kanto Plain and imperial capital could well prompt the Americans' own shift of offensive operations to that very area. The proposal to fundamentally change the deployment of forces within Ketsugo is mentioned here because even though it was neither implemented nor accepted in principle, it is sometimes held up as an example of the Japanese government's stated intent to stake everything in the initial American invasion on the home islands. In this regard, some historians have fallen just as prey to the militarists' call for a decisive battle on Kyushu as the targets of their exhortations in 1945, not realizing that this is not the same thing as the decisive battle. To the Japanese, the term decisive battle doesn't necessarily imply the finality that it does to a Westerner. A decisive battle may decide the course of a war, but it is most specifically decisive in terms of a campaign. This is why the 4 show operations, such as Shogo No. 2 for the region including Okinawa, and Shogo No. 1 covering the Philippines, and for that matter even the earlier fighting on Guadalcanal, were all referred to as decisive battles, plural. Likewise, the expected initial U.S. invasion operation was specifically characterized as the first decisive battle in Kyushu to establish a foundation for a victorious battle at Kanto. The proposal to move the 36th Army is also emblematic of the same divided opinion within the Japanese military that enabled the 16th Area Army on Kyushu to settle upon forming a redoubt in the north well before it had a chance to discover firsthand that division-sized bonsai charges into the face of American artillery and naval guns were less than productive. The loathing among some within IGHQ over the willingness within the chain of command to allow such a defeatist defensive strategy was palpable long after the war. But in fact, the planning and construction of redoubts to carry on the war into 1947 was first authorized in 1944 by no less than Army Minister Sugiyama Hajime, who would later be named Field Marshal to command the 1st General Army Group protecting Tokyo and all of northeastern Japan. The series of massive underground complexes within 3 mountains near Matsushiro in Honshu's Nagano Prefecture was to serve as a refuge for the emperor and center for both the government and IGHQ's headquarters in the event of an invasion of Honshu. In addition, the area was also to serve as a staging base for troops flowing toward the Kanto Plain from other parts of Japan and as a center for guerrilla activities. Across the Sea of Japan, the growing threat of Soviet invasion and movement of the last high-quality divisions to Japan necessitated that yet another redoubt be formed. After the dismantling of the once powerful Kwantung Army, it was rebuilt principally with newly mobilized units that were not only unable to fulfill the Kwantung's previous offensive mission, but would clearly court disaster if they attempted to hold Manchuria's far-flung frontiers. Consequently, their new mission called for units along the periphery to conduct delaying actions as they and forces in the interior withdrew into a mountain redoubt straddling the Korea-Manchuria border and centered on Tungua. Thus it was planned that in the event of a Soviet invasion, most of Manchuria would pass into Soviet hands as the Red Army laboriously struggled, vulnerable to local counterattacks, through the wicked terrain, only to find that the main Kwantung Army massed along the eastern flank of the road and rail net leading to the strategic Dairen Peninsula and Port Arthur. Viewed within the context of the Nagano and Tungua redoubts, General Yokoyama's plans for one manned by the 16th Area Army at Mount Aso were not at all contrary to the thinking of the military leaders who were in positions of ultimate authority, and there was no chance of undermining Yokoyama, or the plans of his 40th Army commander on the Satsuma Peninsula at an intermediate headquarters either. The 16th on Kyushu, like all other formations in southwestern Japan, was under the command of Field Marshal Hata Shunroku's 2nd General Army at nearby Hiroshima, and although some 80 officers and other headquarters personnel of Hata's staff died during the atomic attack, along with the 59th Army Commander and Staff, the Central Military District Commander and Staff, and most of the newly formed 224th Division, Hata, was in Tokyo. Surviving Second General Army officers recounted the strongly held divergent opinions in the Homeland Operations Record. There were two schools of thought regarding the conduct of the defense of the Second General Army's zone of responsibility. One group of the staff felt strongly that the best method would be to fight delaying actions, which would husband the strength and resources of the Japanese and would, at the same time, be costly to the enemy. The other school of thought insisted that there was no alternative to a drastic initial action with the objective of crushing any invasion attempt at a single blow. This group held that a defense based on an attempt to balance Japanese strength with that of the enemy, for example, a holding or delaying operation which attempted to weaken the enemy by gradual attrition, would be fatal to the defense of Japan. Such a defense, they claimed, would enable the enemy to establish bases and accomplish a buildup of manpower and material in southern Kyushu or Shikoku. The final decision was in the nature of a compromise. Every effort would be made to build up troop strength and defenses to permit aggressive action in the earliest stages of the invasion, but the final decision as to the type of defense to be conducted would not be made until the time of the actual attack. Certain areas where landings might logically be anticipated, such as southern Kyushu and southern shore of Shikoku, would be prepared for positive and aggressive action immediately. All other sections of the Second General Army's coastline would be prepared to conduct delaying actions until sufficient strength could be built up to permit changing to the offensive. Delaying actions, it was emphasized, would be strong and continuous. The Second General Army's decision to allow its formations considerable flexibility in the conduct of the defense may not have been seen as much of a compromise by those advocating strict adherence to the offensive precepts of Ketsu-go. This having been said, however, it must be noted that Hata pressed repeatedly, if unsuccessfully, for any divisions he could get from the reserve at Kanto, but the Japanese leadership was just as loath as MacArthur's headquarters to allow the fighting in Kyushu to siphon men and material away from what both sides believed would likely be the climactic battles around Tokyo. Once battle was joined, the U.S. 6th Army and Imperial 16th Area Army would quickly become orphans, left to fight it out largely with the units already on hand. And this would only change if higher headquarters in either Manila or Hiroshima perceived that the U.S. complex of staging areas in the south, or alternately the island's rich resources in the north, were at risk. One significant byproduct of the Japanese decision to stick doggedly to their regional priorities of Ketsu-go, as well as their decentralized command and mobilization schemes, refer to Chapter 7, was that they rendered the U.S. strategic and even operational deception plans for Olympic largely irrelevant. Codenamed Pastel, they were patterned after the very successful bodyguard operations conducted against the Nazis before and even well after the Normandy invasion. Through a series of ruses, disinformation, and feints, very substantial German forces were held in check far from France, in Norway and the Balkans, and a well-equipped army north of the invasion area was kept out of the fight until it was too late to intervene effectively. Deceptions of this type proved to be particularly useful in Europe, with its extensive road and rail nets, but were ineffective against the Japanese at this point in the war. Pastel's planners assumed a strategic mobility that the Japanese no longer possessed for higher formations, divisions, and the corps-sized imperial armies, and were made even less effective by the U.S. air campaign against the home islands, which would have essentially frozen these formations into place. Distant movements could only be conducted division by division in a dispersed manner, and only at a pace that a soldier's own feet could carry him. The Japanese themselves had realized that this would occur and successfully completed major troop movements to Kyushu earlier in the year, refer to Chapter 3. Moreover, their system of defense call-up and training during 1945 was reoriented toward raising, training, and fielding combat divisions regionally in order to minimize lengthy overland movements. With major population centers on Kyushu and elsewhere within easy marching distance of threatened areas, Imperial forces could actually achieve a high degree of success in this effort. Interestingly, the effectiveness of the U.S. naval blockade also rendered the pastel deception operations targeting Formosa and the Shanghai area unnecessary, as Japanese shipping could no longer transit the East China Sea to reinforce the home islands. In addition, the extensive American efforts to play on Japanese fear of airborne operations also were to no avail. Although the Japanese took the threat seriously, even without pastel, the IGHQ decision to use positional forces in rear areas and People's Volunteer Corps to confirm and contain American paratroopers meant that the dispositions of ground forces would be unaffected unless airborne operations actually occurred, and MacArthur had no plans to effect such operations. Whether the U.S. Sixth Army fought its way to a line running generally northeast from Okune to Nobeoka, or opted for a shorter front still starting below Okune, but running more easterly through Mount Omori to the original East Coast objective of Tsuno, at some point it would come to a stop. But not the war on Kyushu. After a pause, a sort of collective breather by both sides, Japanese forces, irrespective of earlier losses in the island south, would be able to go on the tactical offensive. The Sixth Army's preponderance of artillery and air power would have only a limited ability to offset its thin ground force's numerical disadvantage against a foe operating on his home ground, and who would only grow more numerous over time. And while there has long been a great deal of fascination in and focus on Japanese schemes for a plethora of suicide weapons, the real danger in the type of tactical setting faced on Kyushu would come from a comparatively small number of well-armed regulars directing and supporting a willing population armed with spears, swords, and cheaply produced firearms. Attainment of a line in the mountains, far enough removed from the staging areas to ensure their relative security from artillery fire and ground attack, would mark the Sixth Army's transition from the strategic offensive tactical offensive to the strategic offensive tactical defensive, a setting in which even the badly mauled Japanese forces would have a much greater ability to call the shots. The Imperial 16th Area Army would be able to draw on the labor and cannon fodder of the People's Volunteer Corps for support in hill fighting that had far less in common with the recent struggle in the mountains of central Italy than that of Korea. Terms such as MLR for Main Line of Resistance and Outpost Line, which would become a part of the Korean War lexicon in 1952, might well have been introduced to the American public in 1946, because Kruger's Sixth Army would not simply hunker down in a purely defensive mode. A series of heavily fortified outposts built for all-around defense would be established 1 to 3 miles forward of the MLR, but well within the range of divisional and corps artillery. Depending on the terrain and accessibility to the MLR, they would be manned by anything from a platoon to a company, and be the jump-off points for the aggressive patrolling that was expected to capture prisoners, determine Japanese dispositions, and help blunt attacks on the main line. It is also a certainty that small teams of Alamo scouts would work their way forward in stages during the dead of night, or be quietly landed far up the coasts to maneuver into positions from which they could monitor Japanese movement along the scattering of trails and roads that zigzagged through the great mass of the Kyushu Mountains forward of the American lines. Missions of this type would involve infiltrations much further inland than the Alamo Scouts' usual practice of taking prisoners near the coast for intelligence purposes after being landed by PT boat or submarine. And as with South Korean infiltration teams in the days before the deep helicopter insertions and extractions of the Vietnam War, these intelligence efforts could realistically be described as suicide missions. As for the Japanese, specially trained Izumi Spring military intelligence personnel were formed to conduct similar operations as stay-behind agents after the invasion, while still others had earlier formed the Kirishima unit at Nichinan in the Miyazaki prefecture in January 1945 to organize and train guerrilla bands for activities behind U.S. lines. One particularly challenging aspect of these agents' training was countering the deeply ingrained tradition of performing ritual harakiri, or engaging in suicide combat when apparently defeated, with the idea that it was their duty to survive and continue fighting. A second Kirishima unit was ordered established in the Mount Aso area in June. In addition, whole units of the People's Volunteer Corps and even some of the most recently mobilized Army formations were issued no rifles whatsoever, and although the situation was not as dire within the Ketsu-go No. 3 and No. 6 areas, rifles were distributed sparingly even in southern Kyushu. As noted earlier, this did not duly alarm the regular officers who would train and lead its units, even though there were only 2,468,665 rifles and 186,680 automatic weapons available in the home islands to turn over to U.S. military government authorities at the close of hostilities. The apparent lack of concern among Japanese commanders in the summer of 1945, when it became clear that the Americans would not strike Kyushu immediately after the Okinawa victory, was derived from their understanding that an invasion of southern Kyushu could now not take place until the fall, and an assault on the Tokyo area itself would not likely begin for a full 9 or 10 months. In the meantime, rifles and automatic weapons of adequate quality could be manufactured very easily in small, decentralized armories. As an example, production was already flying on the simple Type 89 grenade launcher, really a personal mortar, in the summer of 1945, because it had become apparent that the weapon, nicknamed knee mortar, had been responsible for a high percentage of the American casualties on Iwo Jima and Okinawa. Some 28,428 were available at war's end, and production of their ballistic grenades had far surpassed individual weapons needs, as 51 million, or 1,794 per barrel, were turned over to the Americans. Imperial officers at all levels of command were also very comfortable with the idea of hand-to-hand combat. Those assigned to the People's Volunteer Corps would not have been timid about using civilians in whatever fashion best suited tactical needs, and well understood that there was a great deal of utility in less sophisticated weapons, such as swords and spears, in the close-in hill fighting generated by Japanese forces infiltrating thinly held, comparatively isolated Sixth Army positions at night. Like the Indians in the American West and the Moros in the Philippines, the Japanese on Kyushu could not actually hope to win against U.S. forces. A Japanese win in this campaign being defined as their preventing the U.S. lodgment from properly supporting the critically important operations around Tokyo. But until the war came to a close, the Japanese 16th Area Army would have the ability to inflict casualties more or less at will, up to the time that they received orders to cease, in much the same way that the Chinese Communists did for the last 20 months of the Korean War. U.S. planners assumed that American forces would achieve victory in the Tokyo area by the end of 1946, although some thought the war could drag into 1947. And meanwhile, the U.S. Sixth Army, outnumbered and limited to fighting a defensive campaign in the mountains, would just have to persevere in fighting that had more in common with trench warfare of their fathers than what they had experienced in New Guinea and the Philippines. Would Japan's poorly trained and ill-equipped citizen soldiers have been up to the task ahead of them? Ahrens writes, "At Iwo Jima, the 22,000 defenders were a hodgepodge of airmen, unhappy sailors serving as infantrymen, and ill-trained second-string army units." After his first inspection of the island's defenses and the men who had manned them, General Kurabayashi Tadamichi, the commanding general, told his aide, "These are no soldiers, just poor recruits who don't know anything. Their officers are superannuated fools. We cannot fight the Americans with them." But fight they did, going up against the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions, and inflicting more casualties than they received. Chapter 15. A target-rich environment. The Japs are asking for an invasion, and they are going to get it. Japan will eventually be a nation without cities, a nomadic people. Vice Admiral Arthur Radford, August 4, 1945. The shattering of 100 million like a beautiful jewel. A common expression of Ichioku Gyokuza, die together gloriously as a nation, in 1945. The limited and cautiously optimistic assessments of Olympics prospects during May and June 1945 were severely complicated by the intelligence estimates at July's end, and the situation was even more dangerous than was perceived at that time. War plans called for the initial landings on the home islands to be conducted approximately 90 days hence. But as we shall see, the invasion of Kyushu would actually have not been able to take place for anywhere from 120 to 135 days, a potentially disastrous occurrence for the successful outcome of stated U.S. war aims. Beyond the fact that the Imperial Army was in somewhat better shape than is commonly understood today, and that the Japanese had correctly deduced the landing beaches and even the approximate times of both invasion operations, a variety of tactical matters are worth considering. For example, although the Japanese had never perfected central control and massed fire of their artillery, this fact would be largely irrelevant to the type of defense that was being organized on Kyushu. The months that the Imperial 16th Area Army had to wait for the American landings were not going to be spent with its soldiers and the island's massive civilian population sitting idly, and their ability to dig in and pre-register their artillery cannot be casually dismissed. To borrow a phrase from a later Asian war, each Kyushu invasion area was going to be a target-rich environment, where artillery was going to methodically do its work on a large number of soldiers and Marines whose luck had run out. On Okinawa, the U.S. 10th Army commander was killed by artillery fire when the campaign was ostensibly in the mopping-up phase. And from World War I to the 1995 fighting in Grozny, where shells killed a Russian two-star general, there is ample evidence of artillery living up to its deadly reputation. It had also been stated that U.S. ground troops didn't really need to worry about Japanese cave defenses, since combat experience in the Pacific and tests run in the U.S. proved the effectiveness of self-propelled 8-inch and 155mm howitzer against caves and bunkers, as well as their vulnerability to direct fire from tanks. That the Japanese were also well aware of this and were arranging defensive positions accordingly from lessons learned on Okinawa and the Philippines was not a fact that was treated lightly in the Pacific, as the Japanese had repeatedly demonstrated that they could, with the right terrain, construct strongpoints such as Item Pocket on Okinawa, which could not be bypassed and had to be reduced without benefit of any direct fire weapons, since no tanks, let alone lumbering self-propelled guns, could work their way in for an appropriate shot. Indeed, a First Corps intelligence officer who examined the terrain after the war found that the extensive rice fields are held in by many stone terraces ranging in height from 4 to 6 feet, thus precluding the off-road movement by any type of military vehicle. Similarly, on the Japanese ability to defend against U.S. tanks, Army and Marine armor veterans of the Pacific War would be amazed to learn from some historians that they had little to fear during the invasion. After all, Japan's obsolescent 47mm anti-tank guns supposedly could penetrate the M4 Sherman's armor only in vulnerable spots at very close range, and their older 37mm gun was said to be completely ineffective against the Sherman tank. In fact, the Japanese, through hard experience, had become quite adept at tank killing. During 2 actions in particular on Okinawa, they managed to knock out 22 and 30 Shermans respectively. In one of these fights, Fujio Takeda managed to stop 4 tanks with 6 400-yard shots from his supposedly worthless 47mm gun. As for the 37mm gun, its use would depend on the terrain. Along likely axes of attack in valleys containing extensive rice fields, they would be positioned to fire into the highly vulnerable bellies of tanks rearing up high in the air as they began to cross the rice paddy dikes. In areas with irregular ground and vegetation, their fire would not be intended to actually destroy tanks, but to immobilize them by blasting at tracks and wheels at very short ranges, so that the tanks would become easier prey for the infantry suicide teams that had proven so effective on Okinawa. Points like these, and the overconfidence of later historians in the ability of naval gunfire to pulverize Japanese defenses, may appear rather nitpicky, but they assume great importance when it is realized that the November 1st, 1945 target date for the invasion of Kyushu was going to get pushed back as much as 45 days, giving the Japanese perhaps 4.5 months from the flashing red light of General Willoughby's July 29th intelligence estimate to prepare their defenses. The Joint Chiefs originally set the date for the invasion of Kyushu, Operation Olympic, as X-Day, December 1st, 1945, and for Honshu, Operation Coronet, as Y-Day, March 1st, 1946. To lessen casualties and the chance of a stalemate, the launch of Coronet would wait the arrival of 2 armored divisions from Europe. Attached to the 8th Army, their mission was to sweep up Honshu's Kanto Plain from the southernmost beachhead at Sagami Bay and cut off Tokyo before the seasonal spring rains, followed by the summer monsoons, turned it into vast pools of rice, muck, and water, crisscrossed by elevated roads and dominated by rugged, well-defended foothills. East of Tokyo lay 2 more invasion sites assigned to the First Army, beaches in Kujikuri, and to the north, Kashima, which would not be assaulted from the sea, but be used as a principal landing area for follow-on forces after the area was secured by U.S. forces. Long before the British experienced the tragedy of trying to push 30th Corps' 50,000 men up a single road through the Dutch lowlands to Arnhem, an event popularized through the book and movie A Bridge Too Far, U.S. planners were well aware of the costs that would be incurred if the Kanto Plain was not secured for mobile warfare and airfield construction prior to the wet season. Intensive hydrological and weather studies, begun as early as 1943, made it clear that an invasion in early March 1946 offered the best mix of weather conditions for amphibious, mechanized ground, and tactical air operations, with the difficulty of obtaining objectives becoming more acute as the months progressed. Weather in the Kanto Plain is always unpredictable that time of year. Indeed, the Tokyo area after the war experienced subarctic conditions on the original March 1, 1946 invasion date and the beginning of several days of snowfall. March, as the transitional period between the dry winter months and wet summer months, could well be very dry or very wet, was thought not likely to present serious obstacles to tactical operations. April was a question mark, literally. In a staff study widely disseminated by MacArthur's intelligence section, a very conspicuous question mark occupied one, and only one, of the 492 slots on the table-filled foldout containing weather data. Under the category Rice Fields Flooded, Willoughby's meteorological and geographical specialists refused to hazard either a yes or no answer, as the extremely well-documented history of April weather in the Tokyo region demonstrated that there was too much seasonal variation in rainfall to accurately predict the condition of the rice fields. Thus, with good luck, tolerably free movement across the Kanto Plain might be possible well into April. Unfortunately, this assumed that the snow runoff from the mountains would not be too severe, and that even during a dry March, the Japanese would not flood the fields while waiting for the weather to lend its divine assistance sometime in April. Although subsequent post-war prisoner interrogations did not reveal any plans to systematically deluge low-lying areas, a quick thrust up the Kanto Plain would not have been as speedy as Army planners desired. First, none of the vehicle bridges on the Kanto Plain, and there were more than 5,000 in the Tokyo area alone, were capable of taking vehicles weighing over 12 tons. Every tank, every self-propelled gun, and prime mover would have had to cross structures specifically erected for the event. Next, logistical considerations and the sequence of follow-up units would require that armored divisions not even land until Y+10. This would provide time for the defenders to observe that the U.S. infantry's generic tank support was severely hampered by already flooded rice fields or drained fields, which are almost never truly dry, and shall we say, suggest ways to make things worse for the invaders. The danger was recognized by MacArthur's intelligence shop, which carefully outlined for commanders and their staffs the areas most susceptible to defensive flooding, while leavening their analysis with hopeful observations that the gooey belts at some locations were narrow, mostly 100 to 200 yards wide, and very narrow, from 50 to 300 yards wide. Other areas that defied an upbeat assessment would be simply described along the lines of a 5 to 6 mile belt of large rice fields. The soldiers reading the intelligent group study needed no elaboration of the terrain's tactical significance to understand the statement. During late spring, summer, and early fall, movement is, in general, restricted to roads, dikes, and embankments by floods and wet rice fields. Likewise, the full-color chart, effect of rice land, natural, and artificial flooding on cross-country movement, from the same document, was also guaranteed to have made chills run up the back of any soldier looking at it. The principal effect of these materials was to reinforce in clear, unambiguous terms that the Kanto Plain must be seized by Y+45, or better yet, by as close to Y+30 as possible. A late start or loss of momentum on Honshu would leave American forces to fight their way up floodplains that were only dry during certain times of the year, but could be suddenly inundated by the Japanese. If the timetable slipped for either Olympic or Coronet, American soldiers and Marines on Honshu would risk fighting in terrain similar to that later encountered in Vietnam, minus the helicopters to fly over the mess, where all movement was readily visible from even low terrain features and vulnerable convoys moved on roads above sodden rice paddies. This was a subject pregnant with immense implications, because a maneuver problem of this scale could not be adequately addressed, even if every bridging pontoon and associated piece of engineer equipment in the U.S. inventory could miraculously be sent to the Kanto Plain and be immediately available when and where it was needed. Factoring into this were the requirements for the pre-Coronet air offensive. It was originally envisioned that 11 airfields with 25 new or heavily reconditioned runways on Kyushu would be necessary for the massed air power slated to soften up Honshu. Bomb and fuel storage, roads, wharves, and base facilities would be needed to support those air groups, in addition to the U.S. Sixth Army holding a 90-mile-long stop line 1/3 of the way up the island. All plans centered on construction of the minimum essential operating facilities, but as outlined in Chapter 13, those minimums grew. The 18 air groups called for in the initial plans were increased to 25, and then to more than 30, and that did not include 2 P-47D groups and a P-61 night fighter squadron that would be based at tiny Kikaijima, which split the distance between Okinawa and Kyushu. If ground objectives were accomplished on schedule, 10 fighter strips, several capable of handling medium bombers, would be operational within the first 30 days, but longer runways to support Honshu-bound medium bombers would only begin to become available a month and a half into the operation. Most of the runways and infrastructure to support the heavy bombers were not projected to be ready until 3 to 3.5 months after the initial landings on Kyushu, in spite of an enormous effort by the engineers. The constraints on the air campaign imposed by the base construction were so clear that when the Joint Chiefs set target dates of December 1, 1945 for Olympic and March 1, 1946 for Coronet, it was immediately apparent that the 3-month period between X Day and Y Day would not be sufficient, because there would be little time for the tactical bombing campaign conducted from Kyushu to achieve the desired impact on the target area. Weather ultimately determined which operation would reschedule, because Coronet obviously could not be pushed back without moving it closer to the rainy season, and thus risking serious restrictions on the ground campaign from flooded fields as well as the air campaign from cloud cover that almost doubles from early March to early April. This was a no-brainer. MacArthur proposed bumping the Kyushu invasion ahead by a month, and both Nimitz and Joint Chiefs in Washington immediately agreed. Olympic was moved forward 1 month to November 1st, which also gave the Japanese less time to dig in. Unfortunately, these best-laid plans would not have unfolded as expected, even if the atom bombs had not been dropped and the Soviet entry into the Pacific War had not frustrated Tokyo's last hope of reaching a settlement short of unconditional surrender, a Versailles-like outcome unacceptable to Truman and his contemporaries, because it was seen as an incomplete victory that could well require the next generation to refight the war. Olympic could not be carried out on November 1st, 1945, or any time at all that month, and the end result of a delay in assaulting Kyushu would have been even more costly campaigns on both Kyushu and Honshu than were predicted. This would have been precipitated by something that the defenders could likely not achieve on their own, but a low-pressure trough sitting along the Asian littoral would knock the delicate U.S. timetable completely off balance. The divine wind, or kamikaze, of a powerful typhoon destroyed a foreign invasion fleet off Japan in 1274, and again in 1281. It was for these storms that Japanese suicide missions were named. On October 9, 1945, a similar typhoon named Louise, packing 140-mile-per-hour winds, struck the U.S. staging area on Okinawa, which would have been expanded to capacity by that time if the war had not ended in August, yet was still crammed with aircraft and assault shipping. There was enough time to fly most aircraft out of harm's way to bases on Luzon, but 12 ships were sunk, 222 grounded, and 32 very heavily damaged, as 83 men were lost and more than 100 severely injured. Fully 4/5 of all the military structures on Okinawa were destroyed or rendered unusable, with vast amounts of the carefully assembled war stocks suffering the same fate. U.S. analysts at the scene matter-of-factly reported that the storm would have caused up to a 45-day delay in the invasion of Kyushu. The point that goes begging, however, is that while these post-war reports from the Pacific were correct in themselves, they understandably stayed within the purview of their authors' orders and responsibility, and did not take note of the critical significance of such a delay if the war had continued. Simply stated, a 45-day postponement would have entailed launching Olympic well past the initial and unacceptable target date of December 1st, retarding the completion of base construction on Kyushu and, consequently, forcing the Honshu invasion to be pushed back as far as mid-April 1946. If there had been no atom bombs and Tokyo had attempted to hold out for an extended time, a possibility that even bombing and blockade advocates in Washington granted, the Japanese would have immediately appreciated the impact of the storm in the waters around Okinawa. Moreover, they would know exactly what it meant for the follow-up invasion of Honshu, which they had predicted as accurately as the invasion of Kyushu. But even with the storm delays plus friction of combat on Kyushu, the Coronet schedule would have propelled U.S. engineers to perform virtual miracles to make up for lost time and implement Y-Day as early in April as possible. Unfortunately, the divine winds packed a 1-2 punch. From March 27th to April 7th, 1946, yet another typhoon raged in the Pacific. On April 3rd, Barbara struck Luzon, where it inflicted only moderate damage, ripping roofs off Base M warehouses at Lingayen Gulf, grounding an Army tugboat, and sinking a ship in Manila Bay, where waves briefly reached an unusual 35 feet in the harbor before pounding toward Taiwan. Coming more than 6 months after the war, it was of no particular concern. The Los Angeles Times gave it several short paragraphs on the bottom of page 2 and didn't even mention the storm's name. But if Japan had held out, this typhoon would have had profound effects on the world we live in today. Barbara would have been the closest watched weather cell in history. If the delayed invasion of Honshu was not already in the process of being launched, the typhoon's long, lumbering approach to the Philippines would allow 1st and 8th Army soldiers, many of whom would have lived in tents instead of barracks because it was expected that they would have moved north a month earlier, to make the best preparations they could under the circumstances. Ships and craft that could not be sent south would be secured and likely ride out the storm with minimal losses. However, if Coronet was in the midst of its execution from the 25-day window Y-15 to Y+10, chaos would ensue, because the storm's track and intensity could only be guessed at within the parameters of the limited data available. Would slow, shallow draft landing craft be caught at sea or in the Philippines, where loading operations would be put on hold? If they were already on their way to Japan, How many would be able to reach the Koshikireto anchorage and Kyushu sheltered bays, or get back to Luzon? And what about the breakwater caissons for Iron Horse, the massive artificial harbor to be assembled east of Tokyo? The 1945 construction of the harbor's prefabricated components carried a priority second only to the atom bomb, and the first packages of this precious towed cargo would have begun arriving in the Western Pacific at this time. They could not be allowed to fall victim to this and other seasonal storms and be scattered across the Philippine Sea. Whatever stage of deployment U.S. forces were in during those first days of April, a delay of some sort, certainly no less than a week, and perhaps much more, was going to occur. A delay that the two U.S. field armies invading Honshu could ill afford, and that Japanese militarists would see as yet another sign that they were right after all. And while much of the land around Tokyo today contains built-up areas not there during the war and deceptively smooth terrain, thanks to the delays over which the United States had absolutely no control, any soldier or Marine treading this same flat, dry tank country in 1946 would in reality have been up to their calves in muck and rice shoots by the time the invasion actually took place. Maintenance of the initial two American field armies in central Honshu would require that a minimum of 40,000 long tons of supplies arrive and be processed each and every day to support an initial 1,069,000 ground and air personnel, with far more men on the way. Naval planners originally assumed that early access could be obtained to the sheltered waters of Tokyo Bay, and that Yokohama's extensive port facilities, which were likely to be at least partially demolished, could be rehabilitated quickly thanks to lessons learned in the European and Mediterranean theaters. What the Navy discovered upon entering Manila's harbor in January 1945 quickly disabused them of this notion. The Salvage and Rescue Group, Luzon Attack Force, found that the Japanese had done a thoroughly professional job blocking Manila Harbor and rendering the port useless through the sinking of an estimated 750 ships, barges, and assorted craft. This was the largest number of wrecks encountered during any operation of the war. In addition, the Japanese inserted suicide squads of machine gunners and snipers on the half-submerged wrecks to prolong salvage operations. Unlike the Germans and Italians, who generally hold their block ships with a small charge which allowed them to sink slowly and frequently drift to less effective positions for plugging shipping channels, the Japanese blew up the ship's magazines with the crews still on board. This method allowed ships to sink immediately and thus be positioned precisely. The four block ships at the harbor entrance presented the toughest problem, as their hulls were well submerged but close enough to the surface to block the passage of even moderately sized vessels, and were so badly damaged that compressed air could not be used to restore buoyancy. Rough ocean seas at the entrance to Manila Bay made it impossible to keep cofferdams in place, and Navy salvors were unable to jury-rig heavy-lift barges and craft like those the British had used so effectively at places such as Cherbourg and the Scheldt estuary, a failing that was particularly lamented by salvage specialists from the European theater flown in to join those already on hand. The harbor was eventually opened by blowing the masts and superstructures clear off the ships, laboriously pulling the underwater hulks over until they were capsized on the bottom of the bay, then pumping them full of air after some patching so that they rose with the bubble of air to be towed belly up away from the channel. This situation was rightly seen as a harbinger of things to come. To help answer the coming challenge in Tokyo Bay, the U.S. Navy produced 7 unique salvage ships in 2 classes, principally for Operations Coronet, although some might have been available for Olympic. Similar in capability to the much-admired British lift craft, they were blue-water ships. 4 ARSD salvage ships with LSM-type hulls, whose construction was prompted specifically from what the Navy had found in Manila Harbor, and 3 big ARST salvage tender ships ordered converted from LST hulls before the end of 1944. These ships and dozens of other specialist salvage vessels for refloating, repairing, and towing the casualties of war and the elements would make up a task group of salvers that was larger than the navies of most nations today, and it was expected that they, and Army engineers tasked with building at least 7 floating Liberty ship berths, would have the waters of Tokyo Bay ready to handle all of the invasion's supply needs before the summer 1946 typhoon season. But how were the 1st, 8th, and then 10th Armies to be supplied while the salvers were going about the tedious and dangerous business of clearing the wrecks from the port areas and Uraga Strait, connecting them to the Pacific? An artificial harbor was to be erected in the vicinity of Kujukuri, east of Tokyo, to serve the exposed anchorages there and at Kashima Beachhead to the north. Codenamed Iron Horse, it was intended to handle as much cargo as the pair of Mulberry harbors assembled at Normandy, 12,000 deadweight tons per day. The Mulberries, however, had never been able to achieve this rate of discharge, principally because of traffic jams, and the fact that one had been partially destroyed during a gale that pounded the English Channel shortly after D-Day. The U.S. Navy had learned from this disastrous experience and designed the seaward flanks of the $50 million harbor, which held a production priority above all military and naval programs except the Manhattan Project, to be protected by overlapping barriers of block ships along its ocean flanks, with the dozen or so sunken vessels in the deepest water further reinforced by having their cargo holds filled with rock and sand. As shipping was destroyed or rendered useless by enemy action, it was to be towed by the salvage groups to the block ship lanes and sunk wherever the Iron Horse harbor master believed would best enhance the flank barriers. The outer breakwater, located 6,500 feet from low tide line, was to be formed by 50 230-foot steel and concrete caissons manufactured by the Barrett and Hilp Company's Bel Air shipyard, each with a deep 20-foot nesting, so that the interlocking structure would parallel the shore for 10,520 feet. Even without the support of adjoining caissons, naval engineers estimated that caissons open to the sea, with internal water levels determined by the tides, would immediately protect the growing harbor from waves of up to 12 feet. Each unit would contain its own pumps, and once the seacocks were closed and the caissons filled to the brim with water, 20-foot waves could be withstood. The painstaking task of filling the caissons with dredged sand would begin as soon as possible, with the material automatically displacing the seawater as its level rose. This last operation could theoretically be wrapped up by Y+42 if the weather cooperated, but this would still have it completed long before June, when the frequency of typhoons rises precipitously, and would allow even an individual unsupported caisson to stand fast against waves of 30 feet or more. Throughout the entire process, each caisson would be the home of an anti-aircraft gun crew, as well as a barrage balloon unit to help protect the shipping and irreplaceable pierheads from low-flying kamikazes. The caissons used at Normandy had also been armed, but it was highly likely that those off of Kujukuri would be somewhat upgunned from the individual 20mm Oerlikons and few 40mm Bofors used on Phoenix caissons, and that their weapons would be tied into a centralized fire control system. It would not be at all surprising if, in addition to twin or quad Bofors along the breakwater, A small number of dual-purpose 5-inch guns were mounted near the entrances on either side of the port. Within the breakwaters, the Iron Horse Harbor would have 4 two-lane causeways extending approximately 4,300 feet from shore, to massive pierheads capable of docking as many as 16 Liberty-sized cargo ships and transports simultaneously. A variety of piers and other facilities would be built within the sheltered waters. The most important of these were berths for LCTs and other landing craft that would be situated along the innermost causeways, and 3 sets of LST berths able to comfortably handle 4 ships apiece, and up to 7 in a pinch, extending out from the beach. Submerged pipelines would run along both sides of the harbor to a terminus and tanker moorings placed outside the lines of block ships, in case of a catastrophic accident or successful Japanese attack on an oil tanker. The tankers would bring the number of full-size ships capable of being handled simultaneously to 18, with moorings along the outer breakwater for a dozen more waiting their turn to unload. Like the caissons, all these component pieces were being manufactured in San Francisco Bay and were to be painstakingly towed across the Pacific to a staging area near Guam, with assembly scheduled to begin as early as Y+2. Neither of the armored divisions from Europe would use the Iron Horse Harbor, since their equipment would be disgorged from LSTs along the partially protected beaches of Sagami Bay to the southwest. Navy planners for Coronet believed that, as at Normandy, most of the men and material would be landed directly on the Kujikuri and Kashima beachheads. But with these 2 lodgements fully exposed to the open ocean, Iron Horse would provide a refuge for vulnerable landing craft during typhoons and allow the continued resupply of the First Army when the frequently heavy seas hampered and even prevented resupply across the beach. Continuing model studies were expected to provide reliable data for possible improvement in form or alignment of the various breakwater elements. By July 1945, Navy planners had whittled the possible site for Iron Horse down to the 2 fishing villages on the Kujikuri beachhead, Aioka at its northern extremity, and Katakai a little over 22 miles to the southwest, 16.5 miles today because of urban sprawl and incorporation into the town of Kujikuri. Katakai seemed to be the better of the 2, due to its slightly gentler wave action and good access to both lateral and interior road and rail lines. At some point before the close of hostilities, however, Aioka was chosen because highlands sheltered it from the north and northeasterly winds, which prevail during March and April, and unlike Katakai, which is exposed to the full sweep of the Pacific Ocean, Aioka's offshore waters were provided with a degree of protection by the Choshi Peninsula. Steep escarpments to the north and east of Aioka, while limiting inland clearance from the port, were duly noted but not thought to be a serious problem. Yet, as would happen so many times after Japan's surrender, close inspection of the terrain by occupation troops revealed dangerous secrets that could not be known until there were boots on the ground. Said one British observer, the site is commanded by a long ridge of 250-foot hills, and it was only after examination on the spot that we discovered how thoroughly the Japanese, who are expert tunnelers, had honeycombed the hills. With caves, underground storerooms, concealed gun emplacements, and so on, the Aioka mulberry would certainly not have been erected or used without enemy interference. Accounts like this can be found by the hundreds in the literature from servicemen appalled at what they found in the home islands. They take on added significance when one remembers that the Japanese capitulation and the end of defensive preparations came respectively 4 and 8 long months before the storm-delayed assault landings of Olympic and Coronet. Any soldier will tell you that there is never enough time to prepare for an invasion, but from a purely technical standpoint, 8 months is practically an eternity for willing troops and civilian workers toiling by the millions to excavate, strengthen, and stock underground fortifications in anticipation of the coming of the Yankee Devils. And the Japanese had no shortage of excellent defensive terrain to work with. Highly defensible terraced rice fields discussed earlier were a common feature on both Kyushu and Honshu, and usually could not be easily bypassed because of the nature of their locations. As for the rice paddies stretching for miles along valley floors, even when ostensibly dry, they present formidable barriers to tracked movement and cannot be traversed by wheeled vehicles. Moreover, the sodden nature of most dikes and paddy floors did not lend themselves to effective operation of devices like the hedgerow cutters in Normandy. The rice paddies would have to be seized in a never-ending series of tedious set-piece struggles through use of tactics similar to those employed in France before the appearance of the hedgerow cutter. Meanwhile, the armored elements fighting up the roads north past Tokyo in the west and toward the capital in the east would frequently find themselves limited to a one-tank front, as happened to the British when they were delayed reaching Arnhem by minimal German forces in the Dutch lowlands. Attempts at flanking movements would be impossible or slowed to a crawl by a deadly combination of terrain and weapons, such as the much-maligned 37mm anti-tank gun, and one that had long since gone out of fashion in Western armies, the anti-tank rifle. Many are familiar with the various personal anti-tank weapons Japanese infantry planned to employ, such as hollow charge rifle grenades, plus the usually suicidal satchel charges and plethora of hand-operated hollow charge mines. However, when used in the proper tactical setting, traditional, if obsolescent, direct fire weapons would become deadly tank killers during the invasion, especially on the Kanto Plain. Of the two mentioned, the Type 97 20mm semi- or full automatic anti-tank rifle had thus far seen little use against the American armor, although it had performed well against landing craft. Even the comparatively thin frontal section of the M4 Sherman was too thick for such a weapon, but in the paddy fields it was a different story. At short range from expertly camouflaged positions, even a mediocre rifleman firing semi-automatic to improve accuracy would be able to pump from 2 to a half dozen 20mm rounds into the half-inch belly armor of a Sherman as it reared up high over a dike. Passing beneath the driver and coaxial gunner, the rounds would smash into turret personnel, engine compartment, and stored ammunition with catastrophic results. Only a single round from a 37mm gun was required to achieve the same effect. The number of anti-tank rifles per division fluctuated according to its actual structure, but 18 was generally the bottom figure. More robust formations, such as the Kwantung Division sent to the Home Islands and other inner defense zone locations, fielded 8 Type 97s per rifle company, some 72 per division. Likewise, the number of anti-tank guns ranged between 22 and 40, most of which were the more tactically flexible 47mm. Nonetheless, large numbers of the 37mm existed in artillery parks. With Japan's extensive preparations to use obsolete and obsolescent weapons in clever and unexpected ways to help repel the barbarian invaders, it is certain that the Imperial Army would recognize that the dike structure presented unique opportunities for the effective employment of both anti-tank weapons. Close coordination among American infantrymen and tankers could well keep losses from reaching intolerable levels, but there would be no quick armored thrusts on the Kanto Plain before the rainy season. If there is one thing clear about the various operational schemes for the movement of U.S. mechanized forces out of the Sagami lodgment, hashed over in plans formulated as far back as summer of 1944. It is that all of them appear to have been produced by planners who seemed blissfully unaware that a wall of mountains, the Kanto Sanchi, and their rugged foothills stretched north along the Americans' left flank for the full distance of the planned 40-mile drive north. Mount Fuji at its southern extremity is the feature's most famous peak, and the mountain line comes complete with its own moat, the steep-banked Sagami River, which forms a barrier to maneuver through or against the western foothills' last 19 miles to the ocean. Broad expanses of the river's lower regions could also be flooded to depths that would impede vehicular traffic, but even without assistance from the Imperial Japanese Army, this river is deep and in the wet season floods to 1 mile wide. MacArthur's intelligence section duly noted that on the other hand the Sagami River also offers some protection to the west flank of a northward movement. So perhaps the lack of interest was a byproduct of the military truism that a given piece of terrain may affect an enemy's offensive operations just as much as it affects yours. Or perhaps it was a simple assumption that the Eighth Army's assault would be conducted with such speed and violence that the mountains would be essentially irrelevant to the ground offensive. They weren't. There is no doubt that the lower Sagami was an effective block to Japanese ground operations launched from the foothills, but the principal threat from this area would have come not from Japanese infantry, but from artillery. Exclusive of the divisional artillery belonging to the mobile and coastal defense formations would be long-range guns placed well back into the foothills in positions where their relatively flat trajectories would be unhampered by the intervening heights. A network of roads weaves its way through the foothills, and while most were little better than trails by American standards, they were more than adequate for Japanese needs, principally because they had designed their artillery to be extremely compact and horse-mobile. Although Japanese cannons were judged to be not as rugged as those of comparable calibers in other armies, they were perfect for the killing job at hand and received rave reviews in a War Department intelligence guide distributed all the way down to platoon level. Japanese artillery weapons exhibit the outstanding characteristic of lightness, in some cases without the sacrifice of range. Pleasant reading indeed for a grunt or jarhead hitting the beach near Tokyo. The entire expanse of the invasion area could be readily observed from anywhere along the foothills and mountains to the rear, with a clear view all the way to Tokyo Bay. U.S. forces could maintain reasonably effective smoke screens over the lodgment, since the northern breeze averages a workable 6 miles per hour that time of year. But with nearly all vehicular movement confined by terrain to known pre-registered target areas, Japanese artillery would have literally been shooting fish in a barrel, as American engineers and transportation elements struggled to clear blasted wrecks from the congested single-lane roads and restricted staging areas. The cannons that would inflict the most damage were the Type 92 105mm gun, maximum range 11.3 miles, and the Type 89 150mm gun, maximum range 12.4 miles. A model that was broken down into 2 maneuverable loads for travel, and is often compared to the U.S. 155mm Long Tom. A third weapon, similar to the German 88mm and American 90mm guns, was the dual-purpose Type 88 75mm gun, maximum range nearly 8.6 miles, which prior to the Luzon, Iwo Jima, Okinawa battles of 1945 was the Japanese artillery piece most frequently encountered by U.S. soldiers and Marines. If well emplaced, and there is no reason to believe that the Japanese would suddenly forget all they knew about fieldcraft, these guns would be extraordinarily difficult to target and destroy by either air attack or counter-battery fire, as the sky over the foothills would be far too hot for effective use of artillery spotting aircraft against the carefully camouflaged and protected guns. The long-range weapons themselves would not be diverted from their task by ground operations aimed at silencing them, because in terms of artillery, a variety of much shorter-range howitzers and mountain guns were available to defend the line of foothills to their front. The dearth of American forces available for such an infantry-intensive task would be felt almost immediately, as a brutal series of hill fights to the west was not anticipated by planners, but would be thrust upon the Americans. Moreover, as U.S. forces clawed their way deeper into the Kanto Plain, more and more of their left flank would be exposed to artillery in these foothills. To get at these guns, additional divisions would have to be pushed into the ever-lengthening hill mass on the left flank to conduct fighting similar to that of Italy 2 years earlier and Korea 5 years in the future. At some point before Coronet, this certainly would be realized by planners, but as of August 1945, it had not yet been anticipated, and consequently no significant amount of troops had been allocated to this critical mission, which would require a large and growing manpower commitment. Illustrative of this is the absence of the U.S. 10th Mountain Division, a Category 2 division from Europe, from the initial surge of redeployed formations from the United States to one of the 3 field armies tasked with destroying organized Japanese resistance on Honshu. The 10th returned from the Mediterranean in August, refer to Chapter 4, and was sent to Camp Carson, Colorado, so that its veterans could, after the obligatory 30 days leave, resharpen their mountaineering skills at the Mountain Warfare Training Center. Following this, it would be among the very last ETO divisions to ship out for the Pacific, with perhaps the idea in mind that the 10th would principally be used to mop up sporadic resistance from fanatical Japanese units holed up in the mountains. How much long-range artillery would the Japanese have emplaced along the ever-lengthening and relatively open flank of the U.S. advance? We don't know. Vast amounts of military and war-related documents were burned in the 2 weeks between Hirohito's surrender broadcast and the signing on the deck of the battleship Missouri. After the war, Japanese officers didn't volunteer the details of their operational plans, only the broad outlines, and U.S. interrogators didn't ask. But it would have taken surprisingly few weapons to severely disrupt the thoroughly plotted roads and easily predicted U.S. concentrations. Americans today, familiar with the legendary Ho Chi Minh Trail of the Vietnam War, may wish to consider the implications during Coronet of a Tojo Trail network, extending down to the invasion area from the Nagano Redoubt and staging area on the opposite side of the mountains from the U.S. 8th Army on the Kanto Plain. Chapter 16. 500,000 Purple Hearts. To King, Leahy, Nimitz, and naval officers in general, it had always seemed that the defeat of Japan could be accomplished by sea and air power alone, without the necessity of actual invasion of the Japanese home islands by ground troops. In 1942, 1943, and 1944, while the attention of most of the Allied political and military leaders was concentrated on Europe, and while the war against Japan was left largely to King to manage with what forces he could muster, the Pacific War had proceeded largely upon this assumption. Fleet Admiral Ernest J. King and Commander Walter Muir Whitehill, Fleet Admiral King. The U.S. Navy found itself in quite a bind by early 1945, and the myopia displayed in the preceding quote that the war in the Pacific was left largely to me to manage is at least part of the reason why. Putting aside for the moment the not insubstantial role of General Douglas MacArthur on the course of events, the need for a swift victory against Japan after the defeat of Germany had been expressed as early as the Casablanca-Anfra Conference in January 1943, codified at the Quebec Conference, Quadrant, later that year in August, and reaffirmed at the end of 1943 during the Cairo Conference, Sextant. As time moved along and planning progressed, the war leaders and senior staffs of Great Britain and the United States moved away from the conviction that an invasion of the home islands may well not be found necessary if blockade and bombardment proved to be war winners. They still believe such measures to be inherent in all offensive operations, but that the agreed objective of forcing Japan's capitulation within as little as 12 months after victory in Europe had pushed a third facet of war termination, destruction of Japan's army, to the forefront. Strenuous objections to this by some members of the Army Air Force staff were trumped by the basic fact that there was no way that they could guarantee success within the parameters of the 12-month victory assumption. The JCS, King included, proposed to the combined chiefs of staff that operations against Japan following an invasion of Formosa would envisage an invasion into the industrial heart of Japan. While it may be possible to defeat Japan by sustained aerial bombardment and the destruction of her sea and air forces, this would probably involve an unacceptable delay. Upon the acceptance of the American view by the British chiefs in July 1944, Army logistic and manpower staffs were now able to plan accordingly for the Army ground and air forces' complex redeployment from Europe and the mammoth series of campaigns that would be unleashed under the code name Downfall. Meanwhile, the Joint Planning Staff finalized a blueprint for the invasion, which was adopted by the JCS at the end of June as JCS 924. Operations against Japan subsequent to Formosa, a document that articulated the JCS consensus on an invasion of Kyushu and warned that taking the home islands might cost us 500,000 American lives and many times that number wounded. Subsequently, the September 1944 conference at Quebec, Octagon, involved a considerable amount of planning for the endgame, and at Yalta, Argonaut, Marshall and King reported that the U.S. military was ready to proceed with the invasions of Kyushu and Honshu, the dates dependent on the close of hostilities in Europe. Admiral King had attended each of these international conferences and had been intimately involved in the U.S. planning process as the agreed-upon invasion and redeployment timetables were fleshed out. Although he pressed the other American chiefs, both directly and indirectly, for a scheme of operations that would have ultimately promoted blockade and bombardment over a direct invasion, he was continually frustrated by the indefinite nature of such a policy in much the same way as its advocates within the air staff. This was only reinforced by the lack of Japanese response to the terrible carnage of the March 9th and 10th Tokyo firebomb raid, which, said Marshall, seemingly had no effect whatsoever. The Joint Intelligence Committee summed up the prevailing view when it noted that under the full impact of air-sea blockade combined with strategic bombing, Japan's will to continue the war can be broken. However, it does not follow that such air-sea blockades and air attacks upon Japan proper, without actual invasion of the home islands, will force unconditional surrender within a reasonable length of time. On this point, there is a wide divergence of informed opinion. Estimates with regard to the time element vary from a few months to a great many years. But while Navy personnel on the myriad joint staffs, including King himself, were party to the long-standing strategic objective of not risking that the war drag on for an indefinite period of time, and were deeply involved in working toward that objective, there always lurked the underlying assumption that the Allies would ultimately turn to blockade and bombardment because of the sheer costs of redeployment and invasion. Remarkably, this belief persisted well after the Yalta Conference in early February 1945. It was not until mid-March, when the Army was visibly going full bore to reorganize its forces worldwide for downfall, and the Japanese had brushed off the Tokyo firebombing, that the ranking soldier on the JWPC, Brigadier General Bessel, could write, "It seems at last to be acknowledged that the ultimate defeat of Japan will require the invasion of Japan proper and the defeat of her ground forces there." The Navy's belated acknowledgement accelerated numerous current initiatives and prompted the go-ahead on others, such as the conversions of LSMs into ARS-D salvage lift ships, but came a little too late for them to fulfill, without Army help, one of its vital needs for the invasion: sustaining morale. The U.S. Navy displayed no interest in the Purple Heart after it was brought back into use through the efforts of Douglas MacArthur, then Army Chief of Staff, in 1932. Within 6 months after Pearl Harbor, however, the Navy had changed its tune. Army commanders were issuing the decoration to Naval and Marine Corps personnel serving within its units, an occurrence that would only increase in frequency. Some sailors and Marines receiving a medal for wounds suffered in combat, while others did not, was a guaranteed morale killer, and the Navy began to petition for its own authority to award the Purple Heart on the same basis as the Army. An executive order signed by Roosevelt in December 1942 authorized that the decoration be issued to Navy, Marine, and Coast Guard personnel with wording that opened eligibility not just to combat casualties of the current war, but all previous military actions as well. Soon, as it had within the Army, the medal became extremely highly prized, as its award criteria was rightly seen as being far less subject to the whims of commanders than other decorations. Plus, it proclaimed for all to see that its recipients had shed blood or made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. Arrangements were made with the Treasury Department's Bureau of the Mint to handle all contracting and ensure quality control of the new Navy medal, with the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia tasked with overseeing everything from the bidding process through the final assembly and shipping of decorations. The Army Quartermaster Corps, meanwhile, continued its long-time practice of performing all the procurement functions itself through its Philadelphia Quartermaster Depot. The fact that both services' decorations were being procured through government sources in the same city was completely a coincidence, but would facilitate increased coordination between the two bodies as the war progressed. Using Army specifications and samples as a guide, an initial Navy order of 135,000 Purple Hearts was contracted in February 1943, and finally completed exactly 1 year later after many delays. Schedule problems, however, were not at all confined to the Navy's medals. Enormous technical difficulties plus the fever pitch of production involving dozens of other decorations, all requiring scarce precious metals and extremely high levels of craftsmanship from equally scarce, highly specialized workers, conspired to push the Army's Purple Heart behind schedule as well. Two manufacturers who produced the decoration's pendants were forced to experiment with different types of inserts for the toned bronze core element depicting George Washington affixed to a purple heart-shaped centers of fired enamel, cloisonne, painted enamel, or synthetic resin, plastic. The decision in 1943 to settle on the use of molded plastic for the heart essentially solved all the most vexing problems, which included the central elements coming loose or popping out completely. Production was stabilized, but early delays in the December 30th, 1941 and July 1st, 1942 Army contracts for 525,000 decorations had been so severe that by the advent of the casualty surge in the summer of 1945, Purple Heart deliveries to the Army were 110,000 copies behind schedule. Although the Army continued to order Purple Hearts in such great quantities that it was forced, in an effort to shorten production time, to drop the engraving of individual serial numbers, starting with the contracts awarded in 1943. The highest contracted number was 600,000. The Navy that year was hopeful that they will not require more than the 135,000 already ordered. As far as the Navy was concerned, it was in no hurry to receive even the items called for in the as-yet unfilled order. A representative of the Bureau of Naval Personnel felt that the service was pretty well stocked for the time being, and stated that other than as possible replacements for damaged items, he did not think the Navy would require any additional medals during the remainder of the fiscal year. The Army situation, however, was completely different, and the contractor handling a portion of its Purple Heart production, as well as all of the Navy's, Rex Manufacturing Company, was so swamped by a large order of Purple Hearts received from the United States Army of the decoration's unnumbered Type 3 variety that they approached the Philadelphia Mint for help. Mint Superintendent Edwin H. Dressel found that the firm, which had already produced hundreds of thousands of the metal for the Army alone, was now in a situation where their equipment and personnel is inadequate to meet the requirements. Rex was unable to strike a deal with the Philadelphia Mint, but was thankful that they were not under the gun to maintain regular deliveries of the Navy's minutely different variation of the metal, and could thus schedule fabrication of its pendant around higher priority Army decorations. The Navy's now year-old order was finally filled in February 1944, and contracts were signed for an additional 25,000 medals 7 months later in early October. This was done purely as a contingency, and the Navy stressed orally and in writing that this order for Purple Hearts is not pressing in September, before the contract was let, as well as on several occasions extending into December. The Navy's Board of Medals and Awards even considered canceling the October Purple Heart order altogether, and numerous other awards, such as Unit Commendations Bars, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and Bronze Star, were placed on a higher priority. It was not until the Navy's realization that blockade and bombardment was a dead issue, and that American forces were indeed going to invade Japan, that the acquisition of Purple Hearts became overnight a matter of great urgency. The Navy was now face to face with the fact that, barring a change in national war objectives, 6 Marine divisions were going to fight and claw their way ashore, while much of the Pacific Fleet was locked dangerously close to the home islands during Operations Coronet and Olympic. Although not one medal had been delivered on the October 9, 1944 order, the Navy quickly got together new paperwork and on March 23, 1945, placed an order for 25,000 more Purple Hearts, while making it clear up and down the chain of command that this was now the top priority item. Almost immediately, the Navy staff concluded that not enough of the decoration had been ordered, and the Philadelphia Mint received a phone call on March 28th to request yet another 25,000, with a promise that the paperwork would soon follow. Additional urgency was added to the situation, because Navy and Marine losses had mounted precipitously and unexpectedly in recent months. Seizing Peleliu cost 7,368 Marine dead, missing, wounded, and died of wounds, with Navy casualties, principally among medical corpsmen and doctors, totaling an even 700. Equally unexpected were the stiff losses from kamikaze operations and service actions in the Philippines. All of this drew heavily on the dwindling supply of Purple Hearts, even as Navy personnel back in Washington put the decorations production on the back burner and seriously contemplated turning off the gas. Come the staggering loss of 28,666 men on Iwo Jima and continued fleet actions, 989 dead and wounded on the aircraft carrier USS Franklin, for example, from a conventional airstrike, the Navy suddenly discovered that it had exhausted its reserves of the decoration. Undoubtedly, small consignments of the metal were held throughout the fleet by appropriate command and logistic elements, but the Navy warehouse in Arlington, Virginia, had run dry. There are symbols of plenty to denote brave deeds, good conduct, service in a theater of operations, marksmanship, and innumerable other worthwhile accomplishments. But the nature of the Purple Heart puts it in a class by itself, and the medal's absence, or worse yet, sporadic, uneven distribution, would not only have a profoundly adverse effect on morale, but also had the potential of generating severe political repercussions at home. The Treasury Department's director of the Mint, Nellie Taylor Ross, openly feared that she might be held up on the floor of Congress as one whose organization has fallen down on a job that means so much to the fighting forces. Although the Purple Heart was by far the most politically sensitive decoration, the steep increase in fighting had pushed up the demand for the full range of combat-related awards. The Navy was pushing hard for decorations that could be made available to Iwo Jima casualties or to the families of the dead, which, in the case of the Purple Heart, would undoubtedly have been available if the October 1944 order had been fulfilled. Inexplicably, the Navy was slow to upgrade the production of the decoration from its AA3 priority. The War Department maintained the armies at AA1, due in no small part to Marshall's absolute insistence that awards be issued immediately. Thus, it was not until April that the Mint could waive top priority in front of suppliers. And although there was ample documentation that it was the sea service that had bounced the Purple Heart back in the production lineup, Taylor Ross, as bureaucrats are wont to do, passed the heat down to her subordinates. We are failing to meet the great responsibility that has been placed upon us to provide for these fighting heroes the awards for valor which the government has determined they shall have. Think of the 20,000 heroes at Iwo Jima due to receive Purple Hearts, which we are unable to supply. Production was, in truth, just barely eking along, but it was not for lack of willingness at the Philadelphia Mint. All Army planning had been governed by the expectation that U.S. forces would fight it out with Imperial field armies on Japanese soil, and Purple Heart orders, obviously among a vast number of corresponding decisions and acquisitions, reflected that expectation. As an institution, the Army had regularly dealt with mass death and casualties running into the high 5 and even 6 figures for individual battles and campaigns. Consequently, it had started its acquisitions process far earlier than the Navy, which had held fast to the idea of only conducting a blockade. The result, when combined with limited resources, was that the Army had effectively sucked up nearly all of the commercial metals production capacity beyond the confines of the Mint building at 16th and Spring Garden Streets in Philadelphia. By the time the realization, oh my God, we're actually going in, hit the Navy Department in March 1945, resulting in back-to-back Purple Heart orders being placed within the Mint, neither supplies nor specialized manpower could be obtained in a timely manner. The situation relating to the decoration's distinctive ribbon that month is an excellent case in point, as the Navy's acquisition of approximately 6,300 yards turned out to be a task fraught with delays and complications, including a general unwillingness of contractors to bid on the comparatively small amounts needed for its metals. But within the same month that the pair of Mint contracts amounting to 50,000 additional Navy Purple Hearts were issued and found impossible to execute, Army quartermasters were confident that their earlier orders would be filled, and that they would shortly receive a stunning 125,000 yards of the white-edged, pansy purple ribbon, and even promised that every effort will be made by this depot to increase the above quantities. The number of Purple Hearts actually produced for the war effort totaled approximately 1,531,000 medals. Treasury Department officials, who were almost as well versed in the minutiae of the Army's contracting as the Quartermaster Corps, collected casualty data and kept a wary eye on activities in Congress, where a range of manpower-related proposals were being hotly debated under the watchful eye of the Senate's presiding officer, Vice President Harry S. Truman, referred to Chapter 2. A bill to provide all mothers and wives of servicemen who had died in the war with a medal, proposed by Senator Joseph O. Mahoney of Wyoming, was particularly worrisome. It not only would have duplicated the Purple Heart's function and resulted in a large number of families eligible to receive 2 of the proposed medals, but also would have made the Mint responsible for production that ultimately will run into the hundreds of thousands of medals, perhaps millions, at a time when it could not even cover the Navy's existing orders. As late as April 9th, 2 months after the launch of the Iwo Jima battle, there had been no Purple Heart deliveries whatsoever to the Navy, although Rex Manufacturing had finally acquired the resources to begin fabrication of the medal's pendants. By May 14th, 1.5 months into the brutal Okinawa campaign, the Philadelphia Mint had received enough pendants and other materials to complete the final assembly of 5,275 decorations from the October order of the previous year. But while Army personnel in Okinawan field hospitals were receiving their Purple Hearts, wounded Marines in the cots next to them were not. The Navy had finally had enough, and the Bureau of Personnel, white hat in hand, went to their Army brethren and asked if they could please borrow 60,000 Purple Hearts. Stock transfers between the Philadelphia Quartermaster Depot and the Navy's Arlington warehouse were quickly initiated, and Treasury Department officials immediately perceived that a useful opportunity was presenting itself to the Mint. Treasury floated the idea that, with the U.S. Army galloping to the Navy's rescue with commercially produced medals, perhaps the Mint's Purple Hearts production priority could be suspended, thus allowing other backlog decorations to be pushed ahead while simultaneously relieving the Mint of some of its burden. The Navy, already badly burned over the medal, was non-committal from the start, but Treasury officials were confident enough that the Navy would jump at the chance to get other needed items earlier, that the Bureau of the Mint's acting director, Leland Howard, drafted a letter to Philadelphia Mint Supervisor Dressel, instructing him to slow down production of the Purple Hearts and concentrate on the Air Medal and Bronze Star. The Navy, however, said no thanks, and Howard's letter was later found in the archives with a large X scratched across the text, obviously placed after the Navy refusal. The 60,000 loaned Army decorations would finally allow awards to be issued for Iwo Jima and recent naval operations. But even more costly Okinawa battles then raging on land and sea would soon consume nearly all of the Army's largesse. With Operation Olympic less than 6 months in the future, it was past time to follow the Army's lead on acquiring medals. The Rex Manufacturing Company had reached the point where it could now ship an average of 1,500 Purple Heart pendants per day to the Philadelphia Mint for final assembly, and the Navy was in no mood to see those shipments stop. Chapter 17. Punishment from Heaven. It was evident to us that the Japanese army was still largely in control, and they were preparing to fight to the bitter end, just as they had done on all of the islands leading up to and including Okinawa, where I think we had to kill 120,000 of them. Therefore, it was the opinion of the Chief of Staff at that time that only a tremendous pressure on Japan itself had any hope of terminating the army dictation, that nothing less than a terrific shock will produce a surrender, particularly a surrender that was carried throughout the Japanese interests, from Burma, China, Indonesia, down in New Guinea where we had left them behind, and of course further north. Our great struggle there was to precipitate that general surrender so that we would not be involved with various holdout commands in various parts of the Far East. Therefore, our own conclusion, that of the Chief of Staff, was that we had to either invade Japan or bring this to a conclusion with shock action, the atomic bomb. George C. Marshall in Congressional Testimony, 1951. Colonel I. Ridgway Trimble at the Office of the Chief Surgeon, U.S. Army Forces, Western Pacific, was concerned. Trimble had served as General Dennett's eyes and ears on all matters relating to surgical matters and patient care throughout MacArthur's advance across New Guinea jungles and into the Philippines. He was now helping to coordinate the unprecedented buildup of the medical infrastructure needed to support the twin invasions of Japan, and feared that there might not be enough doctors available for Operation Coronet. During consultations in Washington, Trimble learned that due to congressional pressure, some 350 European theater medical officers had been prematurely discharged, in spite of the fact that they had not accrued as many service points as those in the Pacific. He quickly fired off a letter to Dennett appraising him of the situation, in the hope that Dennett's boss, MacArthur, might be able to do something to stop the hemorrhage of physicians. Detailed medical planning for Coronet had not yet begun, as Dennett's command was fully engaged in working toward Olympic, but the scale of the Kanto Plain effort can be gauged from Trimble's list of medical units to arrive in the Western Pacific from August 1945 through the spring of 1946, with or without their full complement of medical officers. August, 5 evacuation hospitals, 10 1,000-bed general hospitals, 3 250-bed station hospitals, 1 auxiliary surgical group. September, 6 evacuation hospitals, 1 convalescent hospital, 16 clearing companies, 5 collecting companies, 16 ambulance companies, 41 1,000-bed general hospitals, 5 750-bed station hospitals, 16 500-bed station hospitals. October, 9 evacuation hospitals, 10 1,000-bed general hospitals, 1 medical professional group, 4 500-bed station hospitals. November, 5 evacuation hospitals, 1 500-bed station hospital. Later, 41 1,000-bed general hospitals. These units, representing 117,000 new beds, would augment the 16,250 6th Army General and Station Hospital beds principally on Luzon. The 16 of these new general hospitals would be fully functional on Luzon and Okinawa in time for the invasion of Kyushu, with the balance to be folded into the 1st and 8th Armies for operations on Honshu. Trimble also assured Dennett that he had made it a point to stress the importance of sending personnel in advance of the TO, Table of Organization, hospitals, to which they are attached. Meanwhile, stateside army hospitals were also gearing up for the invasion of Japan. In addition to the early demobilization of European theater doctors prompted by congressional pressure, recently passed legislation had, in effect, dictated the replacement training program, which the Army now had to follow, by mandating that the training of 18-year-old inductees be increased from 15 weeks to 6 months before they could be sent overseas. Refer to Chapters 1 and 2. This had not yet affected combat operations, since the initial delays entailed in fielding the very youngest soldiers would generally fall between Okinawa and the invasion of Kyushu, at a time when the only serious fighting involved several divisions reducing the organized Japanese resistance in northern Luzon. The legislation did, however, introduce an element of inflexibility into their disposition at a time when any accurate forecast of combat requirements was particularly difficult, even without trying to factor in the rapid and ongoing Japanese reinforcement of the Olympic invasion areas, which had only become apparent in July. June and July 1945 had also seen the surge of incoming casualties to stateside hospitals, long expected by the U.S. Army Medical Corps, peak at more than 300,000. Although many hospital wards were filled to capacity, the Surgeon General's office had previously managed to keep the number of available beds well ahead of the casualty flow from overseas theaters. Now they looked forward to freeing up the crammed wards by November, almost half of the beds occupied during the early summer peak, through an aggressive policy of furloughs and discharges. It was projected that the downward trend in occupied beds, accentuated by a temporary drop during the Christmas season, would continue. These freed-up beds, however, were not going to be turned over for the use of civilian dependents, as was policy, but were instead to be retained until after Japan's surrender. Until that time, there was one more casualty surge for which Major General Norman Kirk, the Army Surgeon General, had to plan, and incoming wounded would continue to be dispersed to whatever facilities had openings, instead of to hospitals near their homes. How many casualties were expected in stateside hospitals? Based on earlier casualty data and force-on-force assumptions, the Army was still working with its estimate of approximately 720,000 for the number of replacements needed for dead and evacuated wounded through December 31, 1946, which included Army Air Force, but not Navy and Marine Corps losses. This and other figures, the planned sequence of operations, and experience gained thus far in the war in caring for the wounded led the Army Medical Corps to conclude that approximately 330,000 of these men would be hospitalized in the zone of the interior, continental United States, on June 30, 1946. The Army Medical Corps had earlier estimated that casualties incurred by the summer of 1945, all theaters, would make up roughly 50,000 of that number, and perhaps 5,000 more occupied by stateside personnel and those from non-combat theaters. This means that in addition to having facilities to properly handle the influx of casualties, the Army was expecting something on the order of 275,000 cases serious enough to require hospitalization in the United States from Operation Olympic and the opening months of Coronet. Midway through the year-long casualty surge that began in June 1944, the War Department quietly dropped the release of the Army's skyrocketing monthly casualty figures after, just several months earlier, narrowing the criteria for what was released in order to make casualties appear lower than they in fact were, refer to Chapter 2. The War Department then reverted to the practice followed during the first years after Pearl Harbor, where limited casualty figures were periodically released after individual battles, instead of on a systematic monthly basis. Nevertheless, it was impossible for Americans to not perceive the enormity of the growing losses, even if they were not stated explicitly. The United States was now suffering the kind of attrition that had been commonplace among the war's other belligerents for several years. Scrupulously accurate casualty data was made available after the war for anyone among the public interested in obtaining it, but the numbers did not reflect the intensity of the ongoing manpower crisis that the War Department had managed with extreme care for both military and political reasons. In addition to the often repeated combat losses, which are themselves low, fully 1,225,230 of the soldiers who entered Army hospitals during the war were for non-battle injuries in combat zones, diseases contracted overseas, and combat-related psychiatric breakdowns, did not recover sufficiently to be returned to duty and were discharged from the service. with battle-related casualties and accidental deaths from all services topping 1.25 million by the summer of 1945, and a roughly equal number of discharged soldiers, their health at least temporarily broken by non-combat injuries, disease, or psychosis. It was extremely rare for a family to have not suffered either a direct personal loss or not know those who did. One loss category that did not make its appearance even in the voluminous post-war medical corps studies was the number of families with multiple deaths. The reason for the omission was less likely some sort of attempt to obscure the losses than to have been the nature of the Army's record-keeping system. The Army did not collect information on families, only individual soldiers, and the raw data itself, if examined for familial connections, would have lent itself to potentially severe undercounts, although area-specific institutional knowledge on this subject at local draft boards would have been high in the immediate post-war period. Still, in answer to a White House query, the Army estimated that more than 7,000 families have lost 2 or more sons in the war, while cautioning that exact figures are unobtainable. The data was generated through statistical analysis likely buttressed by both anecdotal accounts and possibly empirical evidence gathered by a small number of draft boards. It was never released through the War Department's public information channels, even though the estimate was readily enough available that when an Illinois senator requested a condolence letter from the president to Mr. and Mrs. Raymond Sherman of Aurora, Illinois, it was inserted into the department's speedy verification that all 3 of their sons, Homer, Robert, and Donald, had been killed in action. Truman's secretaries, Matthew Connolly and William Hassett, were thoroughly opposed to sending the Shermans a letter, and Senator Scott Lucas was informed that there have been so many instances of this nature that it would be impossible for the president to single out one family for recognition. The presidential secretary's instincts paralleled the Army response on such matters, exemplified by the following statement in a letter approved and signed by Marshall to a grieving mother who had already lost 2 sons in 1943, well before the year-long casualty surge that began in June 1944. The mother wanted her remaining son pulled from overseas duty, but was informed that the numbers are so great and the individual cases so numerous that special authorizations would be impracticable, with so much delay, complication, and investigation that the general movements would be seriously interfered with. General Marshall considered it his duty to be made aware of personal matters addressed to his attention, refer to Chapter 2. He examined all drafted responses that went over his signature, and sometimes dealt with such matters personally, as he did in this instance. Upon learning of the family's plight in January 1944, the Chief of Staff originally felt that this appears to be a particularly bad case, and he asked the advice of one of his closest assistants, Colonel H. Merrill Pascoe. The colonel strongly recommended against his boss giving the remaining son any preferential treatment, and drafted the response that in effect became the Army's policy on such matters, until passage of a law in 1948 that contained a surviving son or brother provision. While I can understand why you will find it difficult to appreciate the real necessity for our policy, it is nevertheless quite necessary to the earliest success of our armies that we leave to the various authorities concerned in a necessarily elaborate system freedom in the assignment of men for overseas duty without reference to personal circumstances. Within months, Marshall would lose his stepson of 13 years, Second Lieutenant Alan Tupper Brown, the closest to Marshall of his 2 male stepchildren, to a German sniper near Anzio, Italy. Senior officers in the United States and overseas theaters knew of his family's loss, and many civilian officials in Washington must have known as well. But the general kept his grief a private affair that made neither the newspapers operating under wartime censorship guidelines nor most of the biographies that would appear in the coming decades. Later that year, as the monthly casualty figures, principally due to fighting in the European theater, climbed inexorably higher, Marshall reiterated to his fellow World War I veterans something to which they could all agree. War is the most terrible tragedy of the human race, and it should not be prolonged an hour longer than is absolutely necessary. Throughout this period, Stimson made similar comments in his diary, in closed meetings, and publicly before congressional committees. In a classified February 1945 briefing for the Senate Military Affairs Committee, he told its members that it was not the time to think of when the war was going to stop, calling that kind of thinking the worst psychology in the world. He forcefully maintained, "Our forces are locked with the enemy in an all-out contest. When that has happened, there can be no falling back. There can be no changes of mind. Every last weapon must be poured into the battle against the final moment when we break down our enemy. The moment has arrived, which Marshal Foch said came in every battle. Tout le monde à la bataille. Everybody get into the fight. Mind you, our basic plans are based upon momentum for a short war, momentum to save precious lives which would inevitably be lost in a long war." By the summer of 1945, however, pressure was building among some quarters of the press and the public to soften unconditional surrender demands, in the hope that the Japanese might be enticed to throw in the towel if they were assured that their emperor could remain on the throne. Stimson and his colleagues, who were listening in on Japanese communications thanks to U.S. codebreakers, knew better, yet could not use the intelligence success to defend their continuing tough stance. Meanwhile, war weariness was clearly growing in the aftermath of victory in Europe, and though not yet of much significance, it could result in untold consequences if the fighting dragged on too long. As Stimson said, "The country will not be satisfied unless every effort is made to shorten the war." The Joint Chiefs' view of the danger was enunciated most clearly by Marshall, who personally rewrote a key portion of the State War Navy Coordinating Committee document explaining the rationale for neither dropping or modifying the unconditional surrender demand. 3. If Japan should make a public peace proposal while we are redeploying men from the European theater to the Pacific areas deleted, replaced with Pacific Oceans, it might have considerable effect on the American people. War weariness in the United States, deletion, may demand the return home of those who have already fought long and well in the European War, regardless of the effect of such difficult-to-refuse a Japanese offer which prevents and actual invasion of the home islands with the incident saving of American casualties. End deletion. Addition, picking up from war weariness in the United States, might then lead to some public demand for acceptance of a Japanese offer designed to prevent both invasion of the home islands and our prosecution of the war to a point which would destroy Japanese capacity to start a new war. A demand for unconditional surrender now would tend, A, to keep before the American public the national importance of rendering Japan impotent to commit further aggression, and B, to reduce the psychological injury to our effort to win the war, which might be the result of any tempting Japanese offer for a peace falling short of destruction of Japan's war potential. These advantages would be in addition to the obvious advantages of the proposal in serving as a useful vehicle of our propaganda and in providing a possible foundation for a surrender, which would not lead to an inconclusive peace. End addition. JCS members King, Arnold, and Leahy all approved Marshall's suggested modification. The war had to be won quickly, unambiguously, and completely, no matter what the cost. Ironically, the fear of a lengthy war or delayed U.S. invasion was just as real among Japan's military, as their resources were dwindling at an alarming rate and would reach critical proportions by the summer of 1946. Refer to Chapters 7 and 11. Sadly, there was no magic route into the minds of the senior-most imperial leaders until they were in American captivity after the war. Several days later, at a meeting of the Maryland Historical Society in nearby Baltimore, Marshall remarked, "In a war, every week of duration adds tremendously, not only to the costs measured by appropriations, but in casualties measured in lives and mutilation." He went on to say that the full impact of the war comes more to me, I think, in some respects than it does to anyone in this country. The daily casualty lists are mine. They arrive in a constant stream, a swelling stream, and I can't get away from them. While willing to see the war through to the bitter end, Stimson nevertheless held out hope that the Japanese might be induced to surrender before the United States and its allies were forced to invade. He made it plain on many occasions that this is a matter about which I feel strongly, and based his guarded optimism on the belief that Japan is not a nation composed wholly of mad fanatics of an entirely different mentality than ours. Truman's advisers were in general agreement that some way should be found of inducing Japan to yield without a fight, and that it was essential that a carefully crafted new warning be issued. Opinion varied on when was the most effective time for it to be issued. Acting Secretary of State Grew and Admiral Leahy, for example, advocated that the warning be made after the Okinawa campaign, which was then reaching its bloody conclusion. But as Stimson noted, that does not meet with the President's plans in respect to the coming meeting with Churchill and Stalin. Stimson desired to see it issued before Olympic, but after the psychological shock of nuclear attack. My only fixed date is the last chance warning must be given before an actual landing of the ground forces on Japan. And fortunately, the plans provide for enough time to bring in the sanctions to our warnings in the shape of heavy ordinary bombing attacks and the attack of S-1, the atom bomb. Truman's ultimatum that Japan faced prompt and utter destruction if it did not agree to terms of the Potsdam Declaration, Appendix C, did not follow but preceded the nuclear strikes against Japan's cities, and was originally dismissed as empty rhetoric by most of the country's leaders. The President's new Secretary of State, Jimmy Burns, later stated that the warning had been phrased so that the threat of utter destruction if Japan resisted was offset with the hope of a just, though stern, peace if she surrendered. However, those such as Foreign Minister Togo Shigenori, who pointed out that the terms, though harsh, were terms nonetheless, something that had not been offered to Nazi Germany, had their arguments turned against them, as the issuance of terms was seen as a sign of American weakness. Said Prime Minister Suzuki at the August 3rd cabinet meeting, "Precisely at a time like this, if we hold firm, then they will yield to us." Even after two cities had been destroyed in a flash, and the Soviet entry into the war dashed the last hopes of a negotiated end to hostilities, the Emperor's most senior military advisers counseled emphatically against surrender, maintaining that combat on the home islands would decide the issue in Japan's favor. These same leaders, and most important, War Minister Anami, subsequently acquiesced to the Emperor's wishes upon receiving clear, heartfelt direction from Hirohito himself, and after it became apparent that continued use of the atom bomb would deny them the murderous, decisive battle that held out at least some prospect of a settlement on their own terms. Said Suzuki after the news of the Nagasaki blast was announced during a meeting of the Supreme War Council, "The United States, instead of staging the invasion, will keep on dropping atomic bombs." To these Japanese leaders, the strategic use of nuclear weapons was the ultimate Yankee expression of island hopping, when the coup attempt, that all or most of them knew was in the works, was launched by well-placed mid-level officers, Anami and the senior military leaders refused to join the die-hard elements. And rather than sit on the sidelines awaiting developments as the imperial palace was seized and the killings begun, they moved decisively to block the rebels' attempt to protect the emperor, murder the peace advocates in his cabinet, and destroy the yet-to-be-broadcast recordings of the emperor's imperial rescript announcing the capitulation. The quick suppression of the coup removed the last obstacle to peace, even as Marshall and his staff were formulating a proposal to switch from strategic to tactical use of nuclear weapons, as well as employ poison gas in order to trump the buildup of imperial forces on Kyushu. Refer to chapters 10 and 11. Would Marshall's proposal have met with Truman's approval? The president's growing unease over the use of nuclear weapons against urban targets may have made him more receptive to a change in the long-standing nuclear strategy. As early as August 9th, Truman had written of his concern for the plight of innocent civilians and humanitarian feeling for the women and children in Japan to a particularly jingoistic senator, then the next day expressed his anguish over wiping out 100,000 more people, including all those kids, to cabinet members. Thus, when Marshall argued that the bomb's value as a vehicle to shock the Japanese leadership and stampede them into an early surrender was now gone, moving the last two cities in the approved nuclear targets at Niigata and Kokura to the shrinking list of conventional bombing targets, the idea of preserving the atom bombs for tactical use may have met with less resistance than before Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Ironically, however, abandonment of the nuclear strategy inherited from Roosevelt would have likely resulted in the loss of more lives to the new weapon than it saved. A significant percentage of them would have been American. Although the effects of poison gas were well known and had a profound impact on people who had come of age during World War I, a more complete appreciation of the dangers posed by nuclear radiation was still in the future. Marshall's plans called for most, and if he could convince Stimson and Truman, all of the current and future atom bombs to be dropped on Japanese defense concentrations along or near the beaches. And he was apparently confident that the nuclear bombing of urban targets would indeed be suspended, leaving each of the 8 to 9 weapons that were likely to be built by X-Day on Kyushu available for tactical use. He later described plans for their employment in some detail to his biographer, Forrest Pogue. I have gone very carefully into the examinations out in New Mexico as to the after effects of the bomb. It was decided then that the casualties from the actual fighting would be very much greater than might occur from the after effects of the bomb action. So there were to be 3 bombs to support each corps that was landing. 1 or 2, but probably 1, as a preliminary, then the landing. Then another one further inland against the immediate supports, and then the third against any troops that might try to come through the mountains from up on the inland sea. That was the rough idea in our minds. This would have amounted to 6 nuclear detonations in a triangular zone measuring 65 by 40 by 45 miles, with up to 3 more blasts within this area or points to the north. The War Department's official position on radioactivity at this time, as stated in an August 12, 1945 press release, was that the bomb is detonated in combat at such height above the ground as to give the maximum blast effect against structures, and to disseminate the radioactive products as a cloud. Practically all the radioactive products are carried upward in the ascending column of hot air and dispersed harmlessly over a wide area. However, an internal report issued after the July Trinity test of a nuclear device in New Mexico described dangerous hot spots roughly 20 miles from ground zero. They included a 10-mile strip of U.S. Highway 380 and an area dubbed Hot Canyon along the path of the blast cloud. The close proximity of Bingham, New Mexico, to one of the areas receiving a heavy dusting of fallout, and the fact that 2 families near the Hot Canyon may have received large doses of radiation, was enough to prompt the Manhattan Project's medical chief to warn that this site is too small for a repetition of a similar test. Yet in spite of this sensitivity to possible radiation sickness and death, the expectation of dreadful casualties from purely conventional warfare during Olympic was so real that Marshall felt that tactical use of nuclear weapons was fully worth the risk, in spite of the possibility that potentially hideous consequences may have awaited some unknown number of the hundreds of thousands of U.S. soldiers and Marines fighting their way through a nuclear battlefield. In addition, there would be tens of thousands more men stirring up the radiated dust during base and airfield construction. The Imperial rescript announcing Japan's surrender had cast blame on the Americans' new and cruel bomb, which threatened not only the ultimate collapse and obliteration of the Japanese nation, but also the destruction of all human civilization. It was duly noted by U.S. intelligence that Radio Tokyo's English-language broadcasts frequently repeated this theme, and in addition to protesting the inhuman and sadistic nature of the bombing campaign, stressed that radioactivity was continuing where the atomic bombs had fallen. Exactly how true or not this was seemed less important to American intelligence analysts and their customers than the fact that magic intercepts were simultaneously decoding the new foreign minister's instructions to diplomats. I think we should make every effort to exploit the atomic bomb question in our propaganda. While statements designed to garner political and diplomatic advantage would tend to make concurrent assertions of radiation sickness rather suspect, magic over time may have provided invasion planners with a more clear picture of the lingering effects of radiation and prompted a switch to massive use of carpet bombing by B-29s in place of a tightly packed set of nuclear detonations. Months before Olympic, the big bombers were already beginning to run out of profitable strategic targets. Conventional use of massed B-29s in the areas likely to be transited by American troops, with atom bombs principally used against Japanese troop concentrations in the interior, would have undoubtedly reduced radiation poisoning among U.S. forces. But the Emperor's surrender broadcast effectively ended any need for Marshall and his staff to pursue the initiative, let alone study the best means of employing atom bombs tactically. The move toward tactical use would have spared some Japanese citizens, who might now be victims of conventional strikes, but would doom others. American planners estimated that of the 2.2 million people in the minimum Olympic target area who were unlikely to flee north with the retreating Imperial Army, or to have been killed in the pre-invasion bombardments, perhaps as many as 180,000 would be moved to internment camps. If, as originally planned, the nuclear detonations were concentrated in the south instead of against troop concentrations along the northern approaches, many of the people in these camps would have been living near or functionally on the various blast sites, and even those who remained in the countryside would all be at the mercy of prevailing winds. In that case, it is not unreasonable to suggest that several million Japanese and Americans would be directly affected by nuclear fallout or residual blast radiation on Kyushu, southern Shikoku, and aboard ships on the Philippine Sea. Atomic attacks at locations to the north, however, would have only lessened, not prevented, radiation casualties among U.S. personnel and Japanese outside the blast areas. At a time when imperial leaders who had no knowledge of the U.S. nuclear program were contemplating the sacrifice of 20 million Japanese in the home islands to achieve some chimerical victory over the Americans, And the war's invisible cost was rising to roughly 400,000 people per month from Indonesia through Manchuria. Prime Minister Suzuki insisted on adding a story from his youth to an otherwise bellicose address before Japan's legislature, the Diet. The ending of the following passage was removed by an aide, reinserted by the old admiral, and generated such strident protests that the Suzuki cabinet nearly collapsed, and likely would have if General Anami, the most powerful man in the government, had added his voice to the uproar. Once in 1918 I navigated to the western coast of the United States as commander of the training squadron. When I was invited to a welcome reception at San Francisco, I delivered an address concerning a war between Japan and the United States. I said that there was no cause for a war between the two countries, and that if there ever were a war, it would be much prolonged and would invite a very foolish result. I said that the Pacific Ocean is a blessing given by heaven for the intercourse of Japan and the United States, and if the ocean were ever used for transporting troops, both countries would receive punishment from heaven. Lives in untold numbers were spared by the Japanese capitulation. The war's sudden and unexpected conclusion in August 1945 has largely masked the fact that both sides were rushing headlong toward a disastrous confrontation in the Home Islands, in which WMDs were to be employed in, as MacArthur's intelligence chief Charles Willoughby succinctly put it, a hard and bitter struggle, with no quarter asked or given. Appendix A. G2 Estimate of Enemy Situation on Kyushu, U.S. 6th Army, August 1, 1945. Note: this abridgment of G2 Estimate of the Enemy Situation, Operation Olympic, 1st of August, 1945, consists of 24 of the document's 52 pages. Inconsistencies in the original typescript indicate that it was typed for mimeograph reproduction by at least 2 persons. Headquarters, 6th Army. Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff, G2, APO 442. 1 August 1945. G2 Estimate of the Enemy Situation with respect to Olympic Operation, Southern Kyushu. 1. Summary of the Enemy Situation. A. General Trend. By midsummer of 1945, there was little that Japan could look backward to with pride or forward to with hope. The crescendo of Allied advance had grown apace, and with portentous results. The sequel to Okinawa could only be an attack upon some part of the inner zone, and presumably would be an invasion of the homeland. Japan acknowledged that. The key phrase in her own discussions of the war had now become the decisive battle for the defense of the homeland. Japan had to acknowledge also that for such defense she was, in some respects, in a bad way. Her resources, now that her sea reach had for all substantial purposes been cut off at Shanghai, were the resources of the inner zone, that is, of occupied China, Manchuria, Korea, and the Home Islands. These resources were, as she had always maintained, considerable, but transportation from the continent and from Korea had become costly because of the Allied surface, submarine, and aerial blockade. Even within the pale of the homeland islands, transportation by rail, road, and waterways was suffering from aerial bombardment of communication centers and superfort mining of strategic harbors and straits. Some 140 square miles of densely industrial concentrations in 5 major and numerous smaller cities had already been destroyed by the B-29s. Allied task forces plying hard by the coasts of Honshu and Hokkaido taunted the shabby remnant of the Imperial fleet by shelling selected industrial targets at will. Airfields, airfield installations, and aircraft on Honshu, Shikoku, and Kyushu were being regularly attacked by Allied land and carrier-based planes. All this and more Japan had to acknowledge. Nevertheless, she deliberately girded herself for homeland defense, in Kyushu particularly, closest of the home islands to the newest Allied bases and naturally vulnerable to invasion. Japan, with unprecedented speed, took steps to meet the anticipated threat. By the 1st of July, as many combat divisions were estimated to have been disposed in southern Kyushu alone, as earlier estimates had computed, would be allotted to the whole of Kyushu by target date. Here especially, and in the homeland generally, Japan intensified defensive construction, busied herself to maintain industrial production at high levels and keep communications operative. She guarded her precious aircraft jealously, camouflaging and dispersing them and committing as few as possible. She tightened government controls, at the same time making provisions for local autonomy in anticipated emergencies. She organized her civilian strength under the Volunteer Corps for maintaining production, repairing damage to communications, and actual fighting in local defense. This Japan did while she considered the chances for success against the anticipated invasion. She hoped for war weariness in the United States. She hoped for Russian disturbance of the Allied political poise. She figured that this time the numerical superiority would be hers. The Allies, she maintained, could not possibly land so many troops in one place as she could oppose to them. She made much of what she believed were her logistical advantages over her enemy. In point of equipment, her still considerable air force, perhaps now almost wholly committed to the method of kamikaze, offered the most substantial hope. Although she admitted that superiority of equipment still lay with the Allies, she protested once more that this would be outweighed by the spiritual superiority of 100 million Japanese fighting for the Emperor and impelled by the spirit of the Special Attack Forces. These considerations, she hoped, would this time make the difference. B. Enemy activity in forward areas. 1. Ground. A. Command structure. Enemy forces in southern Kyushu are believed to be under the immediate tactical command of one and possibly two armies, corps, while those in northern Kyushu are thought to be under another army, corps. Exact boundaries between these armies are unknown. It can be supposed logically that the boundary between the Northern Army and the Southern Army, or armies, lies along the central mountain range, or roughly the line Minamata-Nobioka. If there be in fact two armies in southern Kyushu, the boundary dividing these may lie approximately along the line Kagoshima-Wakajiki-Hitoyoshi. These army corps are in turn under command of the 16th Area Army, believed to have been activated from the former Western District Administrative Army, whose headquarters was at Fukuoka. The zone assigned to this area army probably comprises Kyushu and its off-lying islands, possibly including the northern Ryukyus. B. Identifications, dispositions, and estimated strengths of principal enemy forces in southern Kyushu are shown in attached Order of Battle Annex No. 1. As of the 21st of July, 1945, there were an estimated total of 196,000 troops comprising the following. Mobile combat troops, including an estimated 5 infantry divisions, 3 brigades, 2 replacement infantry regiments, and miscellaneous artillery, 121,000. Base defense, including principally naval travel groups and AA units, 17,000. Service troops, including principally shipping units and some air-ground personnel, 58,000. Total estimated enemy strength in Kyushu, south of the line Minamata-Nobioka, as of the 21st of July, 1945, 196,000. Note: the preceding total does not include an estimated 25,000 flight and administrative personnel of the Army and Navy Air Force, the bulk of which will presumably withdraw prior to X-Day. Tentative area breakdown and dispositions of the above enemy forces are illustrated on map enclosure number 1, and are summarized as follows. Note: the detailed estimate of unit dispositions has been removed for clarity. Sendai, Kagoshima, Satsuma Peninsula, total for area 46,000. Miyakanoho, Kanoya, Osumi Peninsula, total for area 42,000. Nobioka, Miyazaki Plain, total for area 65,000. Kobayashi Hitoyoshi, total for area 27,000. Akune Minamata Miyanoho, total for area 16,000. C. Off-lying islands. From the order of battle standpoint, the enemy situation on the various islands lying off southern Kyushu is obscure, with the exception of Tanegashima, where there are an estimated 6,000 troops, of which 4,000 are classified as combat. Interpretation of photographs taken the 13th of May 1945 indicates the presence of a few AA guns and a radar installation on Shimo Koshiki-shima, as well as some military barracks on the southern extremity of the island. Kami and Shimo Koshiki would be logical locations for assault, demolition, suicide boat units. Photographs reveal unidentified small craft in the area. On the basis of the present scanty information, and particularly in view of the fact that late photographic interpretation is not available, it is considered impractical to venture an estimate of enemy strength on Kami and Shimo Koshiki. As further information on the above and other islands off southern Kyushu becomes available, it will be disseminated to interested headquarters. D. Civilian combat strength. The augmentation to an indeterminate extent of regular Japanese Army, Naval, and Air Force strength by combatant civilian personnel is indicated by current enemy preparations for Kyushu defense and by Allied experience in the Ryukyus. It is probable that such combatant civilians will be organized as members either of the Home Defense Units or of the People's Volunteer Corps. The normal function of the Home Defense Units is to supply the Army with common labor. Members of these units are conscripted from able-bodied men between the ages of 17 and 45 by village officials upon receipt from the prefectural seat of the Army's labor needs. At first, the units are organized into companies and given a modicum of training. Food, clothing, and equipment are issued by the Army, but are described as inferior to what is given the regular troops. The units lose their company identity upon becoming attached to Army battalions or airfield construction units. Although their sole function ordinarily is to provide labor, these units, according to current indications, are being prepared for lookout, liaison, and guerrilla warfare duties, and are subject to being immediately incorporated into the regular Army as reinforcements. The People's Volunteer Corps, in its broadest sense, includes all Japanese civilians. However, the productively useful of these are men between the ages of 15 and 60, and the women between the ages of 17 and 40. Their normal and present function is war work in the broad sense, food and munitions production, transportation and communications work, and the like. As part of the General Defense Program, however, members have recently been given a manual for combat designed to prepare them for the emergency of Allied invasion. In it, they are instructed to train for combat during off hours at their places of work, to persist as long as possible under the pressure of attack in the work of production and transportation, to aid in the construction of defenses, to repair communications and airfield facilities, and to relieve regular Army units of rear area duties. Indications are that, when there is military need, some of the members will be activated into fighting units or volunteer combat corps. At such time, they will receive distinguishing insignia and fixed pay and rations, and they will fight single-handedly as guerrilla forces or in cooperation with regular Army units. On Okinawa, it was inferred from the fact that comparatively few able-bodied men between the ages of 17 and 45 were found among the bypassed civilians, that a considerable number had been absorbed into the Japanese armed forces. On Little Hiroshima, such combatant civilians, aggressively taking part in suicide charges, infiltration raids, and cave and tunnel defense, constituted almost half of the 5,000 enemy opposed to the Allies. It is estimated on the basis of military manpower statistics issued by MIS WDGS as of April 1945 that of the 400,000 males between the ages of 17 and 44 in southern Kyushu, not then in the military forces, some 300,000 were fit for military service, and hence are now available for civilian combat duty. What portion of these are likely to find their way into combatant service cannot now be estimated. Experience on Okinawa gives only a token indication. It has been estimated that about 1/8 of the total population served in full or semi-military capacity. It may be assumed that similar ratios would apply in the homeland. E. Military activity and defensive construction. At this time, aerial photography of southern Kyushu is too limited in point of areas covered and frequency of coverage to serve as the basis for a full description of the nature and scope of enemy activity and defensive construction on the island. Consequently, though, it must be assumed that such activity and defensive preparations are keeping pace with the known enemy troop reinforcement of the area. An adequate account of these developments must await ampler photographic coverage. Some indication of the thrust and extent of enemy defensive preparations can, however, be suggested here on the basis of partial and merely preliminary photographic coverage, visual air sightings, and a numbered few PW interrogation reports. The defensive installations and activities thus arrived at are graphically shown in Consolidated Report No. 1, prepared jointly by Comms Fibs Pack and G2 6th Army as of 25th of July 1945 and are summarized below. Apparently the primary enemy concern, as thus indicated, is for his vulnerable coastal areas, permanent Army, naval, and Air Force installations, and for the routes of communication connecting these with each other and with northern Kyushu. So, for example, most of the 23 airfields in southern Kyushu are comparatively densely protected by automatic weapons, ranging from heavy AA and DP guns to light MGs. Current indications are that some 875 such automatic weapons have been emplaced for the defense of these fields. The most heavily protected of the fields are the Kanoya East Kushira fields of the Osumi interior, the Miyazaki-Miyakanoho fields to the north, and the Kagoshima naval installations of the northern Satsuma Peninsula. It will be remembered that enemy AA guns not destroyed by Allied aerial and ground attack tend to find their way in time to improvised use in a ground roll. The following, described in an order proceeding along the coast from Hososhima Point south and west to Mukurazaki, are some of the representative defensive developments in southern Kyushu. Small trenches observed near the summit of the hill mass rising from the valley of the Shiomagawa at Hososhima Point suggest that this high ground may have been put to its naturally inviting use for gun emplacements commanding the beach to the south. Photographic interpretation and visual reconnaissance indicate that the Hososhima-Tomikata sector has many large communications, radar, range-finding, and air warning facilities. A heavy artillery position is located just south of Tomitaka Field on a spur at an elevation of 650 feet. Recent photographs show an increase in the number of AA positions at Nidagahara Field and 12 automatic weapon pits on the beach fronting it. Stockpiles of lumber are lying about in the vicinity. In late May, 56 boxcars and 2 tank cars were observed on a rail siding in the vicinity of the Nidagahara Drome. What are tentatively interpreted to be Baka revetments have been detected in the hangar area. There are partially concealed beach defenses east of the Hippo Main Line Railroad and north of the mouth of the Oyotagawa. The Miyazaki Airdrome itself has but 8 AA and 20 MGs protecting it, but the beach fronting the drome has been partially prepared for defense. Several bunkers, some 12 automatic weapons pits, and 2 DP gun positions have been detected here. Moreover, firing trenches, weapon pits, and foxholes surround the drome area. Farther south at the point of Tozaki-hana, unidentified defense installations and barracks-type buildings have been observed. It deserves notice that the small and landlocked beach immediately north of Abaratsu, a town well served by secondary roads inland, has been prepared for defense by communications trenches, tank traps, and pillboxes in the area behind the beach. In the general area of Toi and Toi Misaki, at the northern-east head of Ariake-wan, possible trenches, some AA weapons pits, 2 occupied DP gun positions, and unidentified camouflage buildings can be detected. Obviously, the elevated terrain inland from both the northern and southern heads of Ariake-wan is naturally accommodating to the emplacement of concealed heavy gun positions. None of these, however, has become apparent to date, nor have any defenses been observed along the Ariake beach. Inland, however, in the greater Kanoya area, the Japanese, according to present indications, have been more active defensively than in any other sector of southern Kyushu. Some 360 AAA guns are believed available for defense of the 3 fields. There are 25 caves and 125 tunnels in the vicinity of the airfields, large underground storage areas between Tabuchi and Shishima, and much logging in the vicinity of Yura. To the south, in the extreme southern portion of Osumi Peninsula, lookout posts and coastal defense installations were reported by PWs to be extant in 1942. The same sources indicated that the area just south of Isashiki was a restricted area, and that on this point of the peninsula coastal guns have been emplaced for which ammunition is hauled from Kanoya. The good Western Peninsular Coastal Road confirms the possibility of such defensive installations in this commanding sector. Moderate barge and coastal vessel traffic is periodically observed in Kagoshima-wan. The entrance to the bay has the protection of the apparently carefully defended seaplane base at Ibusuki. PWs indicated that here also coastal guns and built-in defense positions have been emplaced. 4 tunnels built into the hill parallel the railroad and have rail spurs leading into them. Earth spoils and log piles confirm the further development of underground storage activity already in existence. PWs also report gasoline storage and ammunition dumps in the vicinity southeast of Ikeda-ko, a report confirmed at least by the presence of dead-end roads terminating there. At Onotake, northwest of Lake Ikeda, 3 caves can be seen. It seems certain that later and periodically repeated photographic coverage will disclose similar defense activities in the areas of the Mukurazaki and Shibushi beaches, and indeed much more elaborately developed defenses of the southern Kyushu inland generally. That it is reported above accordingly must be regarded merely as a preliminary and tentative survey. 2. Air. Available to the enemy in southern Kyushu before Allied aerial attacks had begun were a total of 23 airfields and seaplane bases of all types. These were classified as follows. Bu, Heavy Bomber Landing Ground Class, UC. Chirin, Heavy Bomber Landing Ground Class, Army. Ibusuki, Seaplane Station Class, Navy. Iwakawa, Medium Bomber Landing Ground Class, UC. Izumi, Medium Bomber Landing Ground Class, Navy. Kagoshima, Auxiliary Seaplane Station Class, Army. Kagoshima, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Navy. Kanoya, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Army, Navy. Kanoya East, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Navy. Karasahara, Heavy Bomber Airfield Class, Army. Kokubu, Fighter Airfield FAD Class, Navy. Korimoto, Heavy Bomber Airfield Class, UC. Kushira, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Navy. Miyakanoho, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Army, Navy. Miyakanoho North, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Army. Miyazaki, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Navy. Nidagahara, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Army. Ranchi, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, Navy. Sadohara, Heavy Bomber Airfield Class, Army. Sakita, Auxiliary Seaplane Station Class, Navy. Shibushi, Medium Bomber Airfield Class, UC. Tojimbara, Fighter Landing Ground Class, UC. Timitaka, Fighter Airfield Class, Army, Navy. Enemy aircraft on these fields have decreased in number as the frequency and force of Allied raids increased. Total combat planes of all types on southern Kyushu fields as of the 15th of July were estimated to be 300. Of these, 200 were bombers, 45 were fighters, and 55 were reconnaissance planes and other types. 3. Naval. As in the Philippines and Okinawa, the enemy is placing great reliance upon small craft for defense against amphibious landings on Kyushu. It is probable that many secluded and concealed points along the southern Kyushu coast, the enemy has set up bases for PT-type craft, assault demolition boats, and possibly other suicide naval weapons such as midget submarines and one-man torpedoes. Shore-in-place torpedoes and ground-launched rockets may also be included in the arsenals of such anti-invasion bases. Their specific locations are unknown. Low-level oblique photography and visual reconnaissance may later reveal their presence. Logical locations would include Ariake-wan, Kagoshima-wan, the coast south of the Miyazaki area, and islands lying off Kyushu. The enemy is believed to have mined Ariake-wan and the waters off Miyazaki. C. Movements, concentrations, and establishments in rear areas. 1. Ground. A. Identifications, dispositions, and estimated strengths of principal enemy forces in northern Kyushu, north of the line Minamata-Nobioka, are shown in attached Order of Battle Annex No. 1. As of the 21st of July, 1945, there was an estimated total of 225,000 troops in this area, comprising the following. Mobile combat troops, including an estimated 2 infantry divisions, 1 complete depot division, 1 depot division minus 2 regiments, 1 brigade, 1 tank regiment, 2 tank regiment replacement units, and SNLPs, 92,000. Base defense, including fortress troop, naval ground troops, and large concentrations of AA units, 57,000. Service troops, including principally air, ground, shipping, and depots, 76,000. Total estimated enemy strength in Kyushu, north of the line Minamata-Nobioka, as of the 21st of July, 1945, 225,000. Note, this total does not include an estimated 20,000 flight and administrative personnel of the Army and Navy Air Force. Tentative area breakdown and dispositions of the above enemy forces are illustrated on map enclosure number 2 and are summarized as follows. Note, the detailed estimate of unit movements and dispositions has been removed for clarity. Northern Kyushu, Oita Ken, total for area 28,000. Northern Central Kyushu, Kumamoto Plain, total for area 53,000. North and Northwest Kyushu, Nagasaki, Saga, and Fukuoka Ken, total for area 144,000. B. Unlocated units. Several units are definitely known to be in Kyushu, but exact locations are undetermined. Notable among these are the following: 32nd Independent Tank Battalion, 630, 13th Medium Artillery Regiment, 1,650, 54th Medium Artillery Regiment, 1,650. It is believed that there are possibly many additional units equipped with assault demolition suicide craft, both of the Army Gyoro battalions and Navy Shinyo units, not specifically accounted for in any of the above tabulations. Such units are probably located principally along the South Kyushu coastline and on the off-lying islands, particularly those lying astride potential convoy routes. Although there is no direct evidence, it is also believed that rocket battalions and numerous independent mortar units are located in the southern Kyushu area. 2. Air. Besides those in southern Kyushu, 120 known airfields and seaplane bases of all types, ranging from unclassified fields to heavy bomber airdromes, are available to the enemy within a 600-mile radius of Kagoshima. See map enclosure number 3. As of the 15th of July, it was estimated that there were 5,000 enemy combat planes of all types within range of intervention, of which approximately 2,800 were fighters, 1,200 were bombers, and 1,000 were reconnaissance planes and other types. In addition, the enemy has an unknown number of training planes of all types, a majority of which can be used in combat, at least for suicide crashes. Some estimates of the number of these training planes range as high as 4,000 to 5,000. 3. Naval. Except for a few submarines on patrol or on supply runs in outlying regions, and except for 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers last reported at Singapore, what is left of the Japanese fleet is currently based in home waters. It consists of the following: battleships, 3 total, 1 operational. Converted battleships, 2 total, 2 operational. Aircraft carriers, CV, 4 total, 4 operational. Escort carriers, CVE, 3 total, 2 operational. Aircraft carriers, CVL, 3 total, 2 operational. Heavy cruisers, 2 total, 2 operational. Light cruisers, 2 total, 2 operational. Destroyers, 40 total, 37 operational. Destroyer escorts, 8 total, 8 operational. Submarines, 60 total, 32 operational. 3 of the CVs listed above as operational are under heavy camouflage and are therefore not believed to be immediately available for action. Most of the operational fleet units are currently located at 4 principal home naval bases. 5 or 6 carriers, 2 heavy cruisers, and numerous destroyers, submarines, and escort vessels were recently under construction in Japanese shipyards. This work has now been suspended for the most part, at least on the heavy units. It can be assumed that further heavy air attacks will probably cause the suspension of the remainder of the building program and the destruction of a substantial portion of the above-listed vessels. The Japanese are known to possess an ample number of small craft for troop and supply movement. As of the 1st of February 1945, it was estimated that they had in the homeland a total of 3,170 vessels of 100 to 1,000 gross tons, and about 9,500 full-powered and auxiliary craft of less than 100 gross tons. It must be concluded that the enemy will have available in the protected waters adjacent to northern Kyushu an adequate supply of small craft for almost any desired scale of troop and supply movement, whether inter-island or along the coast of Kyushu. D. Terrain and weather as they affect the enemy. 1. Weather. See Annex number 2. Climatological and oceanographic study of southern Kyushu for period September to February. 2. Terrain. See Annex Number 3. Tactical study of the terrain southern Kyushu, with appendices Number 1 and 2. 2. Conclusions. A. Enemy capabilities. 1. Reinforcement of southern Kyushu prior to X-Day. Invasion of the Ryukyus in April convinced the Japanese that an assault on southern Kyushu would in all likelihood follow soon afterwards. Apparently acting upon an estimate of the situation that the attack might come in mid-summer, the Japanese have spared no effort to build up the mobile combat potential in southern Kyushu to a level, as of the 21st of July, of an estimated 5 divisions, 3 brigades, and 2 replacement regiments of the 6th Depot Division, the equivalent of about 7 divisions in all. Granted an unexpected respite of several months before the blow actually falls, the enemy presumably will seize the opportunity to strengthen his position to a still greater degree. Although our ever-increasing aerial offensive can be expected to hamper the execution of the enemy's movements and redispositions, it cannot, in view of the long period of time intervening and the wide choice of means available to the enemy along interior lines of communication, prevent such movements from being carried out prior to X-Day. Complete interdiction of the Keimin Tunnel and of the Kyushu Railroad and provincial highway system, even if attainable, would mean from a practical standpoint only that the enemy would be compelled to resort to the use of barges and small craft, with which he is plentifully supplied for inter-island and coastal movement, to the use of detours around obstacles, and to travel on the secondary roads of Kyushu. An additional increment of 3 to 4 divisions in the southern Kyushu garrison prior to X-Day must be considered as well within the enemy's capabilities. The additions could come from any one or a combination of the following sources. A. Side-slipping one or more of the divisions presently estimated in northern Kyushu, replacing them with divisions brought in from Manchuria, Korea, Honshu, Shikoku, or Hokkaido. B. Direct movement to southern Kyushu of divisions from one or more of these rear areas. C. Activation of divisions from either or both of the depot divisions, 6th and 56th, presently on Kyushu. D. Enlarging one or more of the estimated brigades in southern Kyushu to divisional status. Or E. The formation of provisional combat organizations from surplus naval base and service troops, possibly augmented by local conscription. The conclusion is that by X-Day the Japanese could easily have raised the currently estimated 7 combat divisions or division equivalents in southern Kyushu to 10 or 11 divisions, together with appropriate base and service units. It is believed that depot stocks built up in northern Kyushu are sufficient to equip these troops initially and to maintain them for an extended period of time in the objective area. Based on present dispositions and upon the strong probability of further reinforcement to a grand total of 10 divisions or division equivalents, X-Day dispositions will probably be approximately as follows. Miyazaki Plain, 3 divisions. Miyakanoho Ariake, 1 division. Ariake Harbor, Kanoya area, 1 division. Head of Kogoshima Wan, Kokubu area, 1 division, initially in Army Reserve. Kushikino Plain, Okuji, Miyanoho area, 1.5 divisions, initially in Army Reserve. Makurazaki, Southern Satsuma Peninsula, 1/2 division. 2. Ground defense. A. General considerations. 1. Tactics. In estimating the enemy's probable ground reaction to an invasion of southern Kyushu, late trends in Japanese tactical doctrine, as promulgated in captured field manuals and as exemplified in recent campaigns, notably Okinawa and Luzon, should be given careful consideration. principal tenets of current enemy defensive doctrine appear to be briefly as follows. A. In recent campaigns, reliance on strong defenses in the beach areas has been almost wholly abandoned. Beach organization has been directed towards harassing a landing as much as possible, principally by artillery fire, without irrevocably committing the main force to position defense or counterattack in the beach area. Due, however, to the numerical strength and terrain advantages the enemy will possess in southern Kyushu, it is believed highly probable that he will revert to his long-favored doctrine of annihilating the enemy at the water's edge, and that a very strong and ferocious defense will be interposed at the beaches. See particularly Manual for Defense Against Landings, published by Japanese General Staff Headquarters, October 1944, translated by ATIS as Enemy Publication Number 384, dated 2nd June 1945, and Land Defense Doctrine, Ogasawara Group Headquarters, 1st of December 1944, captured on Okinawa, translated by SINCPAC, SINC POA as Translations, Interrogations, Number 32, Bulletin 147 through 145, 16th June 1945. B. The Japanese have adopted a policy of all-around defense in depth, utilizing rugged ground in the interior of the island under attack. Whenever possible, the rugged area is chosen in the vicinity of the beaches on which the attacker is likely to attempt a landing, or in the vicinity of key objectives, so that artillery emplaced in such terrain will, in addition to supporting the MLR, be in position to interdict access to harbor and beach areas, airfields, and other key objectives. The rugged inland terrain is thoroughly organized, principally by means of underground positions, in a series of centers of resistance, each of which is usually manned by a unit of battalion size. In the defense of an organized area, the Japanese retire from position to position when they are in immediate danger of being isolated. The majority die in place when there are no further rearward positions to which they can retreat. However, when the Japanese find themselves in such a predicament, or when command control is broken down, the banzai charge is sometimes launched. C. The trend has been away from large-scale counterattacks launched against the beachhead soon after the landing. Instead, the Japanese emphasize smaller counterattacks launched from strong points or from their immediate vicinity. They attempt to time such attacks to hit the attacking troops when they are most vulnerable. There has been an increase in the percentage of the defending force held in reserve, but such reserves generally have been used ineffectively. Most counterattacks have been on a relatively small scale, but few exceptions, such as that on Okinawa in early May, indicate that larger ones can be mounted when the Japanese consider themselves justified. It is highly probable that an invasion of Kyushu will be guarded by the Japanese as dictating the necessity of a large-scale counterattack, possibly early. D. The Japanese have been intent lately on improving their now almost orthodox defensive battle tactics of cave and tunnel warfare. Most of these improvements, as outlined in captured documents and partially borne out in Philippine and Ryukyu practice, aim at better firepower protection from the vicinity of the cave mouths. This is effected in a number of ways. The caves are so sited as to be mutually supporting. Carefully concealed open emplacements of weapons cover the mouths when the cave-emplaced weapons have been neutralized. Mortar fire is laid on the entrance area from defilated positions, and artillery fire is registered on the same area at longer range than formerly, and dummy positions are set up to waste opposing firepower. Besides, Jap soldiers show less disposition to remain in or retreat into the caves until disaster strikes. Instead, they contend for the position in hand-to-hand combat and grenade duels. Moreover, caves are sited on reverse slopes, thus prolonging command of the hilltops and making progress down the slopes difficult. Cave embrasures are made small, and discovery and neutralization become correspondingly difficult. Protective devices, largely field expedients, are encouraged against napalm and flamethrower attacks. E. The defensive value of towns and cities has been stressed. The Japanese can be expected to make maximum use of town warfare. The battle for Manila has set the pattern for what the enemy can be expected to do in the defense of Japanese towns and cities. See Jap defense of cities as exemplified by the Battle for Manila, a report by 14th Corps published by AC of S, G2, Headquarters, 6th Army. F. As above indicated, the principal role of artillery is defined as being primarily to support the defense at the MLR, for example in the hills inland from the beaches, with the secondary mission of firing at landing craft in beachhead positions. Most of the artillery is emplaced within and to the rear of the MLR, only limited quantities being deployed at beach positions. Fire is directed to be withheld until the landing operations are actually initiated, so as to avoid pinpointing and destruction by opposing naval gunfire and aerial bombing. A far greater use has been made of artillery in recent operations than formerly, apparently because more guns have been available and not because of any fundamental change in the doctrine governing their use. Massed fire, in the modern sense of the term, has not been employed except in a few rare instances, for example, Okinawa, and the theory of massed fire is only partially appreciated in higher enemy echelons. A more effective use of artillery in the defense of southern Kyushu than has yet been common could be achieved by the organization of an artillery command such as was employed at Okinawa. It will be recalled that there the 5th Artillery Command, essentially a Corps artillery headquarters, coordinated the massing of the enemy's artillery for a major counterattack on the 4th and 5th of May, during which a preparatory barrage of 12,000 to 14,000 rounds was laid down in a 24-hour period on a Corps front. G. The enemy continues to place great reliance upon numerous varieties of suicide infiltration and raiding tactics. These run the gamut from the close-quarter suicide attacks upon tanks employing lunge mines, explosive charges, and anti-tank mines, to the penetration attacks directed at artillery positions, supply dumps, headquarters, and other rear installations. These infiltration tactics will probably be exploited to the utmost, and it can be expected that in addition to the regular combat troops, the People's Volunteer Corps and home defense units will be widely utilized for such suicide missions. H. The employment of counter-landing units to attack Allied beachheads from the sea has never attained the success the Japanese expected, but such units will doubtless continue to be used as long as access to the sea exists. There are at least 2 known amphibious brigades in Japan. It is entirely possible that one or both of them will be moved to Kyushu before X-Day. The mission of these units, as the name implies, is to make amphibious landings. On the defensive, the Japanese will presumably attempt to use them as counter-landing forces. Their TO and TE provides for a complement of barges equivalent to that of a sea transport unit of a streamlined division. 2. Weapons. Profiting greatly from German designs and technical assistance, the Japanese have developed numerous new weapons, some of which have come to light during recent campaigns. Others will probably be unveiled for the first time when the homeland is assaulted. In addition to these new weapons and devices, the Japanese will probably continue to improvise unusual modes of employment of their older types of weapons. Principal trends to be noted in connection with enemy ordnance are: A. Rocket and guided missiles, designed for use not only against the very heavy bombers and amphibious assault forces, but also against ground targets, will probably be extensively employed. Addition of the suicide factor, the piloted bomb, renders these weapons still more potent. Besides the so-called Baka bomb launched from mother aircraft, there is evidence of a new type of jet-propelled suicide airplane launched from ramps or catapults. An installation at Kanoya Airfield is suggestive of the presence of such a weapon. Rocket types likely to be employed are the already familiar 200mm and 447mm spin-stabilized varieties encountered on Luzon. The Japanese have also developed rocket motors by which aerial bombs could be launched from ground installations. B. Concentrations of coastal defense guns protected from aerial observation and attack, representing the reinforcement of portal fixed defenses by surplus naval weapons, may have been installed in the southern Kyushu area. It can be expected that, as in the past, guns moved from deactivated or damaged naval vessels will be utilized in this manner. Specific evidence of such activity in southern Kyushu is, however, lacking. C. Anti-aircraft artillery, including probably a newly developed 88mm gun, will be extensively employed in a ground defense role. In this connection, it will be noted that as of the 15th of July 1945, it was estimated there were 240 heavy, 585 medium, and 50 light AA pieces active in southern Kyushu. All of these, which escaped damage from preliminary air and naval bombardment, will probably be incorporated into the enemy's ground defense system. In addition, automatic weapons recovered from wrecked aircraft may be similarly utilized in considerable numbers. D. Mines and demolition charges of various kinds, many employing the hollow charge principle, will undoubtedly be given widespread use. Minefields actuated by remote control will be encountered in increasing numbers. Use of depth charges in aerial bombs as improvised landmines can be expected. All manner of booby traps will undoubtedly be exploited to the utmost. E. Increased emphasis on anti-tank weapons, including bazooka-type rocket launchers and high-velocity guns. Possibly adaptations of similar German weapons must be expected. Various types of suicide anti-tank weapons, such as the lunge mine and shoulder pack mine, will be employed in this operation. F. New and improved tanks, with heavier armor and more powerful weapons, including some armed with flamethrowers, may possibly be encountered in Kyushu. 2 improved models of the Type 97 medium tank are supposed to be under development, as well as a Type 4, allegedly superior to the latest German Mark IV and able to engage the Sherman tank on equal terms. The Type 4 is said to weigh 30 tons, with a maximum armor thickness of 75mm and armed with a Type 99 long 75mm tank gun. The extent to which these items are in production is unknown. However, tank units encountered in Kyushu may be at least partially equipped with these new vehicles. Allied forces will probably encounter also some self-propelled artillery, similar in type to that used on Luzon. 15cm and 75mm self-propelled guns were encountered here, and PWs and documents indicate a third type mounting a 10cm gun. G. Resort to gas or bacterial warfare must be regarded as an unlikely enemy capability. 3. State of preparation. As elsewhere stated, the enemy, in anticipation of early Allied landings in southern Kyushu, began moving major combat units to this area on a large scale in April. As of the 21st of July, the presence of mobile combat troops equivalent to about 7 divisions and a total of approximately 75,000 base and service troops is estimated. It can be assumed that under coordinating direction of the probable Southern Kyushu Army Corps headquarters, Intensive preparations for defense were initiated by these troops promptly upon arrival in the objective area. These preparations undoubtedly included construction of gun emplacements, underground defensive systems, establishment of bivouac and supply areas, and the all-around organization of critical areas for defense. A plentiful supply of labor is assured by the mobilization of the civilian population. The relatively long time intervening until X-Day gives the enemy ample time to complete these preparations. A very high degree of organization of the ground chosen by the Japanese for defense can therefore be assumed. 4. Morale. The largest single important consideration in estimating the state of enemy morale for the defense of Kyushu is the obvious fact that for the Japanese their homeland will be invaded. Inasmuch as the enemy has, even in the defense of island outposts where, comparatively speaking, far less was at stake, proved to be a vigorous and determined defender, it must be assumed that his fighting spirit in this homeland Kessin battle will be unusually high. Moreover, his currently demonstrated ability to withstand sustained Allied aerial pounding is itself an indication of a tough will to defend. Until good evidence points to the contrary, therefore, it seems most justified to assume that the defenders of Kyushu, both military and civilian, fighting as they suppose for the emperor and their own homes, spurred by intense national feeling and continuous propaganda, misinformed about the international state of affairs, and confident of their numerical and spiritual superiority, are facing invasion with high morale. 5. Role of civilian defense units. As stated in paragraph 1b, 1d, the Japanese are exerting maximum effort to mobilize the civilian population to assist in repelling invasion of the homeland. The steps taken in this direction are known to include the southern Kyushu area. As indicated in the paragraph above referred to, it is estimated that a maximum of some 300,000 civilians are available to the enemy in southern Kyushu for civilian combatant service. That percentage of these will actually become active in combatant functions of one kind or another cannot now be significantly determined. It is obvious that the principal function and value of these auxiliaries will lie in their use as rear area labor and service troops. It can be expected that they will be used extensively as carriers, trench diggers, truck drivers, road and bridge repair gangs, and the like. Functioning in this capacity, they will naturally release considerable numbers of those trained troops who would normally perform such service functions. To some of these volunteer corps civilians, sufficient training will probably be given by X-Day to develop limited combat value for merely local defense. The enemy is believed to possess a sufficient supply of obsolete small arms, principally 6.5 rifles and machine guns, hand grenades, and possibly anti-tank and lunge mines to equip a considerable number of these troops. Enemy sources indicate that the most scantily equipped will have bamboo spears and clubs. At best, it seems reasonable to conclude such civilian personnel will be only lightly armed, widely dispersed in small groups, and relatively immobile. Their effectiveness against well-armed troops will be relatively low, even in defense, and virtually nil in offense. However, inasmuch as eliminating them will require the expenditure of time and means, such civilian auxiliaries will have considerable nuisance value, particularly in rear areas. They will enable the Japanese to fight short local delaying actions, for example at the beaches, without sacrificing trained troops. They will require the commitment of additional forces to guarding lines of communications and to security missions. Eventually, they can afford the enemy a means of ready replacement by which the deterioration of combat divisions may be partially retarded. B. Probable conduct of the defense. 1. In general. A. Beach defense. Current enemy dispositions strongly imply the probability of a determined defense at the beaches. The terrain would emphatically favor the adoption of such a course of action. The principal coastal lowland areas, namely the Miyazaki, Ariake, and Kushikino plains, are not, as a designation would suggest, flat areas, but consist of badly dissected alluvial terraces and river flats. These terraces and their steep faces, many of which are very near critical landing beaches, are among the most important terrain features of military significance. Their serrated edges are almost cliff-like in most places, varying from 25 to 250 feet above the flat valley floors. Where the terrace surface is broken down and there are no large rivers, the country is a tines of narrow, deep gullies and ravines, the highest points and ridges of which are at or below the elevation of the terrace top. The defensive potentialities of these terrace formations are obvious at a glance. Almost unlimited opportunities are presented for the construction of cave and underground fortifications and for the emplacement of artillery, and in some cases even automatic weapons, within easy range of the landing beaches themselves. Many of these positions will probably be immune to neutralization by air raid naval bombardment. Moreover, the coastal lowlands are ringed with foothills, which provide excellent observation over practically all landing beaches in southern Kyushu. The enemy, accordingly, will have good opportunity to oppose our assault echelons with observed artillery fire from artfully concealed battery positions. It must therefore be concluded that because of the terrain and the ample forces available to the enemy, he can in this operation revert to his favored doctrine of annihilating the enemy at the water's edge. The adoption of a strong and active beach defense is a capability to be seriously reckoned with in this operation. B. Inland defense. Except for the three main lowland areas facing the sea, southern Kyushu is a complex jumble of low, rugged mountains and upland plateaus varying in elevation from 1,500 to 2,500 feet, with a few peaks rising to 3,500 to 5,500 feet, interspersed with small basins, notable among which are the Miyakanoho and Hitoyoshi basins. The corridors connect the coastal lowlands with one another, and with the inland basins are long, narrow, winding valleys dominated by heights on both sides. These terrain features lend themselves almost ideally to the development of the typical Japanese dug-in defensive systems in depth. Known enemy dispositions and photo interpretation alike suggest that the Japanese are well aware of the potentialities. In the terraced areas and foothills behind the beaches and in the rugged inland areas, Allied forces can expect to encounter a whole series of organized positions like the Shimbu and Bullet Pass defense lines on Luzon and the Shuri line on Okinawa. 2. Specific critical areas. A. Miyazaki Plain. An estimated 2 divisions are believed to be spread from Tomitaka to Tazaki Hana. Probably the bulk of their strength is dug in on the high ground to the rear of the coastal plain, but for the reasons above cited, it is likely that a part of their strength, considerably augmented by home defense and base and service troops, will be deployed for beach defense. Massing of the 2 divisions or counterattack would probably require a minimum of 3 to 4 days. Movement of an estimated division, probably in Corps or Army Reserve, from the Kobashi area to the Miyazaki Plain would require a minimum of 3 to 5 nights. It is therefore estimated that during the 24 to 48 hours subsequent to the Allied landing, the Japanese can oppose our forces in the Miyazaki Plain with the equivalent of 1 division, building up to 3 divisions, plus an unknown but appreciable number of home defense and base and service troops during the period X+3 to X+5. It must be remembered that these are optimum figures. Intensive air interdiction of the restricted routes of approach should considerably retard the development of this strength. The above capability is predicted upon the present enemy strength and dispositions. If, as elsewhere indicated, another division is brought to southern Kyushu and placed in reserve in the Miyakanoho Basin area, the above capability must be correspondingly enlarged. The enemy will naturally devote much effort to the defense of air bases. He perhaps intends to attempt the interdiction of the use of Miyazaki Airfield by artillery emplaced on the dominating terrain to the southwest. Such artillery would likewise be within range of the adjacent section of landing beach. Satohara Airfield is constructed on a terrace top and therefore is eminently suitable for close-in perimeter defense from underground positions. The only improved avenues of approach are roads which follow ravines or cuts to the top surface of the terrace. Special emphasis will probably be placed upon the defense and/or demolition of the critical railroad and highway bridges across the Oyoto River. From identifications already obtained, it seems probable that heavy concentrations of artillery weapons will be emplaced in the hills surrounding the Miyazaki Plain, and particularly on the dominating ground astride the narrow corridors traversed by the highway and railroad line from Miyazaki to Miyakanoho. It is considered very likely that these corridor approaches will be strongly defended in depth. B. Ariake-1 Kanoya area. Allied troops landing in this area will probably initially be opposed by elements of the 86th Division. It is believed that the bulk of the division will initially be disposed for position defense in depth. Its massing for counterattack would probably require at least 2 to 3 days. There is at present no known major combat unit either in the Kobuku or Miyakanoho areas. If additional divisions are brought to southern Kyushu prior to X-Day, it is quite possible one of them will be disposed in the Miyakanoho area and another in the Kokubu area. Time and space factors suggest that movement of the division from Miyakanoho would require a minimum of 2 to 3 nights, while that from Kokubu would take 3 to 5 nights. If enemy dispositions on X-Day are substantially the same as at present, Allied forces in the Ariake area can be opposed by one division, augmented by Home Guard and base and service troops within a period of 48 to 72 hours after landing. If reserve divisions are by X-Day located in the Miyakanoho and Kokubu areas, and if the enemy decides to commit them on the Ariake beachhead rather than Kushikino or Miyazaki, the opposing forces could be built up to the extent of 3 divisions, plus base and service troops, by X+4 or X+5. Again, however, optimum conditions are assumed. Aerial interdiction of the routes of approach may and probably will appreciably hamper the assembling of this strength in the objective area. The distinctive terrain feature of the Ariake-1 area is in the hills overlooking and dominating the Bay Area from northeast and southwest. It is very probable that artillery and coast defense guns have been placed in these hills under heavy concealment, in defilated positions masked from naval gunfire. The enemy may take unusual precautions to withhold fire of these weapons until the landing phase of the operation actually begins. At Iwo Jima, it was only the fact that the Japanese confused the minesweeping craft with landing craft that permitted such positions to be discovered and neutralized prior to H hour. Resembling the situation on the Miyazaki Plain, there are at the head of the Ariake-1 terraced formations, rising from 20 to 30 feet high in the south to 120 to 200 feet high behind Shibushi. These terraces vary in distance from 100 yards to 1,000 yards in rear of the beach. Their utilization for underground positions is a high probability. As elsewhere pointed out, there is considerable evidence of development of underground positions in the vicinity of Kanoya Air Base. This airbase is built on one of the characteristic terrace blocks, and it is eminently adaptable to dug-in perimeter defense, as well as to interdiction by artillery fire from nearby heights. Shibushi Airstrip also occupies a terrace top. There is a sheer face of about 100 to 125 feet between the seaward end of the strip and the narrow coastal plain. The faces of the terrace and the dissecting gullies around the borders of the terrace offer innumerable opportunities for cave warfare. It can be expected that the narrow valley corridor leading from Ariake to Miyakanoho will be organized for strong defense in depth. C. Makurazaki Area. The critical terrain feature of this area is the high and precipitous hills immediately behind the narrow beach. The key objectives, Bu and Chirin airfields, are located on a plateau and are 2 and 7 miles inland respectively from the south coast. The topography of this area is such that it can be stoutly defended with minimum forces. It is believed that a brigade with an estimated strength of about 4,500 is disposed in the southern portion of the Satsuma Peninsula, west of Kagoshima-wan. Reserves are available in the Kagoshima area to reinforce the Mazurazaki area on a substantial scale. The enemy's decision to do so, however, would probably be tempered by the more serious threat in the Kushikino area. D. Kushikino Area. On the basis of present dispositions, landing forces in this area will initially be opposed by one division. A minimum of 24 to 28 hours would presumably be required to assemble it in position to counterattack. If another division is deployed in this general area prior to X-Day, as is considered quite possible, the enemy could, during the period X+3 to X+5, build up a force equivalent to 2 divisions, augmented by home defense and base and service troops on the Allied beachhead. If there is still another division in reserve in the Kokubu area, and the enemy decides to commit it to the Kushikino plain, the above capability must be correspondingly enlarged. Again, it must be remembered that the above time and space factors are computed on an optimum basis. Air interdiction should play a large part in retarding the development of enemy strength. In point of terrain, the Kushikino plain displays in marked degree the same features noted in connection with the other critical landing areas. There are terraces at varying distances from the beach, except in the northern portion, where there are low rolling hills whose spurs approach the beach rather closely. It is obvious that the main defenses in this area will be anchored on the high terrain in rear of the beaches, and bordering the narrow corridors through low rugged hills connecting the plain area with Makurazaki and the Kagoshima lowlands. The terrace formations and to some extent the scattered sand dunes along the southern portion of the Kushikino beaches offer opportunities for dug-in beach defenses which the enemy undoubtedly will not overlook. C. Reinforcement from rear bases. Once the enemy becomes aware of the scope, direction, and probable objectives of the Allied amphibious attack, and the battle has been joined, there is little doubt that he will make a major and protracted effort to push reinforcements to southern Kyushu, in pursuance of the general objectives of delaying and, if possible, preventing our consolidation of the area, and of exacting as heavy a toll of casualties as possible. Manpower is by far the enemy's cheapest and most plentiful military asset, and he will expend it on a lavish scale. The Japanese possess ample reserves in rear areas, making allowance for requirements of local defense of main installations. It is probable 3 divisions or division equivalents will be available in northern Kyushu on X-Day for reinforcement purposes. Moreover, higher headquarters indicate that a sufficient number of divisions are in western Honshu, in Korea, and in western Shikoku, to enable the enemy to reinforce the Kyushu garrison practically on a scale of its own choosing, without unduly jeopardizing local security or long-range strategic requirements for the defense of Honshu. Movement of enemy reserves to northern Kyushu will present no insurmountable obstacles. Even assuming that the Keimin Tunnel connecting Shimonoseki and Moji is interdicted, the enemy will still possess a sufficient supply of small craft to move over an extended period of time and taking advantage of darkness and periods of low visibility. Almost any desired number of troops across the narrow waters separating the northern tip of Kyushu from its southern, western, and eastern neighbors. The critical factor limiting all enemy reinforcement efforts after X-Day will probably be the crippling effect of Allied air attacks on Kyushu communications, assembly areas, and water transport, and specifically the aerial and naval interdiction of the transportation bottlenecks leading from northern to southern Kyushu. The two main arteries connecting the northern and southern portions of the island, the east and west coastal highways and railroad system, are particularly vulnerable to interdiction because of their numerous defiles, cuts, tunnels, and bridges. Assuming, as seems permissible, that large-scale use of these main lines of communication can be denied the enemy, he will be compelled to resort to laborious bypassing and detouring by land and by water, and to the time-consuming use of secondary and tertiary inland roads and trails traversing the central mountain range. In their general pattern, therefore, the enemy's attempts to move reinforcements in Kyushu from the north should not differ greatly from previous such attempts where, as on Leyte, for example, because the Allies held firm control of the highway outlets and corridor exits, the enemy was compelled to avail himself of poorly developed and inadequate mountain routes. It is therefore believed that the enemy will be reduced to the expedient of pushing his reinforcements to the south by a species of infiltration, slowly, furtively, and piecemeal, a few along the blockaded coastal routes, a few by coastal small craft movement, but most of them through the trans-island mountain roads and trails. Accordingly, there is little likelihood that divisions or even regiments can be moved as a unit, which means that either these fresh troops will be committed piecemeal as and when they arrive in the objective area, or that they will be tediously gathered in assembly areas south of the mountain range. Due to this anticipated partial isolation of the battlefield, no precise time and space tables can be formulated for the expected rate of Japanese reinforcement from northern Kyushu. Hazarding a guess based on previous campaigns, and particularly Leyte, where the Japanese were confronted by a similar problem, though of taller scope, it seems highly improbable that they will be able to funnel more than a division or division equivalent from northern Kyushu to the objective area during each period of 10 days, beginning about X+7 or X+10. Actual performance may fall far short even at this rate. Past experience in the SWPA has demonstrated that the Japanese seem incapable of reacting quickly in the movement of their reserves, due not alone to Allied countermeasures, but also due to defective staff work, inadequate communications, and poor transportation facilities. Where and how these reinforcements from rear areas will be employed cannot be predicted at this time. Some will almost certainly be deployed to protect the southern exits of the trans-island communication system, including such critical road and rail junctions as Sashiki, Hitoyoshi, Taragi, and Tomitaka. The employment of the bulk of the reinforcements will naturally depend upon the tactical situation when they debouche from the central mountain range. It is conceivable that the Japanese may seek to build up a strong central reserve in some remote inland area south of the central range, in order to launch a grand offensive at an appropriate moment. Such at least was the strategy allegedly underlying the defense of Leyte and Luzon. It is probable, however, that as in the precedents mentioned, The enemy will find the situation so pressing as to be obliged to commit his reinforcements piecemeal in order to bolster the defense in critically threatened sectors. 3. Naval capabilities. The Imperial Navy, which in 1942 had complete domination of the Pacific Ocean almost within its grasp, finds itself in mid-1945 rapidly approaching total ineffectiveness. The last important offensive gesture was, characteristically enough, a banzai attack aimed at Okinawa in early April, which cost the Japanese their last modern battleship, the formidable 45,000-ton Yamato, and several of its escorts. Remaining major units, including 3 battleships, 2 converted battleships, the Hermaphrodites, Issei, and Hyuga, 4 carriers, and 3 light carriers, have either been rendered inoperational by Allied air attacks, have sought temporary refuge by taking on heavy camouflage in home naval bases, or are undergoing repairs and alterations. Higher Headquarters estimates that, with reference to an operation against southern Kyushu, the sole remaining capabilities of the Japanese High Seas Fleet are to attempt a repetition of the Yamato attack with the units remaining operational, an attack which would probably prove equally abortive and suicidal, or to attempt to retain the semblance of a fleet in being by retiring to relatively safer anchorages in the Sea of Japan and the Yellow Sea. It is entirely possible that the remnants of the Japanese surface fleet will be smashed by air attack prior to X-Day, and thus be totally deprived of the capability of effective intervention in this operation. The enemy submarine force, however, will remain a serious threat to Allied operations against Japan. Although the offensive use of submarines by the Japanese has been singularly unsuccessful during early phases of the war, it is probable that offensive submarine activity will reach its highest and perhaps its most effective level when an invasion force approaches the homeland. The enemy has approximately 50 submarines concentrated mainly in Empire waters, and this number may be slightly increased by the recall of those now engaged in patrol and on supply missions in distant waters. Strong emphasis is being placed on the development of one-man torpedoes, possibly to be launched from submarines, destroyers, and shore installations. These devices may make their appearance in southern Kyushu bases. These bases may possibly be equipped to handle also midget subs and the assault demolition boats mentioned below. The Japanese have placed strong reliance upon small suicide Q craft, properly called assault demolition boats. In Luzon waters there were an estimated 1,000 such craft operated by the Army's Gyoro fishing units, and approximately 200 similar boats operated by the Navy's Shinyo units, principally at Corregidor and in the Manila Bay area. At Okinawa, an estimated 600 to 700 were encountered, although the number of successful attacks made by these suicide craft has been far from commensurate with their large numbers. There is reason to believe that the Japanese will continue to rely heavily upon them in the defense of Kyushu. Judging from photographic evidence of small boat concentrations, it is entirely plausible that bases are being set up at undisclosed points along the southern Kyushu coastline, the greatly indented nature of which offers excellent opportunities for concealment and surprise employment. The Army and Navy assault demolition boats, as well as PT and anti-PT type craft known to have been developed by the enemy, must be reckoned with as a definite threat to attacking amphibious forces along convoy routes and in the crowded anchorages of the objective areas. The advisability of intensive and systematic search for and destruction of these craft and their bases by Allied air and naval forces during the preparatory phase of this operation is clearly indicated. Suicide swimmers armed with demolitions will probably constitute a minor nuisance threat to Allied amphibious craft. There are indications that the waters of Ariake-wan, Kagoshima-wan, and off Miyazaki have been mined by the Japanese. 4. air reaction. The Japanese recognize that they possess in the suicide crash technique their most effective aerial weapon against Allied invasion forces. Beginning with the invasion of Leyte and continuing through the landings in the Ryukyus, an increasingly growing percentage of all offensive sorties executed by the Japanese Army and Navy Air Forces has been of the suicide variety. One estimate states that 20% of the enemy air attacks at Okinawa were of this type. Others range as high as 50%. It can confidently be predicted that the vast majority, perhaps as high as 85 or 90%, of the aerial attacks launched against a landing on southern Kyushu will follow kamikaze tactics. Indeed, the Japanese have publicly announced that a great part of the numbers of both Army and Navy Air Forces are being inducted into the Kamikaze Corps. The training program in several areas of the empire, notably China, has been suspended, and the trainees have been formed into suicide squadrons. The question is, how many airplanes will the enemy have available shortly before X-Day for suicide and conventional airstrikes? To this, no definitive answer can presently be given. Although lying within the realm of the strategic and therefore beyond the purview of this headquarters, a brief consideration of the principal factors involved is of interest to ground force commanders and staffs. As of the 20th of July, 1945, it was estimated that on air bases in Kyushu and in those portions of Shikoku, Honshu, Korea, and China lying within a 600-mile radius of Kyushu, the enemy had 1,500 combat planes, of which roughly 65% were fighters and 20% bombers. The enemy was on the same date estimated to have 3,500 additional combat planes on bases beyond the 600-mile radius of Kagoshima, but capable of intervention in this operation. The current monthly production is estimated by MID as approximately 1,500 in combat types, principally fighters. In addition, the enemy is estimated to possess some 4,000 to 5,000 miscellaneous training planes of varying degrees of effectiveness in the same area. Many hundreds of these types, including even biplanes, were committed as suicide planes during the air battles over Okinawa. Three imponderables confront anyone attempting to predict the probable weight of the Japanese air reaction to the Kyushu operation. First, the extent to which the enemy will attempt the air defense of the empire in order to minimize strategic bombing damage by the B-29s and the carrier forces. Obviously, the Japanese are confronted with a bitter dilemma in this matter. They must choose one of these alternatives. They can commit substantial forces of first-line fighters to repel the P-29 and carrier attacks in an effort to mitigate the damage to industrial Japan, in which case they court early destruction of their first-line combat strength. Or they can deliberately husband their air strength for the anticipated amphibious assault on their homeland, meanwhile refusing air combat and accepting inevitably heavy damage to their cities, industrial plants, communications, and air facilities to the extent that a trend is discernible from recent reaction to Allied air operations over the homeland. As to which of these choices the enemy will elect, the solution appears to be a compromise. Intermittent interception of our strategic bombers by limited numbers of high-performance fighters and rocket planes, coupled with a policy of hoarding a hidden and dispersed reserve of first-line planes, all manner of training planes, and Baka-type missiles for use by the Suicide Corps in attempting to repel the amphibious assault. A second imponderable factor concerns the magnitude and success of the efforts which the enemy has made and undoubtedly will continue to make to disperse and conceal his aircraft plants, his planes, and his necessary air facilities. The MID report above quoted asserts that 47% of the June plane production in Japan was produced by plants as yet undiscovered or unbombed by our forces. Many of those are undoubtedly underground, as was the case in Germany during the final months. It is known, moreover, that in anticipation of early amphibious assaults on Japan, strong measures are being taken to disperse and conceal aircraft and to accumulate stores of avgas, ammunition, and base ordnance in critical areas. There have been repeated, if vague, references in captured documents and PW interrogations to the existence of concealed underground hangars and storage warehouses in which planes are being hoarded at various points in Japan. Speakers on Radio Tokyo have made the same claim, although undoubtedly exaggerated. It must be conceded that some degree of success will be gained in these dispersal and concealment projects, and that the Japanese will probably succeed in establishing a reservoir of some air power to be released at the proper moment. The third unknown factor in weighing the probable air reaction to the invasion of Kyushu is the extent to which the Japanese will decide to retain their then-existing air potential to meet the later amphibious assault against the industrial heart of Japan. If the Air Force is committed all out in defense of Kyushu, the Japanese thereby accept the risk of leaving the vital Tokyo area undefended or inadequately defended by air. Higher Headquarters believes that the enemy will be unwilling to accept such a risk, and therefore tentatively estimates that a reserve of 2,000 to 2,500 aircraft, which may have to be reduced because of intervening losses, will be retained for the later eventuality. There is, however, some support for the belief that the Japanese may, as a last throw of dice, deliberately choose to fight the decisive air battle for the homeland at Kyushu, on the theory that if this air battle were lost, there would be no more chance of winning the later one over Honshu. A similar line of reasoning, though with less at stake, impelled the enemy high command to the decision to hurl the entire Philippine Air Force, reinforced from the homeland, into the battle for Leyte, leaving little more than token air power available for the defense of Luzon. As to the nature of the enemy's probable aerial reaction, therefore, it has been pointed out that A. As a result of the Allied counter-air force neutralization program, the enemy air force will be driven off southern Kyushu long before X-Day, except for concealed suicide planes. B. Many of the excellent airfields in northern Kyushu will probably still be serviceable for staging purposes and possibly also for limited basing of planes. C. The bulk of remaining enemy air strength will on X-Day still probably be assembled at bases within a 600-mile radius of Allied beachheads, and can stage its attacks through northern Kyushu from bases in southern Honshu, Shikoku, northern Korea, and possibly North China. D. The enemy can be expected to make intense and violent air attacks, chiefly of the suicide kind, beginning when the bombardment and amphibious forces approach the objective area. E. Dawn, dusk, and moonlit nights will probably continue to be the favored time for such attacks. F. The prime target will of course be Allied naval craft and amphibious forces, with ground positions and advanced air bases in the objective area as secondary targets. G. The longevity of the enemy's major effort will be governed by the proportion of his then available air strength the enemy feels must be retained at all costs for the protection of Honshu, or, if the enemy decides not to withhold any such reserve, by the depletion of his forces. H. At all events, the major air effort will be brought to an end when Allied land-based air strength is firmly established on southern Kyushu and has begun wide-scale short-range air attacks against critical air base and industrial targets in Honshu, Korea, and Shikoku, and I. Offensive air action against southern Kyushu will at that time probably deteriorate into the familiar pattern of sporadic raiding, principally during hours of darkness. An especially critical period will probably be that between the voluntary and/or enforced retirement of carrier groups and the firm establishment of land-based aircraft in southern Kyushu, if there is any appreciable time lag between these two phases. Suicide-piloted rocket planes of the Baka type launched from mother aircraft, and ground-launched missiles of the same type may be extensively employed. The Japanese are known to have shown interest in ground-launched V-weapons similar to the German jet-propelled V-1. There is even some suggestion from photographic interpreters that naval vessels, including even carriers, may be under modification as launching platforms for these projectiles. An aerial threat of decidedly less importance but still deserving of consideration and constant vigilance is posed by the possible employment of parachute troops or crash-landing planes filled with suicide demolition experts, directed against our air bases, communication centers, and other rear installations. The 1st Raiding Brigade, a unit similar to the 2nd Raiding Brigade, elements of which executed the paratroop attack on Leyte on the 6th and 7th of December 1944, is believed to have been recently stationed in the Miyazaki area of eastern Kyushu. The possibility exists that this unit, or one similarly organized, may be poised at a rear air base for the purpose of executing a dramatic vertical attack at an auspicious target, possibly in conjunction, as was done at Okinawa, with a grand offensive participated in by the Air Force, ground units, and counter-landing units. B. Relative probabilities. 1. Reinforcement of southern Kyushu prior to X-Day. Despite the fact that enemy reinforcement of southern Kyushu has, as of the 1st of August, already brought his strength in this area up an estimated total of the equivalent of about 7 divisions, it is possible, particularly because of the respite of the several months before the blow actually falls, that he will further reinforce the area by an additional 3 or 4 divisions by X-Day. 2. Ground defense. A. General considerations. 1. Tactics. Enemy defensive battle tactics will most probably include A. A return to a policy of annihilation of the enemy at the water's edge, both by means of artillery and mortar fire from concealed positions in defilade and by direct infantry assault. B. Defense in depth behind the beach areas from thoroughly organized, interconnected, and principally underground positions, set up as a series of centers of resistance, manned by units of battalion size, and supported at flank and rear by artillery and mortar fire. C. Successive counterattacks, some of them possibly on a large scale from previously prepared strongpoints against beachhead positions. D. Improved cave and tunnel warfare conducted from mountainous, hilly, or terraced terrain well inland from the beaches. E. Determined and protracted building-to-building defense of cities. And F. The use of artillery from elevated ground inland, very probably in better coordination with infantry action and in greater mass than heretofore. 2. Weapons. It is likely that the enemy will improvise new and improved modes of employing his old weapons and bringing out for the first time newly devised ones. These changes probably will include concentrations of coastal defense guns, including those from deactivated naval vessels, anti-aircraft artillery, including the newly devised 88mm gun, various types of mines, minefields, and demolition changes, numerous anti-tank weapons, including bazooka-type launchers and high-velocity guns. New tanks, equipped with better weapons and heavier armor than heretofore, some probably with flamethrowers, and, though this continues unlikely, gas and bacteriological warfare. 3. State of preparation. It must be assumed from the pace with which the enemy has set about reinforcing his southern Kyushu garrison that a corresponding effort is going into the construction of gun emplacements, underground defensive systems, establishment of bivouac and supply areas, and the all-around organization of critical areas for defense, and that such effort will continue on the ground chosen by the Japanese for determined defense. 4. Morale. The spirited morale the enemy has exhibited at the outset of his defense of even island outposts where far less was at stake than there is in Kyushu, and the systematic intensification in the rallying by the Japanese government of the Kyushu population for the expected attack make it very probable that morale of enemy troops and civilians in southern Kyushu will at the time of the invasion be high. 5. Role of civilian defense units. Of the 300,000 extra military able-bodied men estimated to be available to the enemy for defense purposes, be it by organization under home defense units or the volunteer corps, an indeterminate number can be expected to abandon under pressure their normal function of relieving regular army units of rear area duties, maintaining communications, and building defenses to become combatant or semi-combatant groups. Poorly trained and meagerly equipped, such elements, it is believed, could be effective only in a defensive role. B. Probable conduct of the defense. 1. In general. A. Beach defense. The alluvial terraces behind the beaches fronting the Miyazaki, Ariake, and Kushikino plains, and the hills embracing the plains, lend themselves to the construction of underground fortifications flanked and backed up by artillery emplacements, and strongly indicate that the enemy will counter landing forces with well-organized and determined beach defense. B. Inland defense. Terrain considerations, particularly the mass of low rugged mountains and upland plateaus behind the three main coastal plains, and the narrow corridors dominated by heights interconnecting the coastal plains with each other and with the interior basins, make it probable that a series of organized dug-in defensive systems will be set up and defended by the enemy to her access to the interior. 2. Specific critical areas. A. Miyazaki Plain. Predicated upon present enemy strength and dispositions and ignoring the effects of Allied aerial disruption of enemy movement, it is estimated that the Japanese can oppose the equivalent of one division to Allied forces 24 to 48 hours after the landing, and that this enemy force could be built up to a total of 3 divisions plus home defense and base and service troops during the period X+3 to X+5. The enemy will probably make maximum use of advantageous defensive terrain to defend strongly the Miyazaki, the Satohara airfields, the critical rail and road bridges over the Oyoto River, the hill-backed plain itself, and particularly the narrow corridor approaches to the Miyakanoho Basin. B. Ariake-1 area. Predicated upon present enemy strength and dispositions and ignoring the effects of Allied disruption of enemy movement, it is estimated that the Japanese can oppose the equivalent of one division, augmented by home defense and base and service troops, to Allied forces 46 to 72 hours after landing. If reserve divisions are by X-day located in the Miyakanoho and Kokubu areas, and if these are committed to the Ariake beachhead rather than to Kushikino or Miyazaki, the enemy force opposing the landing could, by X+4 or X+5, be built up to a total of 3 divisions, plus home defense and base and service troops. The hills dominating Ariake Bay will probably be utilized for artillery and coast defense guns. The site of Shibushi Field lends itself to effective close-in defense. The terraces behind Ariake Beach will probably be well defended from underground fortification systems. Such systems are already being prepared for the defense of the invaluable Kanoya Air Base area. It must be supposed that the valley corridor from the Ariake area to Miyakanoho will be organized for strong defense in depth. C. Makurazaki area. Terrain in the Makurazaki area is such that it can be stoutly defended with a minimum of forces. Whether more than the brigade of 4,500 strength now estimated to be in the area will be committed to this defense and thus to protecting the Bu and Chiron fields inland will probably depend upon whether the enemy supposes some of his reserves in the Kagoshima area are not needed for the defense of the Kushikino plain. D. Kushikino area. Predicated upon present enemy strength and dispositions and ignoring the effects of Allied aerial disruption of enemy movement, it is estimated that the Japanese can oppose the equivalent of one division to Allied forces 24 to 48 hours after the landing. Should another division be deployed in the area before X-Day, as is likely, the enemy could, during the period X+3 to X+5, build up a force equivalent to two divisions. It is probable that the main defense will be anchored on the high terrain in rear of the beaches and bordering the narrow corridors connecting the area with the Makurazaki and Kagoshima lowlands, and that, where terrace formations are available, dug-in beach defenses will be encountered. E. Note designated C in the original. Reinforcement from rear bases. Inasmuch as manpower is by far the enemy's most plentiful asset, it is probable that once he becomes aware of the scope and objectives of the Allied attack, he will draw on this potential for reinforcement to the extent of perhaps 3 divisions. The crippling effect of Allied aerial attacks on Kyushu communications, assembly areas and water transport, and specifically of bottlenecks in the route from northern to southern Kyushu, will make it necessary for these reinforcing elements to enter the objective area piecemeal. For this reason, it is hardly probable that more than a division or its equivalent can be added to the forces in southern Kyushu during each period of 10 days, beginning about X+7 or X+10, and actual performance may fall short of even so much effective reinforcement. Such accretions in troop strength may be employed to protect the southern exits of the trans-island communication system, be used to build up in a suitable centrally located area a reservoir of troops for purposes of a grand offensive, or be committed piecemeal in progressive efforts to bolster sagging sectors. 3. Naval capabilities. It is estimated that the sole remaining capabilities of the remnant Japanese fleet, provided that even in this remnant status it is still extant on X-Day, are to attempt swift sorties against Allied amphibious forces upon their approach to Kyushu, or to retire in the capacity of a fleet in being to comparatively safer anchorages in the Sea of Japan or the Yellow Sea. The enemy submarine force, however, still estimated to comprise a maximum of some 60 units, remains a considerable threat, and may be expected to reach its highest peak of activity as the Allied invasion force approaches the mainland. Besides, one-man torpedoes, whether launched from shore installations or from naval craft, and midget submarines, are being greatly emphasized in current reports and will probably be put into action against Allied units. Far from negligible, too, is the Japanese reliance on suicide assault demolition boats. These, as well as PT boats and anti-PT boats, can be well concealed along the irregular southern Kyushu coastline, and it may be expected that quantities of these will attempt attacks against approaching convoys and crowded anchorages. 4. Air reaction. To the extent that a trend is discernible from recent enemy reaction to Allied air operations over the homeland, it seems he is electing a compromise between the alternative of husbanding his still considerable aircraft at the cost of unimpeded destruction of his cities and industrial concentrations, and that of intercepting Allied attack intermittently, while at the same time building up and maintaining a hidden and dispersed reserve. The magnitude and degree of success of the Japanese effort to conceal aircraft plants, planes, and facilities cannot be precisely determined now, but there is evidence to indicate that the enemy is partially succeeding in establishing a reservoir of air power beyond the currently estimated total of 5,000 combat-type planes for release at the proper moment. What part of this total aircraft strength, less interim losses, will be committed to intervention in the Allied amphibious approach to Kyushu, and what part, if any, will be retained for the protection of Honshu, is not yet clear. The possibility must be reckoned with that the enemy will commit substantially his whole force to the effort of destroying the Allied assault on Kyushu. It seems indubitable, therefore, that heavy aerial attacks, chiefly of the suicide kind, will be made against the Allied invading amphibious force, air bases, beachheads, and ground positions, and that such attacks will be sustained until the enemy feels he must save the remainder of his air power for Honshu defense. Moreover, this main line of enemy action will probably be supplemented by Baka-type planes, ground-launched V-weapons, and by parachute troops and crash-landing planes. Frederick W. Hine, Colonel GCS, Acting Assistant Chief of Staff, G2. Annex Number 3. Tactical Study of the Terrain, Southern Kyushu. General Topography of the Area. C. General Nature of the Terrain. Peculiar to the overall nature of the terrain is a notable absence of tropical swamps and extensive valleys. In place of the swamps, rice fields, when flooded, are effective hindrances to movement, although foot troops and some types of tracked vehicles should, without much difficulty, be able to negotiate the fields while wet. Wheeled vehicles will find movement confined almost entirely to existing roads. True coastal plains are lacking. Open level areas are located on terraces and plateaus, which have been dissected into blocks varying in size from 1 to 2 miles square. Fronting these terraced areas, the most important feature of military significance is the escarpment. These escarpments are frequently very nearly vertical, covered with scrub, grass, or small trees, and offer innumerable opportunities for the development of cave and other underground positions. Where a stream has cut into a terrace, the valley walls have very steep sides, while the floors are narrow and generally level. Wide valleys favorable for the conduct of military operations, such as the central plain of Luzon, are lacking. Valleys through the mountains are narrow, have steep sides, are generally wooded, follow tortuous courses through narrow defiles, and are flanked by commanding heights. Natural corridors are practically non-existent. Rivers are generally short. They are swift in their upper reaches and flow in shallow channels across flat floors near their mouths. Military aspects of the terrain. The physiographic regions of southern Kyushu, shown on the terrain diagram of Appendix Number 1, are the following. Mountains. Central Mountains, Eastern Highlands, Osumi Hanto, Satsuma Hanto, southern volcanic uplands and lowlands. Lowlands. Hitoyoshi Basin, Miyazaki Coastal Plain, Ariake-wan Miyakanoho Lowland, Kokubu Lowland, Kagoshima Lowland, Makurazaki Coastal Lowland, Kushikino Lowland, Sendai-gawa Lowland, Izumi Lowland. Certain characteristics of military importance repeat themselves so frequently in the two major terrain groups that a generalized discussion of them is presented here rather than a detailed description of each area. Detailed descriptions are adequately presented in the various references cited above. A. Avenues of approach. Routes of approach to the lowlands bordering the coasts are generally clear, with the obvious exception of the two areas bordering Kagoshima-wan and the Sendai-gawa and Izumi lowlands. Interior approaches from one lowland region to another pass through mountainous country and through narrow, winding valleys commanded by high side walls and narrow defiles. Access from northern Kyushu is greatly hampered by the rugged barrier of the central mountains, which is breached by few passes or streams. B. Obstacles. Appendix 2 indicates the restrictions imposed by slope upon movement. Topographic limitations to movement are immediately evident. Very close conformity exists between the physiographic regions and the areas of low slope. Natural and artificial barriers to movement exist in abundance. Natural barriers, in addition to the steep slopes and ruggedness of the mountain areas, consist of terraces and plateau blocks fronted by almost vertical slopes and cliffs. These relatively level surfaces have been dissected into smaller units by small streams, which have cut valleys with steep sides and narrow, level floors into the edges, creating a serrated front. These small valleys are of sufficient depth and width to restrict lateral movement perpendicular to the streams. Low, discontinuous hills, which are remnants of heavily dissected former terraces, for example on the Miyazaki coastal plain, present obstacles which would necessitate movement around them. Artificial obstacles are present in the intensely cultivated areas in two forms: those associated with rice culture in the form of irrigation canals and dikes around the paddies, and the terraced lower slopes of hillsides upon which either dry crops or irrigated rice are grown. C. Concealment and cover. On lowland areas and the level terrain surfaces, limited concealment is confined to tree-bordered roads, occasional areas of reclaimed land along beaches where pines have been planted to hold the sand, occasional orchards, and, in built-up areas, to whatever buildings may be standing. Full concealment is available only in the forested mountainous areas. Partial cover is limited to dikes around rice paddies, dikes confining streams to their channels, and occasional irregularities in the ground surface. Complete topographic cover is available only in the mountains, and to a limited extent in the small valleys which cut the borders of the terraces. D. Observation. Observation from hill and mountain borders of lowland areas is obstructed but slightly by the forests. E. Fields of fire. Fields of fire should be generally good in the lowland areas for all weapons. The controlling factor affecting fire control from lowland into mountain areas, or from one terrace level to another within the lowland areas, will be the massed areas created by the mountains or terrace faces. Defilated positions for artillery on the lowlands will be limited to isolated, heavily dissected hills or to the valleys cutting the fronts of the terraces. 4. Critical terrain features. The most important terrain features which will affect ground operations are the cliff-like terrace fronts, the commanding heights surrounding all lowland areas, and the rugged mountains full of tortuous, narrow defiles and lacking natural corridors. These features are ideal for the construction of extensive underground installations. Besides the possibilities for suitable underground positions in cliff faces, there is obvious advantage to the defender of being above the area in which the attacker must maneuver. Numerous possible objective areas are situated atop a terrace or plateau block, completely surrounded by steep cliff-like slopes, whose natural routes of approach through small valleys leading to the surface are commanded by the heights and sheer walls. Satohara and Shibushi airfields are examples of this situation. 5. Tactical effect of the terrain. Because of the frequency of terraces and the enclosing mountain areas, the terrain is ideal for defensive use. Peninsular arms bordering logical approaches to objective areas are so related to the lowland areas that coastal defense positions can be constructed which can be masked from naval gunfire and protected to some extent from aerial bombing by the rugged terrain. Field artillery emplacements can be similarly installed to command the lowland areas and have a fair amount of protection from counter-battery fire. The broken nature of the terrain indicates that large-scale armored actions will be difficult to undertake for both the defender and the attacker, due to the frequency with which the level areas are cut by small, deep valleys, and also to the narrow defiles in rugged terrain which will catalyze all movement from one lowland area to another. The level terraced areas appear to offer possibilities for vertical envelopment as a means of reinforcement. Terrain suitable for the establishment of supply bases appear excellent in the lowland areas, and along the hilly margins of the lowlands where such bases would have protection from the spur of the hills. Koshiki-Retto. The Koshiki-Retto are a group of 3 main and several lesser islands lying 14 to 30 miles off the southwest coast of Kyushu, west of the Kushikino lowland. The chain trends southwest-northeast for approximately 20 miles, and consists of partially drowned volcanic peaks with rugged terrain and steep slopes. The west coast is steep, while the eastern slopes are more gradual. Numerous small discontinuous lowlands occupy small bayheads. Lack of developed communications, rugged terrain, terraced lower slopes along the east coast where some agriculture is carried on, dense forest on the upper slopes, these all militate against wheeled or tracked vehicular movement. The terrace banks offer slight concealment and cover. Wooded areas provide good concealment. Several small bayhead beaches appear favorable for amphibious landings. The study prepared by Amphibious Forces Pacific discusses in detail 19 possible landing beaches. Appendix B. G2 Analysis of Japanese Plans for the Defense of Kyushu, U.S. 6th Army, December 31, 1945. Note: this abridgment of Japanese plans for the defense of Kyushu consists of 18 of the document's 48 pages. The material in this document was supplied by the former members of the 2nd General Army, 16th Area Army, and major field commands on Kyushu. Some of the data and interpretations differ subtly from that presented in the Homeland Operations Record, Chapter 7, which was also produced under Occupation Directives. Refer also to Chapter 13. Headquarters, 6th Army. Office of the Assistant Chief of Staff, G2. APO 442, 31st December 1945. The Japanese plans for the defense of Kyushu. By the end of July 1945, sufficient information was available for the G2 to make a preliminary estimate of the enemy strength in Kyushu. In the 6th Army G2 estimate for the Olympic operation, dated the 1st of August 1945, it was estimated that 421,000 Japanese troops were on Kyushu, comprising 9 divisions or division equivalents, plus a large number of base and service troops and naval personnel. Subsequent information obtained prior to the end of the war, including new identifications and estimated reinforcements, raised the estimated total to 680,000, including 14 divisions or equivalents. This figure was reached just prior to the end of the war. Information secured since the occupation of Japan reveals that the overall total strength on Kyushu of Japanese units of all services and types as of the final day of hostilities totaled approximately 735,000, including 14 divisions and 7 independent mixed brigades. However, this total includes units on the island's offline Kyushu, which were not included in the 6th Army estimate of the situation. Strength on these islands totaled approximately 25,000 and included 3 independent mixed brigades. Thus, the 6th Army 1st of August estimate was based on information procured in May, June, and July, and full allowance was made for large-scale reinforcement, while the projected but never published revised estimate with complete information was 96% accurate. The discrepancy in the 1st of August estimate was largely caused by the underestimation of naval ground troops, whose number was greatly swelled by recruits undergoing boot training and by crews from ships which had been immobilized by Allied attacks, and from troop units in transit. The Japanese expected our invasion of the home islands. They expected it to be made during or after October 1945. They expected it to be made in southern Kyushu, and that our landings would be made on the beaches of Miyazaki, Ariake-Wan, and Satsuma Peninsula. Their available combat forces had been deployed according to those expectations, with reserves being strengthened when hostilities ceased. Allied convoys approaching Kyushu would have received mass suicide attacks by every available plane in the Kyushu area. Transports would have been the main targets of these attacks, and the Japanese expected to destroy 10% in this manner. Offshore, the landing forces would have been hit by large numbers of small suicide craft and submarines, and the Japanese expected to destroy 60 transports by these means. Once a landing or landings were made, a decisive stand would have been initiated, placing much stress on artillery and having 3 tank brigades, 1 independent tank company, 1 independent regiment, and 4 self-propelled gun battalions to support division troops in their operations. The Japanese forces planned to make a final stand near the beaches, and units were instructed to remain in place until annihilated. Heavy counter-offenses in the beach areas were planned, and little preparation was made for defense in depth. Horton V. White, Colonel, GSC, Assistant Chief of Staff, G2. 1. Information as prepared by members of the staff of the Japanese Second General Army. The following information on the defense of Kyushu was obtained as the result of a directive sent to the Japanese Second Demobilization Headquarters, formerly the Japanese Second General Army. Note: the title Second Demobilization Headquarters should not be confused with Second Demobilization Bureau, which refers to the former Naval General Staff. The Japanese Second Demobilization Headquarters was directed to submit accurate and complete information on the nature and extent of the Japanese preparations for the defense of Kyushu at the time of the surrender, such information to be obtained exhaustively from all sources, including, when necessary, the memory of subordinate unit commanders and staff officers. Slight changes have been made in the grammar and wording of the Japanese answers in order to make a clearer text. No changes were made to content. General. 1. Question: were Allied landings on Kyushu anticipated? If so, when, where, and in what strength? Answer: the landing of the Allied forces on Kyushu was anticipated. Allied strength was estimated at 300,000, and 3 areas in southern Kyushu, namely the Miyazaki, Ariake Bay, and Satsuma Peninsula areas, where landing would be enforced either simultaneously or in succession, were designated as points of landing, the time of which was predicted to be during autumn, October, or later. 2. Question: what intelligence of Allied intents did the Japanese High Command possess? Specifically, what was known and what was the source of this knowledge? Prisoners of war, captured documents, special operatives, aerial reconnaissance and photography? Answer: various strategic information for judging Allied intents were controlled by the Imperial headquarters, and from this information deductions were made and issued to armies under direct control. The Second General Army directed its efforts towards gaining intelligence of the military tactics involved in the minute details of the landing points, dates, and strength of the Allied forces based on the strategic deductions of the Imperial headquarters. The methods for gaining this intelligence were movement of controlled planes, reconnaissance and photography, observation of frequency and directions of U.S. bombing and reconnaissance within Army area in the form of statistics, and study of movement of task forces and the development of international affairs, especially that of American public opinion, through radio reception. The main points of issue in the handling of information were the problem whether the Allied forces would conduct operations on the China coast prior to the landing on the home islands, or whether Saishu-to and southern Korea would be used as intermediary battle points when the home islands were attacked directly. However, mainly due to the progress of the Philippine and Okinawa campaigns, the conclusion, as mentioned before, that the southern part of Kyushu would be the first landing area was reached. 3. Question: was it supposed that the Allied landings on Kyushu were to constitute the main effort against the Japanese homeland, or to be preliminary to larger efforts elsewhere? Answer: the Allied landings on Kyushu were reasoned as preliminary tactics to the main operations against the Kanto area. 4. Question: was it supposed that the Allied landings on Kyushu would precede, follow, or occur simultaneously with landings on the China coast? Answer: The landings on Kyushu were judged as taking place prior to the operations on the China coast. Judging from the landing dates and reserve strength of the Allied forces, it was thought impossible for the China and Japanese Home Island operations to be conducted simultaneously, while the American strategic situation apparently lacked the need for conducting operations in China, only resorting to said tactics for political effects. 5. Question. At what time, if at all, was it anticipated that Formosa would be bypassed? Answer. Operations against Taiwan, Formosa, were thought very improbable after the Okinawa operations. 6. Question. Did the operations of Admiral Halsey's task force at all disturb the belief of the High Command that Kyushu would be the first homeland island to be attacked? Answer. The operations of Admiral Halsey's task force did not the least disturb the conviction that southern Kyushu would receive the first attack of the Home Islands group. Japanese troop strength, identity, and dispositions. 7. Question. What was the identity, history, strength, and disposition of the Kyushu garrisons prior to the arrival of reinforcements sent in because of the anticipated imminence of invasion? Answer. 16th Army, Area Army, controlled all Army units in Kyushu from Fukuoka. 56th Army Corps controlled units in northern Kyushu from Iizuka. 145th Division, 17,685 persons, organized summer 1944, in charge of defense in area between Kokura, Fukuoka. 57th Army Corps directed units in southern Kyushu from Takarabe. 86th Division, 20,614 persons, organized summer 1944, in charge of defense of entire Ariake Bay area. 156th Division, 17,429 persons, organized summer 1944, in charge of defense of Midazaki area. 98th Independent Mixed Brigade, 5,638 persons, organized from engineering units of Uchigara Fortification, Ariake Bay, and given to defense of Osumi Peninsula. Tanegashima Garrison, composed of 3 infantry battalions for defense of Tanegashima Island. Kurume Divisional Headquarters, Kumamoto Divisional Headquarters, both organized about February 1945 from remaining divisions at Kurume and Kumamoto, units engaged mainly in instruction, training, and recruitment. Iki Fortification, Taushima Fortification, Shimonoseki Fortification, Hoyo Fortification, Nagasaki Fortification, each ordered to reorganize former fortification units into battle array. 107th Independent Mixed Brigade, defense of Goto, Nagasaki Prefecture, headquarters at Fukie-dyo. Western Takatoki Group, 21,425 persons, in charge of air raid defense of entire Kyushu area, headquarters at Kokura. 8. Question. What was the identity, history, strength, and disposition of troop reinforcements brought into Kyushu between the 1st of May 1945 and the 12th of August 1945? Answer. A. Reinforcements under 56 Army Corps, Northern Kyushu. 57th Division, 20,429 persons. Unit transferred from Manchuria primarily for defense of Fukuoka area, later interchanging with 351st Division after the latter's formation and concentrating as reserves for area army strategy. 351st Division, 12,215 persons, newly organized in June 1945, interchanging defense duty with 57th Division, mentioned above, headquarters at Fukuma, Fukuoka Prefecture. 312th Division, 12,227 persons, organized simultaneously with 351st Division and undertook defense of Karatsu, Imari area. Headquarters at Aichi-cho, Saga Prefecture. 4th Independent Tank Brigade, 3,103 persons, newly organized and under direct army control. Headquarters at Fukuma-cho, Fukuoka Prefecture. 6th Artillery Headquarters, 119 persons, newly organized, located at Haranachi, Miiki-gun, Rukuoka Prefecture. B. Reinforcements under 57th Army Corps. 57th Army formerly controlled the entire area of southern Kyushu, but after the imminence of Allied invasion, the area east of Osumi Peninsula, inclusive of southern Kyushu, was designated. 25th Division, 25,804 persons. Unit transferred from Manchuria, concentrated near Kobayashi, Miyazaki Prefecture, and trained as reserves for defense of southern Kyushu. 154th Division, 17,341 persons. Newly organized unit, garrison north of 156th Division on coast of Miyazaki Prefecture. Headquarters at Suma-cho, Miyazaki Prefecture. 212th Division, 21,351 persons. Newly organized as an attacking force and concentrated in northern plains area of Miyazaki Prefecture. Part of the unit was stationed north of 156th Division on the Miyazaki coastline. Headquarters at Tono-cho, Miyazaki Prefecture. 109th Independent Mixed Brigade, 6,888 persons. Reorganized from Tanegashima Garrison, reinforced to total 1 artillery and 6 infantry battalions. 5th Independent Tank Brigade, newly organized to meet decisive battle in 6th Independent Tank Brigade, Southern Kyushu. 5th Independent Tank Brigade, 3,108 persons, was located at Honjo-cho, Miyazaki Prefecture. 6th Independent Tank Brigade, 3,784 persons, was located at Hiroshima, Kagoshima Prefecture. 1st Artillery Headquarters, 117 persons, newly organized and located at Isamachi, Miyazaki Prefecture. 3rd Engineering Headquarters, 167 persons, newly organized and located at Takarabe-cho, Miyazaki Prefecture. C. Reinforcements under 40th Army Corps. The 40th Army Headquarters was newly transferred from Formosa and given command of the western half of southern Kyushu. Headquarters located at Injuin-cho, Kagoshima Prefecture. 46th Division, no personnel figure given, withdrew from 57th Army, retaining former status and entered jurisdiction of 40th Army. 77th Division, 15,640 persons, newly transferred from Hokkaido and first placed in the area between Kushikino and Izumi. Later interchanged garrisons with 303rd Division after the latter's formation and concentrated near Kajiki and Kagoshima Prefecture as strategic reserves. Headquarters formerly at Sendai. 206th Division, 21,354 persons, newly organized as Decisive Battle Corps and entrenched for the main part on the western coast of Satsuma Peninsula. Headquarters at Izaku-machi. 303rd Division, 12,213 persons, newly organized and interchanged garrisons with 77th Division, headquarters at Sendai City. 125th Independent Mixed Brigade, 6,826 persons, newly organized and encamped on coast at entrance of Kagoshima Bay, Satsuma Peninsula, headquarters at Ikeda. 4th Artillery Headquarters, 117 persons, newly organized. D. The Chikugo Group, invested strategic office to the former Karume Division and was placed in charge of entire Nagasaki Prefecture and parts of Saga, Fukuoka, and Oita Prefectures. 118th Independent Mixed Brigade, 7,104 persons, reorganized from former Hoyo fortification, forming a mixed brigade. 122nd Independent Mixed Brigade, 6,884 persons, reorganized from former Nagasaki fortification, forming a mixed brigade. E. The Higo Group, invested strategic office to the former Kumamoto Division and was in charge of entire Kumato Prefecture and part of Oita Prefecture. 216th Division, 21,736 persons, newly organized as decisive battle force, during training in vicinity of Kumamoto, held as reserves by Area Army, headquarters at Udo-cho. The 216th Division commander also commanded Higo Group. 126th Independent Mixed Brigade, 6,213 persons, newly organized, ordered to guard Amakusa Island. 11th Engineering Headquarters, 103 persons, newly organized and situated at Natasu-cho, Kumamoto Prefecture. F. 4th AA Division, 21,415 persons, reorganized from former Seibu Anti-Aircraft Group headquarters at Tsukushi, Fukuoka Prefecture. G. 3rd Communication Headquarters, 2,388 persons, newly organized under direct control of Area Army. 9. Question. What was the identity, history, strength, and disposition of Japanese troops of all services on Kyushu at the time of the surrender? In southern Kyushu. Answer. See Annex A with attached map. 10. Question. Had the reinforcement of Kyushu troop strength been completed at the time of surrender, or was further reinforcement contemplated? Of southern Kyushu troop strength? Answer. At the time of surrender, scheduled plans for enlarging strength in the Kyushu area was completed, especially in southern Kyushu area, where it was quickly accomplished. After that, strengthening of reserves was planned. 11. Question. Precisely what use would have been made of home defense units and of People's Volunteer Corps in the event of Allied landing? Would the People's Volunteer Corps have been organized into combat corps? Answer. A. The People's Volunteer Corps would have been appointed for traffic, communication, supply, transportation, and other rear area duties. At the time of Allied landing, home defense units did not exist. B. When the Allied landing date became more imminent, the People's Volunteer Corps would have been organized into combat corps. Air defense. Note: this material is covered in Chapter 8, but the former 2nd General Army personnel providing answers to U.S. 6th Army intelligence also revealed that the number of Imperial Japanese Army kamikazes specifically based on Kyushu was 800. Army suicide aircraft based in Shikoku and southern Honshu, aircraft slated for conventional missions, or matters pertaining to the larger air arm of the Imperial Japanese Navy were not addressed authoritatively and are not included. Other naval matters are adequately covered ahead. Naval defense. 19. Question. Which waters off Kyushu were mined? How and to what extent? Which waters off Kyushu were earmarked for future mining? Answer. The mined waters off Kyushu are shown in the attached sheet, and these are all completed. See Annex B. Future plans were to lay thousands of small mines along the coasts of Kagoshima and Miyazaki against Allied amphibious forces. 20. Question. Were any fleet units available for and intended for intervention in the Allied amphibious movement to Kyushu? If so, what kind? Carriers, cruisers, destroyers, submarines? How many, and how were they to be employed? Answer. We had intended to interdict the Allied amphibious movement to Kyushu, but no powerful fleet units were available. The tactics of our fleet for this purpose were as follows. Type. Destroyer. Number 12. How to be employed. carrying suicide torpedoes to attack transports off the landing coast. Type: submarine. Number: 40. How to be employed. A. Patrolling the waters east and south of Kyushu by low-speed submarines. B. Attacking the convoys by high-speed submarines. C. Attacking the reinforcements at sea by large submarines. 21. Question: were any small PT-type craft, assault demolition boats, midget submarines, or one-man human torpedoes to be committed to the defense of Kyushu? If so, where were the principal concentrations of these? How, and with expectations of what kind of success, were these to be used? Answer: small boats to be committed to the defense of Kyushu were as follows. Type: PT-type craft. Number: none. Type: assault demolition boat. Number: 1,000. How to be employed: attacking transports by concentrating on the several coasts at Miyagi and Kagoshima prefectures. Type: midget submarine. Number: 30. Type: human torpedo. Number: 50. Type: small submarine. Number: 100. How to be employed: attacking transports by running out of Bungo Strait. The expectation of success was to sink about 60 transports. 22. Question: were amphibious brigades available and intended for counter-landings? How many? Where and when were the counter-landings to be made? Answer: we had neither counter-landing intentions nor amphibious brigades. 23. Question: had any ramps or catapults been set up for launching jet-propelled suicide planes or aerial bombs against Allied amphibious units? Answer: A. We had been selecting 10 places for the catapults of jet-propelled suicide planes in the northern district of Kyushu and Yamaguchi Prefecture, but the construction had not yet begun. B. We have no ramps or launching slopes. C. Aerial bombs were under experiment, but not yet in use. Ground defense. 24. Question: anti-tank tactics. What anti-tank tactics were contemplated? Armor, tank traps, close combat assault, raiding parties, ground mines, shoulder pack mines, lunge mines, bazooka-type launchers. A. Anti-tank tactics. The main anti-tank tactics were close combat assault with various types of portable explosives, torpedo, while anti-tank armor, gunfire, tank traps, and bazooka-type launchers, etc., were expected to render secondary effect. 25. Question: armor. How many armored units were available in Kyushu for commitment to its defenses? In southern Kyushu. How many tanks and of what types were available? In which areas would the tanks have been committed? In coordinated attack or in piecemeal fashion? Answer: armor. A. Tank units for the Kyushu operations consisted of 3 brigades: 4 ITB, 5 ITB, 6 ITB, 1 regiment, 46th ITR, 1 independent company, and 4 self-mobile gun battalions. B. There were 275 tanks in southern Kyushu, standard number, and composed for the main part of average-sized tanks, while light tanks and self-mobile guns were included. C. The areas used by tanks in southern Kyushu were scheduled mainly in the Miyazaki and Ariake Bay areas. Strategy lay in direct cooperation with the infantry. 26. Question: chemicals. Was any type of chemical warfare projected? Why not? Was any type of chemical warfare expected from the Allies? What preventative measures were taken? Answer: chemical warfare. A. We did not anticipate active chemical warfare to any degree. B. The reason why we could not use chemical warfare was that world confidence would have been lost, and the great disparity between the capacity of American and Japanese chemical industry put us in a situation which we could not hope to contest. C. We did not expect Allied chemical warfare, but in the final stages of the war. That is in the case where Allied forces would have been defeated at their first landing in the Kyushu area. We judged that the Allied forces might have resorted to chemical warfare tactics. D. The Army was well equipped against gas attack by the Allies with masks, suits, antiseptics, etc. in quantities, while the civilian population as a whole was hardly provided for, with no means of counteracting any large-scale warfare. 27. Question. Artillery. What role would the use of artillery have played in the defense of Kyushu? Would more emphasis have been placed on it than in previous operations? Would it have been used against Allied amphibious units at any points? Where? Answer. Artillery. A. The principal object in defending Kyushu was to defeat the Allied landing forces near the shorelines. Therefore, in order to accomplish this purpose, we put great stress on artillery. According to the military experience gained in fighting on islands of the Pacific, especially that on the Philippine and Okinawa Islands, the use of superior artillery was absolutely necessary in order to crush the establishment of beachheads. B. We did not plan to use general artillery against Allied amphibious units. 28. Question. Coastal guns. Where were the greatest concentrations of coastal guns located? Would these have withheld their fire in the interest of concealing their positions until Allied units concentrated in landing areas, or would they have fired on the first vessel to come within range? Had the guns of any dismantled ships been in place to assume a coastal defense role? Answer. Coastal guns. A. Areas where the most guns were situated on seashores for shooting landing units, men of war, and ships were the coast of Miyazaki and the front of Ariake Bay. B. Coastal guns were directed towards concentrations of Allied landing forces and at ships coming within firing range, greater stress being laid on the former. These gun positions were disposed to provide maximum defilade from naval gunfire, while protecting from aerial attack was gained by concealment. The main object was to provide flanking fire on the landing beaches. C. Guns from battleships were converted for coastal defense, none on ordinary ships. 29. Question. Anti-aircraft. Was the total number of AA actually emplaced on Kyushu by the 1st of August? Was it planned that some of these were to be committed in a ground defense role? Answer. Anti-aircraft guns. A. All anti-aircraft guns on Kyushu up to the 1st of August numbered 410. B. The total number of Army anti-aircraft artillery was so little that there was no plan designed for utilization in land defense. However, should the AA entrenchment area turn into a battlefield, it would naturally participate in ground warfare. Moreover, quite a number of naval high-angle anti-aircraft guns were used for coastal defense purposes in Kyushu. 30. Question. Mines. Where had ground mines already been laid? Which further areas had been earmarked for mining, and under what circumstances would these have been mined? What kinds of mines were used, and how were they to be controlled? Answer. Mines. Mines were not used either on a great scale or systematically for ground defense for the reasons given below. However, each unit carried mines on a small local scale, mainly for killing and wounding men and horses and as anti-tank weapon. There are 3 types of mines. A. The use of mines on a large systematic scale would have been rendered powerless beforehand by the overwhelming superiority of battleship and aerial bombardment of the Allied forces. B. Due to lack of gunpowder and iron, it was more profitable to produce portable blasting powder instead of mines. Tactics. 31. Question. A. Which of the following beach areas were considered most vulnerable to attack and which were best defended? 1. Miyazaki, 2. Ariake, 3. Mazurazaki, 4. Kagoshima, and 5. Kushikino. Answer: the Miyazaki coast, the front of Ariake Bay, and the coastal area between Kushikino and Makurazaki were given equal consideration as mutual points of operation. However, the degree of defense at the date of surrender, owing to the time element, showed the Ariake Bay front to be the first and the Miyazaki coast second in degree of readiness. In the first part of October, the 3 district areas were scheduled to be fortified to an equal degree. Question B. Was Allied entrance into Kagoshima-wan considered possible? Probable? Answer: the possibility of Allied invasion into Kagoshima Bay were perceived. Question C. Would a strong defense have been made on the beaches? If so, in what strength, with what tactics, and supported by what kind of fixed installations? Answer: powerful defense was established directly near coastal areas. 1/3 to 1/5 of the whole coastal defense strength was stationed along the beaches. The beach defenses were uniformly strong. Where natural terrain features were advantageous for defense, less troops were stationed, but poor defensive terrain was defended with greater strength. The principal fighting method and object of coastal stationed units was to persistently destroy the establishment of beachheads, airfields, and to enforce continuous counterattacks in wave formation to attain the same. For this purpose, fighting units would take their stand even to utter annihilation. Camps were basically established underground or in caves. Weapons were set up for last-ditch defense against Allied fire and bombardment. Question D. How would the defense in the plains areas of southern Kyushu have been conducted? With what type of support from the rugged interiors? How and around what installations was the defense of these plains areas to be organized? Answer: the defense of plains area in southern Kyushu was primarily to resist airborne troops, parachuters. There were no systematic plans for large-scale coordinated defense of the plains. Fortifications on coastlines were stressed while areas behind were given to attack-proof fortification necessary for the concentration, deployment, and fighting of strategic reserve units. These fortifications were to protect the units from aerial and naval bombardment, also having tunnels to facilitate counterattacks. At the time of surrender, part of these fortifications had been completed. Question E. Would large-scale counterattacks have been launched to drive the Allies off the island, or would these attacks have been small-scale harassing and raiding attacks? Answer: large-scale counterattack and transition to the offensive against Allied landing were contemplated. Question F. Would the strategy on southern Kyushu have been designed to achieve delay or annihilation? Answer: the action in southern Kyushu was for the purpose of thorough annihilation. Question G. What use would have been made of cave and tunnel warfare? Where? How conducted? What preparations for such warfare had been completed at the time of surrender? Answer: cave and tunnel establishments were apportioned for bases for counterattack and offensive against Allied gunfire and bombardment, and meant to exist indefinitely. Consequently, these establishments were at all points where Allied troops were expected to land. At the time of surrender, granting difference in district areas, 60 to 90% of these establishments had been completed. Question H. Would any Kyushu cities have been strongly held in house-to-house defense? Answer: in Kyushu, no cities were prepared for house-to-house warfare. Question I. Would the southern Kyushu forces have been committed to defend to the death in place, or had arrangements been made for their possible retreat? Answer: all units in southern Kyushu were given orders to defend to the death. and retreat was not recognized as a possibility. Question J. What were the locations and strength of the main tactical reserves for defense of southern Kyushu? If called upon, how much time would have been required to commit them to action? Answer. Strategic reserve strength for southern Kyushu operations were as follows. Primary, 216th Division, vicinity of Kumamoto. 25th Division, vicinity of Kobayashi, Miyazaki Prefecture. 77th Division, vicinity of Kagoshima. 212th Division, plains of northern Miyazaki. Secondary, 57th Division, southern area of Fukuoka Prefecture. 145th Division, northern Kyushu. 3rd, 231st Division, Yamaguchi City. 230th Division, Niu Hino-gun, Tatori Prefecture. 225th Division, Tatsun, Hyogo Prefecture. According to developments, the following were held in reserve. 205th Division, Okatoyomura, Nagaoka-gun, Kochi Prefecture. 11th Division, Kochi City. The reserve strategic strength immediately available amounted to the above 11 divisions, but the transfer of from 3 to 5 divisions from the Kanto area was expected according to the Imperial Headquarters reserve strategy. The participation in warfare of the above strategic reserve forces would be enforced from those units in southern Kyushu approximately within a week, in 10 days in central Kyushu, and within 2 weeks in northern Kyushu. Concentration and maneuvers would be obviously conducted by marching under enemy aerial bombardment. See Annex C. 32. Question. Communications. To what extent had Allied bombing impeded railroad and highway communications on Kyushu by the 1st of August? Was it assumed that communications between northern and southern Kyushu would be effectively cut off by Allied aerial bombardment prior to the Allied invasion? Had supplies been stored accordingly? Was the use of bypasses, secondary routes, or over-water communications contemplated? Could reserves have been brought down from the north to the south? Answer. A. Land transportation status in Kyushu up to about the 1st of August was as follows. Due to Allied aerial bombardment, railroads in southern Kyushu were almost entirely blocked both day and night, while road transportation was greatly reduced during the day. In central and northern Kyushu, both road and railroad systems were only partly damaged from these raids. B. We were convinced that the transportation between northern and southern Kyushu would be fully intercepted due to aerial bombardment prior to the Allied landings. C. The plans for and actual work on building new roads joining northern and southern Kyushu, together with regulation of sea transportation, were in progress. D. It was anticipated that the shifting of northern Kyushu reserves to the south was probable. Hospitals and supply. 33. Question. A. In considering an Allied invasion of southern Kyushu, what in general was the supply situation of the Japanese troops in southern Kyushu? All of Kyushu. Answer. A. Supply situation in southern and entire Kyushu. 1. In Kyushu, various army supply depots had been established in peacetime under the direct control of the Minister of War, were reinforced in July of this year for field operations, and organized under the commander of the Western Army Area Headquarters. The said commander not only placed branch depots and agencies at different requisite points, but divided sections of supply depots other than ordnance, forming temporary field freight depots in each army area for the purposes of troop and supply concentration. 2. In southern Kyushu, branch ordnance supply depots and field freight depots were established at Takarabe, 57th Army, and Kagoshima, 40th Army. besides agencies and stationary groups at requisite points. Field freight depots had been posted since peacetime in various areas, temporarily formed from controlled agencies of supply depots, and were not fully organized at the time of surrender. Agencies and stationary groups remained at their former posts and engaged in concentration and supply. B. Status of concentration of military supplies in entire Kyushu. A. Ammunition. The projected amount, for example, planned amount, of ammunition was for 12 division battles, of which 8 were scheduled for shore operations and 4 for reserve. A division battle is considered as 30 days of normal operations. The supply of ammunition for a division battle would be that amount equivalent to approximately enough for 10 days continuous battle, or the equivalent of 10 units of fire. Should circumstances necessitate the expectation of other operations in Kyushu, enough ammunition for 8 division battles was to be transferred from Honshu. Ammunition for coastal operations had been distributed to each army and stored near the shorelines. Reserves were placed for the main part in southern Kyushu. Plans for the distribution of ammunition in Kyushu is as of the attached list. See Annex D. B. Fuel. Projected amount of fuel for concentration was approximately 8,000 kiloliters. The reserve amount was approximately 20,000 kiloliters from Imperial headquarters to be retained in Kyushu. C. Provisions. 1 month's provisions for 2 million men and 80,000 horses were concentrated, while reserves for further operations in Kyushu, namely 1 month's provisions for 1 million men and 110,000 horses, were to be diverted from Honshu. D. Medical supplies. The projected amount was 1 month's supply for 6 million troops, of which enough for 4 million were supplied to each Army Corps for coastal warfare, while supplies for 2 million were retained as reserves. E. Veterinary supplies. The projected amount was 1 month's supply for 350,000 head, of which 200,000 were distributed to each Army Corps for coastal warfare and 150,000 kept as reserves. C. Main ammunition concentrations in southern Kyushu. Concentration of ammunition in southern Kyushu had priority from a strategic point of view, forming from 60 to 70% of the entire Kyushu stock. 2/3 of the munition supply to each army, 40th Army and 57th Army, were distributed to frontline divisions and consequently dispersed among shore encampments, 1/3 being kept in reserve. Operational reserve ammunition for the area army in southern Kyushu was stored at Hitoyoshi and Takarabe, enough for 2 division battles. Reserve supplies were to be used for offensive operations, while defense of landing areas would utilize the amount distributed to each division. Question B. What quantity of artillery, mortar, and small arms ammunition was available to the combat units charged with the defense of the landing beaches at A. Kushikino, B. Ariake-wan, C. Miyazaki, and D. Satsuma Peninsula? For how many days sustained combat? Answer. 1. For the defensive battles at the landing coast, plans were to use ammunition concentrated along the coast, besides that equipped for the unit. Ammunition equipped for the unit means that ammunition which is a component part of the unit equipment. The quantity was as follows. Ammunition equipped for units for 0.2 battle. Concentrated ammunition. Vicinity of Kushikino, 0.5 division battle. Vicinity of Ariake-wan, 0.8 division battle. Satsuma Peninsula, 0.9 division battle. Vicinity of Miyazaki, 1.4 division battle. Each division was to have enough for 0.6 to 0.9 battles, including that equipped for the unit. The detailed quantity is unknown due to lack of records. 2. The concentrated ammunition was supposedly the amount possible for the continuation of coastal defense battle for approximately 1 month. But through past experience, after taking into consideration the difficulty of supplement and the consumption of the concentrated ammunition in combat, it was decided that this was only enough for a battle duration of 2 weeks. Question C. Where were the main ammunition dumps in southern Kyushu? What method of transport was available to move the ammunition to the units engaged in battle? Answer. 1. The principal ammunition concentration points in southern Kyushu were the vicinities of Takarabe, Hao, Suma, Matsuyama, Kawabe, Sendai, Hituyos, Hi, and Kobayashi. 2. The transportation of ammunition to the first-line units was scheduled as follows. A. To units engaged in combat, the principal means of transportation was by shoulder pack. Consequently, civilian combat corps and volunteer troops were to be used as supplying units. B. To divisions' supply points, transportation would have been carried out at night on animal backs and by shoulder packs. C. It was judged that motor vehicle transportation was possible only in the rear zone and during the night. Question D. Were plans made to disperse supply dumps dug in the areas considered as possible battlefields? How much of the storage of supplies in the planned battlefield areas had already been carried out by the 15th of August, 1945? Answer. All concentration of ordnance and ammunition in underground storage protected by fortifications from bombardment and battleship firing were 70% completed at the time of the ending of the war. Question E. Was it planned to bring additional supplies from northern Kyushu, or possibly Honshu, to the troops engaged in battle in southern Kyushu? Or were these troops to depend entirely on supplies previously stored in their battle areas? Answer. All munitions necessary to carry out operations in southern Kyushu were planned to be transferred from both northern Kyushu and Honshu. However, in Kyushu, great portions of the Seibu Army, 16th Area Army, munition allotments were distributed to southern Kyushu, with a view to minimizing the transfer of munitions after commencement of operations. The supplies to be transferred from Honshu were mainly ammunition for 8 division battles and provisions for a strength of 1 million men for 1 month. Question F. How long was it believed that the Japanese forces could continue effective resistance in Kyushu from a supply standpoint? Answer. The probable lengths of time for continued operation in Kyushu, viewed from the standpoint of replenishment of ordnance and ammunition, were judged as follows. A. In event of possible replenishment from Honshu, 3 months. B. In the case of impossibility of replenishment from Honshu, 2 months. C. The continuation of protracted warfare was judged possible by maintenance of northern Kyushu mountain areas. For that reason, a synthetic underground factory for ordnance and ammunition was under construction on the vicinity of Hita. Question G. What was the main line or route of supply and evacuation for southern Kyushu? Answer. The main line or route of supply and evacuation for southern Kyushu is shown on the attached map. See Annex E. Question F. What was the capacity of hospital units for caring for wounded in southern Kyushu? What was the plan for evacuation of wounded and to what places? Answer. The plans were that all military hospitals in Kyushu, with a capacity of approximately 63,500 patients, were to receive the wounded soldiers of southern Kyushu. All patients accommodated before commencement of operations were to be transferred to Honshu. The arrangements were as follows. Hospitals in southern Kyushu and their accommodation capacity. Ariake Bay District, 1,000 patients. Miyazaki District, 2,000 patients. Satsuma Peninsula, 1,000 patients. Hitayoshi, Yokogawa District, 4,000 patients. In addition to the above, one commissary hospital in the Miyazaki District, accommodation capacity approximately 1,000 patients. 2 commissary hospitals, location in southern Kyushu undecided, accommodation capacity of approximately 1,000 patients. Furthermore, the above accommodations being insufficient, it was planned for ordinary hospitals to be utilized as occasion demanded. In view of the inevitable operations in Japan proper, the wounded were to receive field medical treatment. In as far as possible, except in those serious cases where evacuation was required, strict caution was taken against decrease of strength in front lines. Due to the above circumstances, and the regular transportation units being extremely limited, transit of patients was to be entrusted to civilian combat corps and volunteer troops. Also, thorough utility was planned for the return cars. Accommodations for patients were located as follows. Vicinity of the front lines. Ariake Bay District, Tsunoya, Iyakanoho. Miyazaki District, Nojuri, Sugiyasu, Toraki. Satsuma Peninsula, Chikaku, Gunzan, Kawato, Ishiki. Rear area, Kobayashi, Yoshimatsu, Yokogawa, Oguchi, Hotoyoshi. 2. Notes from an interview by 5th Amphibious Corps and allied officers of the commanding generals and staff officers of the Japanese 40th and 57th Armies. 40th Army. The 40th Army was responsible for the ground defense of southeastern Kyushu. The Japanese estimate of the situation was that enemy landings in force could be expected any time after the 1st of October, 1945, in the areas of Kushikino, Ariake-wan, and Miyazaki. It was also considered possible that landings might take place on the southern coast of the Satsuma Peninsula, particularly on beaches immediately to the west of Lake Ikeda. In view of this estimate, 40th Army located the 303rd, 206th, and 146th Divisions on the coast, with general instructions to defeat the enemy in the beachhead area. And in view of the expected threat to the southern tip of the Satsuma Peninsula, the 125th Independent Mixed Brigade was located in this area, and it was placed under the command of the 146th Division. The 77th Division was held in General Reserve and located centrally at the head of Kagoshima-wan. If further reinforcement of the troops in southern Kyushu was required during the course of the battle, it was possible that 16th Area Army would send the 216th Division from the Kumamoto area south to support either 40th or 57th Army. If the main battle developed in the Miyazaki and or Ariake-wan area, 16th Area Army might transfer the 77th Division to the command of the 57th Army. However, if the 77th Division and the 206th Division were sent to support the 57th Army in the east, the commanding general, 40th Army, considered that he would have insufficient troops with which to defeat the enemy at the water's edge. He therefore intended to fight only a delaying battle in the beachhead area, and then to retire to prepared positions in the hills. For battle purposes, headquarters of major formations would be located as follows. Headquarters, 40th Army, Advanced, Ijuin. Headquarters, 303rd Division, Sendai. Headquarters, 206th Division, Bono. Headquarters 146th Division, Kawanabe. Headquarters 125th Independent Mixed Brigade, Ikeda. The initial intention was to prevent the enemy from obtaining a proper footing ashore. This was to be done by the coastal divisions inflicting the maximum amount of damage on the enemy in the vicinity of the beaches themselves. After the initial assault had been held by the coastal divisions, The strongest possible counterattack was to be delivered by reserve forces concentrated for the purpose. It was intended to prevent enemy shipping from entering Kagoshima-wan. The Japanese considered that entrance to Kagoshima-wan might be attempted either by enemy ships forcing an entry through the minefield covering the entrance, or initially taking the Lake Ikeda area by a landing from the south and then capturing the guns covering the straits. 303rd Division. Within the area assigned to it, the division was to hold the following three areas in strength: 1. Kushikino, 2. Mouth of Sendai River, and 3. Akune. 3 battalions of the division were to be ready to move south at short notice under orders of 40th Army as immediate reinforcements to 206th Division. The division's responsibilities in respect to Kurano-Shato Strait were to provide coast watchers for the approach of enemy shipping, and guns to cover the straits to ensure that enemy small craft did not get through. These responsibilities were shortly taken over by the Navy. 206th Division. Assigned the Kaminokawa-Kaminoyama beachfront area, the division was to hold the enemy within the beachhead area until a strong counterattack could be developed. Reference is also made to the possibility of transferring this division to the Miyazaki area if the main battle developed there. In the event of the 206th Division being withdrawn, it was intended to divide its area between 303rd Division, moving farther south, and 146th Division, moving north. 146th Division. This division was to be employed in a purely holding role, and particular emphasis was placed on defense of the Kaseda area and the south coast of Satsuma Peninsula. The 125th IMB was to obstruct the entry of the enemy into the mouth of Kagoshima-wan and oppose any enemy forces landing in the Kaimendaki area. 77th Division. It was expected that this division would be employed in making a strong counterattack in support of the 206th Division in the area of Izaku. Prior to the 1st of October, they were to be employed in training and repairing defenses. No general directive has been issued on the coastal divisions regarding the tactics to be employed in beach defense. However, the defense depended mainly on localities prepared for all-around defense, sighted in depth and mutually supporting as far as ground would permit. The main localities were of approximately battalion strength, other localities of approximately company strength. In addition to those defended localities, the various battalions had forward elements in foxholes and trenches at the back of the beach to act as lookouts, to send information back to the main localities, and to provide suicidal opposition to the initial landing. The majority of these forward positions were apparently sited on forward slopes with good fields of fire into the assault beaches. If available, landmines were to be employed in beach defenses, but there seemed little likelihood of supplies forthcoming. No plan existed for the employment of underwater obstacles on the beaches. The main tank strength was to be concentrated in the area of Lake Ikeda and was to be employed in a non-mobile role, the tanks being dug in and used purely as anti-tank artillery. The 2nd Regiment of the 6th Tank Brigade was under command of the 57th Army and was located at Hiroshima. The 13th ITB consisted of not more than 10 light tanks and was located to the north of Lake Ikeda. Artillery would be located in rear areas, covering the Japanese between defended localities and with ability to fire on the beaches. It was intended that 4th Artillery Headquarters would work in close cooperation with the 206th Division and would thereupon be located in the vicinity of Izaku. The 9th Independent Field Artillery Regiment, equipped with 75mm guns, was to be allotted to divisions as required. The 28th Field Medium Artillery Regiment, equipped with 24 150mm guns, was to be allotted half to the 206th Division and located in the area of Izaku, and half to the 146th Division, and located in the area of Suzikaze. No allotment of the 20th Field Medium Artillery Regiment has been made, as the guns had not been received, but the regiment would probably have been allotted to the 206th Division. The 44th Independent Medium Artillery Regiment, consisting of 4 150mm guns, was under the command of the 125th IMB, and located in the area of Iwamoto to fire against ships entering Kagoshima湾. The 40th Army had under its direct control the 35th and 36th Suicide Boat Squadrons, which consisted of suicide craft of the Shinyo type manned by Army personnel. The 35th Company was based on Taniyama, and the 36th on Ichikino. From the latter base it was intended to move the craft by road to the Sendai River and on down to Kagoshima湾. None of the boats allotted had as yet arrived, and no final decision had been reached as to how they would be employed. It was practically certain that they would be used only at night and in attack against enemy transports. Little information was gained in the various anti-aircraft units. The 21st Mortar Battalion was located in Kagoshima to provide AA defense for the city. Other AA units located at Bansai, Chiron, Sendai, etc., were manned by Naval and Air Force personnel, and there appeared to be no overall anti-aircraft control or link-up of these various units. Questions regarding the coordination of the three services for the defense of Kyushu revealed the usual almost complete lack of knowledge of the organizations and plans of the other services. As far as the 40th Army was concerned, everything had to come through Headquarters 16th Area Army, and there appeared to be no coordination with the Navy or Air Force on the lower levels. When the landings took place, civilians were to evacuate the forward areas and were to be organized for employment in company supplies, repairing roads, etc. in the rear areas. 57th Army. At the time of invasion, it was intended that the major formations of the 57th Army should occupy the following general areas: 212th Division, Northern Miyazaki Coast; 154th Division, Central Miyazaki Coast; 156th Division, Southern Miyazaki Coast; 86th Division, area of Shibushi and coastline of Ariake湾; 25th Division, area of Kobayashi Plain; 98th Independent Mixed Brigade, East Coast area, Kagoshima Bay; 109th Mixed Brigade, Tanegashima; 5th Tank Brigade, area of Central Miyazaki Plain; 1st Regiment, 5th Tank Brigade, Kirishima, in support of 86th Division. For the initial battle, it was intended that the headquarters of the 57th Army and its units would be located as follows: Headquarters 57th Army, Ayamchi; Headquarters 212th Division, undecided; Headquarters 154th Division, Suma; Headquarters 156th Division, Hanjo; Headquarters 25th Division, Kobayashi; Headquarters 86th Division, Matsuyama; Headquarters 98th Independent Mixed Brigade, Oira; Headquarters 109th Independent Mixed Brigade, Noma; Headquarters 5th Tank Brigade, Morinaga. The Japanese plans for the defense of southern Kyushu were based on the assumption that the American landings in strength would take place simultaneously in the areas of Miyazaki, Ariake湾, and Kushikino. In addition, it appeared from the 40th Army plans that considerable importance was attached to the possibility of a landing in the Makurazaki area. In the light of this overall plan, 57th Army had placed its main strength in the Miyazaki Plain area. Of the three divisions located on the coastline of Miyazaki, it was intended that the 154th and 156th Divisions should remain in position wherever the landing was made, and should maintain a purely static defense. The 212th Division in the north was, if necessary, to be employed in a mobile role, and was to be used to move initially to support the 154th and 156th Divisions. In addition, it might possibly be employed even further south if the main battle developed in the area of Ariake-1. It was anticipated that the 212th Division would be able to counterattack in support of the 154th and 156th Divisions within 48 hours of the landing. Farther back in the Kobayashi area, the 25th Division was held centrally in general mobile reserve, prepared to move to any area where the resistance required strengthening. It was anticipated, however, that it would probably be committed to the defense of the Miyazaki Plain, and in such circumstances it would have under its command the 5th Tank Brigade. It was apparently not intended to commit the Tank Brigade piecemeal, but to employ it at maximum strength in a strong counterattack in conjunction with the 25th Division. It was expected that this strong counterattack would probably be delivered within 4 to 7 days of the landing. At the conclusion of this counterattack, the 5th Tank Brigade would revert to the control of the 57th Army. The 5th Tank Brigade was to consist of a headquarters and 2 regiments, each of approximately 50 tanks and self-propelled guns. The total for the whole regiment was estimated as follows: medium tanks 56, light tanks 26, self-propelled guns 150 mm 6, self-propelled guns 75 mm 24. Total 112. The 57th Army had not received any allotments of heavy tanks mounting 75 mm guns, and the commanding general considered that no such tanks were located anywhere in Kyushu. Tactically, it was intended to use the medium and light tanks as far as possible as mobile units in a tank versus tank role. The self-propelled guns were to be used mainly in previously selected and prepared positions as anti-tank weapons, although the 150 mm guns might also be used as normal supporting artillery. In addition to the reserve provided by the 25th Division and 5th Tank Brigade, the 77th Division, initially under the command of the 40th Army, might also be switched to the command of the 57th Army if conditions required it. The commanding general, 57th Army, further explained that the tactic of quick and weighty counterattack was being insisted on in the light of the experience gained during the Leyte campaign, where the Japanese reserve had not come up quickly enough to the counterattack. Divisions allotted to coastal defense were committed to a policy of annihilation of the invader within the beachhead area. No general directives as to how such a defense should be conducted had been issued either by the 57th Army or by any higher command. This statement that no detailed tactics for beach defense had been laid down by higher authority agreed with the information obtained from the 40th Army. The only instructions given to divisions were that the coastline was to be held by a defense at the water's edge, and that there was to be no retreat under any circumstance. The tactical disposition of the 156th Division is a good example of a typical coastline division disposed tactically for the defense of its area. The system of defense is almost identical with that employed by the divisions of the 40th Army on the west coast. The 156th Division consisted of 4 regiments, and of those, the 453rd, 454th, and 455th were to be located on the coast itself, while the 456th was to be held in the rear immediately behind the 453rd. Within each regimental area on the coast, the first line of resistance which the invaders would meet would be a thin screen of infantry dug in among the dunes at the back of the beach in foxholes and tunnels. It was hoped that a percentage of those troops would survive the preliminary bombardment and offer a certain amount of suicide resistance to the first wave of invading forces, and also send back some information to the defended localities behind. Behind the line of dunes, Positions were prepared for all-around defense, from which considerable resistance could be offered. The kernel of the defense, however, was still farther back in completely prepared positions, almost invariably selected on high ground. Such positions were to be occupied by the equivalent of a battalion group strength, and were to be defended to the very end. The following were quoted as comprising a typical battalion locality. Infantry Battalion, approximately 1,000 rifles. 2 70mm battalion guns. 12 heavy machine guns. 31 light machine guns. 2 75mm guns, allotted by regiment. 4 anti-tank guns, 37mm. A proportionate number of mortars, approximately 36 to 49. The commanding general considered that the 57th Army was definitely deficient in artillery, which was allotted in small numbers to divisions and regiments. Artillery was so placed that it could range on the beaches and provide supporting fire to the infantry within the gaps left by the defended localities. It appeared that the Japanese had no method of centralizing control of artillery fire with sufficient flexibility to mass the fire of all artillery on a specific target. They were unable to shift all the fire from one target to another on a wide front. No landmines had been laid in the area, although it was intended to use them to the maximum if supplies were forthcoming. There appeared to be no intention of erecting underwater obstacles on the beaches. No preparations had been made for blowing bridges. It was intended that all forward troops should hold 3 months' food, artillery, 500 rounds per gun dumped at the gun position, small arms ammunition, enough for one major engagement. The resupply situation was very vague. The employment of airborne troops by the Americans was also regarded as possible, and to meet this threat, the 1st Special Advanced Tank Unit was located in the area of Miyakanoho. The unit was equipped with 27 light tanks and was intended to move rapidly to any area in the vicinity where airborne troops were dropped. In addition, poles were to be erected and plane traps, 10 meters wide, 6 deep, and 40 long, were to be dug in Miyakanoho Plain to prevent plane and glider landings. The 31st and 32nd Suicide Boat Units, each consisting of 150 craft of the Shinyo type, manned by Army personnel, and located at Aburatsu and Onishime respectively, were under the direct orders of the 57th Army. These Army craft were apparently quite separate from the Navy, and were intended to be employed close inshore, whereas the Navy was to attack farther out to sea. The 57th Army claimed to be aware to a large extent of the naval plan, and that a degree of coordination between the two services had been achieved. It was intended to employ the Army boat units only at night, and that attack would be delivered by companies of 33 or so craft and not in complete units. The main objects of attack would be the transports and the LSTs. The degree of coordination achieved with the Air Force was practically non-existent. In order for close air support of the ground forces, the demand would have to be submitted through Army channels to the 16th Area Army, who would pass it to the 6th Air Army Headquarters, who would pass the order all the way down the chain of Air Command. Appendix C. Proclamation defining terms for Japanese surrender, issued at Potsdam, July 26, 1945. Potsdam Declaration. 1. We, the President of the United States, the President of the National Government of the Republic of China, and the Prime Minister of Great Britain, representing the hundreds of millions of our countrymen, have conferred and agree that Japan shall be given an opportunity to end this war. 2. The prodigious land, sea, and air forces of the United States, the British Empire, and of China, many times reinforced by their armies and air fleets from the West, are poised to strike the final blows upon Japan. The military power is sustained and inspired by the determination of all the Allied nations to prosecute the war against Japan until she ceases to resist. 3. The result of the futile and senseless German resistance to the might of the aroused free peoples of the world stands forth in an awful clarity as an example to the people of Japan. The might that now converges on Japan is immeasurably greater than that which, when applied to the resisting Nazis, necessarily laid waste to the lands, the industry, and the method of life of the whole German people. The full application of our military power, backed by our resolve, will mean the inevitable and complete destruction of the Japanese armed forces, and just as inevitably the utter devastation of the Japanese homeland. 4. The time has come for Japan to decide whether she will continue to be controlled by those self-willed militaristic advisers whose unintelligent calculations have brought the Empire of Japan to the threshold of annihilation, or whether she will follow the path of reason. 5. Following are our terms. We will not deviate from them. There are no alternatives. We shall brook no delay. 6. There must be eliminated for all time the authority and influence of those who have deceived and misled the people of Japan into embarking on world conquest. For we insist that a new order of peace, security, and justice will be impossible until irresponsible militarism is driven from the world. 7. Until such a new order is established, and until there is convincing proof that Japan's war-making power is destroyed, points in Japanese territory to be designated by the Allies shall be occupied to secure the achievement of the basic objectives we are here setting forth. 8. The terms of the Cairo Declaration shall be carried out, and Japanese sovereignty shall be limited to the islands of Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, Shikoku, and such minor islands as we determine. 9. The Japanese military forces, after being completely disarmed, shall be permitted to return to their homes with the opportunity to lead peaceful and productive lives. 10. We do not intend that the Japanese shall be enslaved as a race or destroyed as a nation, but stern justice shall be meted out to all war criminals, including those who have visited cruelties upon our prisoners. The Japanese government shall remove all obstacles to the revival and strengthening of democratic tendencies among the Japanese people. Freedom of speech, of religion, and of thought, as well as respect for the fundamental human rights, shall be established. 11. Japan shall be permitted to maintain such industries as will sustain her economy and permit the exaction of just reparations in kind, but not those which would enable her to re-arm for war. To this end, access to, as distinguished from control of, raw materials shall be permitted. Eventual Japanese participation in world trade relations shall be permitted. 12. The occupying forces of the Allies shall be withdrawn from Japan as soon as these objectives have been accomplished, and there has been established, in accordance with the freely expressed will of the Japanese people, a peacefully inclined and responsible government. 13. We call upon the government of Japan to proclaim now the unconditional surrender of all Japanese armed forces, and to provide proper and adequate assurances of their good faith in such action. The alternative for Japan is prompt and utter destruction. Appendix D. Extract from a letter written by James Michener, October 20th, 1995. The following is from an October 20th, 1995 letter to Martin Allday by fellow veteran James Michener. Author Michener had been asked to sign a petition criticizing the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and had been approached to speak out against the use of the atom bomb in 1945. He declined. However, fearful of the reaction from the literary and Hollywood circles he moved in to his views on President Truman's atom bomb decision, Michener also asked Alday not to make the letter public until after his death. Dear Martin, in the summer of 1945, I was stationed on Espiritu Santo, close to a big Army field hospital manned by a complete stateside hospital staff from Nebraska and Colorado. I had close relations with the doctors, so I was privy to their thinking about the forthcoming invasion of Japan. They had been alerted to prepare for moving onto the beaches of Kyushu when we invaded there, and they were prepared to expect vast numbers of casualties when the Japanese home front defense forces started their suicide attacks. More important, I was on my own very close to an army division that was stationed temporarily in a swampy wooded section on our island. They were a disheartened unit, for the Japanese had knocked them about a bit in the action on Saipan. Their assignment to our swamp was a kind of punishment for their ineffective conduct on Saipan. Now they were informed unofficially that they would be among the first units to hit the beach in our invasion of Kyushu, and they were terrified. In long talks with me, they said that they expected 70 or 80% casualties, and they could think of no way to avoid the impending disaster. So it was with knowledge of what the doctors anticipated and what the army men felt was inescapable that I approached the days of early August. And I, too, became a bit shaky, because the rumor was that I might be attached to the army unit because of my expertise in keeping airplanes properly fitted and in the sky. Then came the astounding news that a bomb of a new type had been dropped on Hiroshima, a second one on Nagasaki, and that the Japanese emperor himself had called upon his people to surrender peacefully and await the Allied peacekeeping forces to land and establish the changes required by the recent turn of events. How did we react? With a gigantic sigh of relief, not exultation because of our victory, but a deep, gut-wrenching sigh of deliverance. We had stared into the mouth of Armageddon, and suddenly the confrontation was no longer necessary. We had escaped those deadly beaches of Kyushu. I cannot recall who was the more relieved, the doctors who could foresee the wounded and the dying, or the GI grunts who would have done the dying, or the men like me who had sensed the great tragedy that loomed. All I know is that we said prayers of deliverance and kept our mouths shut when arguments began as to whether the bombs needed to be dropped or not. And I have maintained that silence to this moment, when I wanted to have the reactions of the men understood who had figured to be on the first waves in. Let's put it simply. Never once in those first days, nor in the long reconsiderations later, could I possibly have criticized Truman for having dropped that first bomb. True, I see now that the second bomb on Nagasaki might have been redundant, and I would have been just as happy if it had not been dropped. And I can understand how some historians can argue that Japan might have surrendered without the Hiroshima bomb, but the evidence from many nations involved at that moment testified to the contrary. From my experience on Saipan and Okinawa, when I saw how violently the Japanese soldiers defended their caves to the death, I am satisfied that they would have done the same on Kyushu. Also, because I was in aviation and could study battle reports about the effectiveness of airplane bombing, especially with those super deadly firebombs that ate up the oxygen supply of a great city, I was well aware that the deaths from the firebombing of Tokyo in early 1945 far exceeded the deaths of Hiroshima. So I have been able to take refuge in the terrible, time-tested truism that war is war, and if you are unlucky enough to become engaged in one, you better not lose it. The doctrine, cruel and thoughtless as it may sound, governs my thought, my evaluations, and my behavior. I could never publicly turn my back on that belief, so I have refused opportunities to testify against the United States in the Hiroshima matter. I know that if I went public with my views, I would be condemned and ridiculed. But I stood there on the lip of the pulsating volcano, and I know that I was terrified at what might happen, and damn relieved when the invasion became unnecessary. I accept the military estimates that at least 1 million lives were saved, and mine could have been one of them. Sincerely, James Michener. This concludes Hell to Pay.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.